digital night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Wires in reality torn. As heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Sa dudes, welcome back. Hopefully everybody's been well. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Yes, we just got back from Shittiac. I'm jealous, Hendrix. Yeah, I would have rather probably been in PEI, but it was a good time. Yeah, beautiful there. I mean, it is beautiful there. Weather was beautiful. We're on the beach for a little while and worked in my tan, which, as you can see, I don't get tan. I just get fucking burned. So, yeah, it's unfortunately just the way that it goes. So, yeah, man, fuck, it looked beautiful. It looked beautiful. I love the matte finish, did you? That looks. You have to send like a video, like a more like starting it up. Like I'd love to like hear you rev it up. I'd love to hear you go zooming it. Yeah, it looks fucking sick. I love it. Yeah, it's dope. I didn't know they could do that. I didn't know there was like a see-through fucking like matte wrap with the actual paint. It's a good idea. It's a really good idea, actually. Yeah, fuck yeah. Oh, welcome everybody else. Yes, Trizzy, Media, Pambo. Welcome everybody. We got a couple things to go over this evening. Actually, there's many things. Jesus. Maxwell testimony in Epstein blocked by Republicans. This thing is going to go over here first. Burlison, Eric Burlison, the congressman, for people that don't know, claims firsthand witnesses in next hearing. That was something else I was going to go over. That's a very big deal. Kind of retouched on that a little bit, but he just had a recent interview again. And he stated definitively that in the next big hearing, there will be firsthand witnesses who worked on crafts, moved crafts, possibly flew them, and also handle biologics. So they've been talking with these first-time witnesses, which is very good to hear. And then Skinny Bob Reel. I couldn't fit this in the title, but there was a supposed new whistleblower who has claimed that he saw the original video that was unedited. I don't know. I kind of called bullshit. So I thought I'd go over it a little bit later. But I had no idea who he was, Hendrix. Yeah, I've never heard of the guy before. So it got delayed, Nick, too. Yeah, to September. I was going to go over that too. Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. Hopefully they survive the next 2 months, these first-hand witnesses. Yeah. Oh, the Burlison, yes. The Skinny Bob footage, I don't know who the guy is, but I don't really take it too seriously. But anyway, it's a lot to talk about. So, yeah, it's called X-Peel Stealth. Yeah, it looks fucking sick. Yeah. Yeah. Get a glass of beer. Yeah. Listen, when I can, I always try to have a beer because my mood just elevates astronomically. As long as I keep it to like 1 or 2, I'm usually fine. But a nice Erdinger in an Erdinger glass, actually. So I didn't really drink much this weekend at all. So I thought, fuck it. Nice day. Just went to the gym. Need some extra carbs, you know. So yeah. Hey man, thanks for coming around. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah. I did not see the volcano video. Oh gee, that's not fucking good, brother. We'll go over to that a little bit later too. I was gonna touch on something related to that, maybe pertaining to Japan. So, yeah, I've been drinking a cup or 2 of wine. Well, there you go, really. Just a couple's fine. Just a couple helps you relax. It's good for your anxiety. Now a whole bottle, it's probably the next day probably gonna be worse. But yeah, yeah. All right. Well, let me pull some shit up here. Remember what I pulled up? Oh yeah, look, I noticed this trending Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob is trending. This guy's video that came out, I think on Friday, has been, I watched most of it. I was just like, oh God. The guy hosting the video was claiming that he caught UFOs on camera. They're clearly bugs. I was like, oh, fuck it. Anyway, that doesn't really pertain to the guy's testimony, but anyway, yeah, sorry for acting crazy. It will happen again. I've been loving these Wizard Gang fucking memes. I'm all about that fucking wizard life, you know? So I said, fucking right. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Caffeinated. I love it. I love it. Epic shit. Yeah. It is off in July. It's now in September, Hendrix. Yeah. I just saw that a second ago too. I'll pull it up here in a minute. Yeah. I think it was Luna had made a post pertaining to that. Yeah. Yeah. Japan has voted Dragon Ball as the greatest anime of all time. Yeah. Fuck yeah. 100% agree. Agree, it absolutely is. Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. 100%. I just came across that. So, yeah. Yeah. Fucking right. Something else I wanted to bring up as well. Which I'm not going to go over this in depth, but I thought I'd just pull this up for people whose countries have signed on to this, who didn't realize what was going on. I've talked about this a little bit. In 5 days, the World Health Organization takes control of health policy in Australia, the US, UK, Canada, and dozens of other nations. Your leaders signed, you weren't told, you didn't vote. Your sovereignty will soon be handed to unelected bureaucrats in Geneva. For people that don't know, this happened a couple months ago. This is in the process of happening over the last year or so. Ever since the pandemic ended, a lot of the different countries around the world didn't really know what to do in terms of coordinating the pandemic. So the World Health Organization, which these people are not democratically elected, this is an organization that is essentially put together by, wealthy people, influential people around the world. What would happen? The concerning part about this, some people think there's good parts to this for countries that are a bit mismanaged, but the sketchy thing about this is that in the event of a pandemic, again, essentially Canada, the UK, Australia, etc. Did the US sign on to it? I don't think they did. I don't think that's correct. I think Trump backed out of that. Would give over their authority in managing the pandemic to the World Health Organization. So they would be the ones handing the dictates down. Very concerning, just fucking don't even get me started on it. So snake on the flag, yeah. The caduceus, yes, yeah. Every first world society, yeah, media, they have. So there was a couple exemptions. I thought the U.S. pulled out of it because Trump didn't want anything to do with them, but maybe they did. Anyway, this is an in-depth. Anyone wants to look this up, you can. I'll just post it here if anybody wanted to actually go through it later. But it's a fairly good breakdown of the changes, an overview of what people got signed off for, although some of it I don't think is completely correct. Anyone else? I know Kay had posted this in the Discord. I posted this months ago, but this is also another good breakdown too for anyone that's curious. I'm just posting this again with Dr. David Martin, who is a genius and is really one of the leading intellectuals that's been pushing back against a lot of their absolute rhetoric over the last 5-6 years since the pandemic started. So anyway, he gives a pretty good in-depth breakdown as to what the problem is with the WHO and why it's concerning. But anyway, not something I'm going to get into too much depth here right now. But yeah. Then Skinny Bob runs in and changes his mind. Well, probably, yeah. Or I think the lizard people may be more in line, at least, the global elite. But anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up. He is a genius. Yeah, let's notice that. His ability to investigate is amazing. He's a brilliant dude and should be commended more for his work. Him and Robert Malone both are both brilliant people who cut through the bullshit. But anyway, speaking of bullshit, I had to talk about this because holy fuck, man. I mean, again, speaking of the lizard people, I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. Everyone's talking about this now. This is something that I had to cover because I've been following this over the weekend. But holy shit, man. So Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, is ready to reveal truth of the pedophile client list, say insiders. I think this has been confirmed now that she did say that she would give them the list, effectively, of who they were dealing with. Why Republicans are blocking her. This is on Drudge. A second, guys. This is the headline here. Republicans block Ghislaine testimony. What is Trump hiding? Not good, man. This is bad. We've been watching the MAGA. I'm watching this on Twitter. For whatever reason, I see a lot of the MAGA people on Twitter. I don't follow them. The main accounts, the big influential accounts that helped with the last election. Man, they're fucking dragging his balls through the glass over this. It's bad. It's really bad. He really fucked up with this. He fucked up big time with this. And I know probably everyone saw a lot of the other videos over the weekend of some of the other larger content creators covering this information. But anyway, I just thought I'd bring this up too because holy fuck. They're all just corrupt, man. Ever wonder why every old children's story ends up with them being eaten? Lizard people just made their pipeline more effective? Brother, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Warned us of them. The ancients warned us. Anyway, yeah. Undoubtedly, there's a lot of very influential people who got caught up in this honeypot. They're still within government, probably, and they probably are just very scared of being exposed. And I think that's probably the TLDR on this. Again, there isn't a whole lot else that really needs to be said, I guess. But It's just concerning, right? Because, I mean, again, there was a push when Trump got elected that people thought things were going to be different. That, look, he couldn't even get off his phone for 2 seconds to take a picture with his partner there. What a dickhead. And unfortunately, it's just kind of more of the same. They're all compromised. They're all idiots. Which, unfortunately, is kind of where I was coming at it from when he got elected, where I just didn't have faith in any of them. I thought they were all just kind of dinguses. Probably all too wrapped up in too much bullshit. And for people that we want to get to the objective truth. What the fuck's going on? How bad are things really? Well, here's an example of how bad things are really. And it's that they won't even let this come out. So, yeah. Trying to gaslight the world's never going to work. Exactly. Telling the media to forget about it. It was totally make sure people wouldn't. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, it's too bad. But then in all this chaos, maybe the truth will creep through, right? Creep through the crack that's been formed in the movement. But anyway, I think a lot of people have just kind of woken up to that reality who were following Trump. I think he underestimated how much of his voter base were involved and invested in this conspiracy. There's a lot of people that probably didn't really like him as a person that much either, but saw that he maybe was somebody who wasn't bought and paid for. I think a lot of the population in the West are pretty much convinced that there's a global elite that's puppeting a lot of the Western democracies. And so he probably underestimated just how many people were just kind of sitting back being like, okay, let's see what you do. And this was a big thing because this is like the mother of all fucking conspiracies, and that he just took a piss all over them. Fuck, man. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't even really play this either. I was kind of just listening to this. There's so much copium. I've kind of, Alex was obviously like on board with this. And to be fair to Alex, he was kind of skeptical of Trump at first. I watched his coverage of him the entire time. But he's trying to just kind of cope, and it's like, oh my God, guys, no, he's compromised. People calling him a coward. You were fake. What a bullshit excuse. Democrats doctored in my ass. Yeah, no. You're fucking pathetic, man. It's bad, man. It's bad out there for these content creators and mega people. Yeah. I like nothing but puppets to translate the orders. That's sadly kind of been how I've looked at things for a while, media. I mean, I don't know. I don't assume that I understand how complicated it all is. I assume that it's more complicated than I probably think it is. But my bet would be, that it's incredibly corrupt. At least it became that way. Maybe it wasn't always that way, but the last couple decades, that it was probably incredibly corrupt. But anyway, the cope is just too much to even fucking handle. But anyway, I thought I move on from this. I mean, everyone's talked about it ad nauseum. I don't think people really want to hear about it again. So I did have this though, which is quite funny. This is from a while ago, I think, wasn't it? I don't think she just said this recently. Maybe she did, but before we move on.
If the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
Get the fuck out of here, man. No one's buying this shit yet. Anyway, I thought someone had posted that. Did they? I think someone posted that. I thought I'd pull that out. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, buddy, why are you trying to brush it away is nothing. A little odd, Jim. You state mouthpiece, brother. Excuse me. Watch your fucking tone around here, huh? You are actually, I think HFX Pins is now the top sub, if I remember correctly. I think you've fallen to slot number 2, so I don't know who you think you are. Bring that energy around here. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I mean, it's just a filthy meme. You're going through my links and I'm muted in a meeting. Damn it. Oh, I think you did post the Hillary one. Yeah, it's okay. You can't hear me anyway though, because you're muted. Yeah. Everyone with the 1%. That's exactly it, man. I think that's the big TLDR. Like, I don't think it's that complicated. I think there's a lot of overcomplication that happens with these kinds of things. And at the same time, I think there's people that maybe underestimate how complicated elements of it are. But more simply put, it's just the elite. And this is for people that approach this and be like, oh, you conspiracy theorists. It's like, guys, no, this isn't about like the earth is flat, or sometimes it is for all the globetards, but or like the moon is fake, or the moon landing didn't happen, or blah, 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 or space is fake. This is an old problem that we've dealt with since the beginning of time, which a small group of people that get a lot of wealth, a lot of power accumulated, and if they start making decisions in their favor, in their own personal interests, and those sometimes don't align with the interests of the general population, and they don't take the responsibility of leadership. They instead, take it all and fuck off into the sunset with it and try to leave everybody else to scrounge with the leftovers and the scraps. And so it's not that hard to understand. It's just, yeah. Construction not natural. We shouldn't say that. That's exactly right. Maybe it is some kind of a Dyson sphere. We don't know. Media, yeah. Who knows? Listen, there are some things that we don't know, right? I was going to talk about this a little later, but there's lots of things we don't know. We don't know that our solar system hasn't been engineered. We see everything where it is now, and we presume that there hasn't been some kind of intervention at some point. But we don't know that there hasn't been. That's the thing. There could very well have been. And to us, and we're objectively not that advanced or intelligent, it could seem just something natural, but maybe it wasn't at some point, and that may be something we come to find. The moon could be another example of that. Yeah. And some people have brought that up. Actually, people who are quite intelligent out of our culture here have brought that up, that there's some interesting anomalies with the moon. So who knows? Is it coincidence? Possibly. Is it something we don't understand about celestial mechanics? That's possible as well. But it could also be that not everything's what it seems. Yeah. Yes, yeah, they do. Yeah. Yeah. They believe the moon's hollow. Yeah. From what I understand recently, man, I think parts of the moon may be hollow is one of the going kind of current theories. Maybe the entirety of it isn't, but there are people who are saying potentially parts of it are, which is just equally as interesting, because whether that's from a natural phenomena or an unnatural, I think it's definitely something that's still worth exploring. So time will tell. I don't know what the fuck this is about. I don't know if I really need to bring that up. There's other things I was going to go over here there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of videos I was going to go over too later, so that'll take up a lot of time. So I thought maybe I'll kind of jump around some of the stuff. But anyway, this isn't really something I just kind of was looking at that myself. But it's an alien GoPro. Well, I mean, we don't know, right? I mean, for the most part, how we've looked at the world is we don't presume these things, right? But that doesn't mean that necessarily those things are possible. We just wait for the evidence. But this is the thing too with what's going on is like, what are we in? What is reality? And that's the problem with some people who've come to these definitive conclusions already, that there's nothing to any of these phenomena and everything's okay. Just go back to sleep. And no. I think the UAP phenomenon is indicative of something clearly that's more interesting even than just little green people flying around. I mean, it could be a symptom of something far greater, right? It could be a symptom of like we're in a simulation. I mean, to what degree though, right? Like, is reality itself a simulation? Are we within a simulation? Right? Are they just kind of stewards of this Earth simulation, right? I mean, maybe there are things going on in the solar system that they are involved with actively, and maybe they're involved actively with, moving things out of the way. So life been able to thrive the last 12,000 years. Who knows? We have no idea, right? And you're not definitively saying that is a thing, but because it's like the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? And so that's just some people have a hard time with, but people who adhere very strictly to the scientific method sometimes have a hard time remembering that. And they kind of just go along, and understandably, they just kind of slowly accumulate data about the world, but they don't really concern themselves with these are their problems. But that's the thing, like, the world's more complicated than just what we've come to know through the scientific method. And that's why philosophy is important, because it asks these questions. It orients people who employ the scientific method, so. Anyway, this is completely unrelated to any of this. This is filthy drama slop on UAPX, but I don't usually cover this stuff, but I thought this one time maybe I would, because I did talk about the MH370 thing when it first happened years ago. Right when I first started streaming, this kicked off. And so I said, my God, I haven't heard from this guy in a while. I haven't seen anything from this guy in a while. And then the first thing I see is him threatening a man's life. Edge, what's up, dude? The MH370 orb guy, Ashton Forbes, is stalking someone's family and saying this about someone's wife, all because they called him out for being a grifter and a liar. I don't know if is he a liar? I think he's just very mentally ill. I mean, that's part of it, maybe. Is he grifting? I think he's trying to make a living at it. I think he genuinely believes that the footage is still real, and I think he's become delusional enough to believe that. So I don't know. Is he grifting? A grift would be that you know this is bullshit and you keep it going, or you're trying to pull the wool over the eyes of your followers. I think he genuinely believes it's still true, which is why he's sacrificing his entire character online for it. Unbelievably sick. The blurs are mine, but he's sharing pics of someone's wife and kids, saying he will destroy their life. Jesus Christ. This is how far things can get. I know who this guy is. Now, you know, this guy's a bit of a dickhead, in my personal opinion. I forget what his name is now. I had it in my head when I opened this post up. Fuck. Something science with somebody. Professor Dave is his name. That's his name. He has a YouTube channel, and he's not really a nice guy. He's kind of a dink. Now, does that warrant this kind of behavior? Absolutely not. That's a lot to lose because you want to be a grifter piece of shit on the internet. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her when you're gone. Posting pictures of the dude's wife and child that he found somewhere off the internet. And then he says, I'm just getting started. People should listen when I speak because I don't lie. When I say I'm going to destroy your life and that of your family, I mean it. Brother, I'd be calling the fucking police. What in the fuck? This guy's gone right off his rocker. Like, he's completely insane. Anyway, now I think what had happened again, this dude did like a debunking of the videos in depth, and Ashton didn't like that because it made him look like a further idiot. But this is where I would call the police. If I was Dave, I would call the fucking police, Dave. Call the fucking police, bro. Please call the police. Please get, he's in the States. I don't know, get somebody involved. The FBI, I don't know. Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah. Unreal. Grand. I'll look at it in a second here, man. What is it? It's, why can't this stupid app I have for the combined chats, I can't just copy things with one click. Arthur C. Clarke, I'm massive troops on UFOs. I have not. We can watch that in a bit though, man. I'll watch it later, definitely. 100%. You mentioned that last time you were in, I think. Yeah. Man, isn't that fucking nuts? Yeah. Go deal with a guy right away. Well, I mean, the escalation of violence. Anyway, as much as this Professor Dave guy seemed like kind of a dingus to me, man, you don't do shit like that. Like, you can have disagreements online about things. You can be an asshole to people, but like, this is psychotic. So anyway, just for people that may have still been following this offhand, I thought I'd just bring that up and just go over that ever so briefly. It's where things can go. It's like when people get down these rabbit holes, man. That's kind of why I wanted to bring it up. Where, listen, I've been down them myself, but not like ever to that degree. Because again, like my orientation is I'm after what's ever objectively true, and I don't know ultimately. And how to what degree can we know about these things? I mean, even if we get all the data about something that we think we have, it could still turn out to be some kind of a farce or psyop, or you just never know. And so I usually approach all of these things, all of these kinds of conspiracies or this kind of like woo stuff, it just pretty agnostically. I genuinely don't know. It's kind of how I approach things. I mean, there's some things we know, right? Like 2 + 2 = 4. We know that, aside from maybe some great deceiver deceiving us to think that that's logical. But we know with our, our rationale right here, our rational mind, that makes sense to us, that follows, right? Logically. So you try and stick with stuff like that and not allow yourself. But that's what people, this is the other thing too. Like Ashton had never really been involved in any of this before. And he got involved in it, and then he got a following. And then I think he ended up quitting his job, so he became financially dependent upon this stuff being true. And then there was a place where he could have maybe got out of that and still maintained his following and explored other mysteries. But he just dogmatically doubled down on all the bullshit. And now he's driven himself insane. He should clearly go check himself into some kind of a fucking psychiatric unit after that, because clearly he's unwell if you're trying to stir that kind of pot. He's put himself into danger. Anyway. Anyway, there's something else I want to bring up, which is unrelated to that entirely. But another post that John had made that I had saw going over the weekend. Was it on Friday he made this? I think it was Friday, right? Yes, he was. On Friday. So this is important there because, you know, Ashton, what had happened again, he was triggered by, there's groups of people who are extremely frustrating to deal with. They're very dogmatic. They're very rigid. They're kind of like these hardline materialist types that are immovable in this, that they don't want to consider that there's any other possibility other than what they're seeing before their eyes, right? I mean, and so, yeah, like kind of like a Mick West type character where, although he takes it a bit farther than that, in my personal opinion, where he starts accusing people of being like mentally ill who've seen something anomalous. And that's where I kind of take an issue with him. But there's other types like that. The Professor Dave guy obviously is a very toxic character. I remember I forget what the video was about, but he had somebody on, he was doing some kind of a debate with, and people were, even his own community, kind of critiquing him as to how he handled himself. And then his reaction to them was to call them like, you little piece of fucking shit, fuck you, get all, like that's what he responded to one of these people who'd followed him in his community. I'm like, fucking imbecile. So he's a particularly toxic character, but you got to be careful with them because, you know, they'll drive you to that point of just, well, maybe not to the point that Ashton brought it to, but where you they get angry. You get angry at them because they're just being so ignorant. And it's hard to fathom that level of ignorance, but there are people out there like that. And for the most part, it's kind of like with some of these discussions, although the MH370 is different because we know that video was fabricated, almost certainly, never with 100% certainty, right? Almost certainly. With the UFO stuff, we don't know. So anybody that's off that fence, there's probably a problem there. You see Elmo following in Grok's footsteps. I did see that. I wasn't even going to pull some of that up, but I did see that. Yeah, I saw the posts. Yeah. Someone had hacked his account, though, I think was the difference there. Yeah, where that was a hack job. Yeah. But yeah, I did notice people were talking about that. Yeah. This is about the drone stuff that happened. So kind of the whole community that is very, I don't know. They're just like, again, back to Mick was one of these people who were trying to assert this in New Jersey. Almost certainly the entirety of the report or the entirety of the phenomenon was probably just people misidentifying planes. Right. And it's like, he's good with computers. He's good at doing computer simulations. Sometimes his logic with this kind of stuff. And listen, Twitter's a place where people sometimes talk to their ass. Sometimes it's best he doesn't comment on these situations because you don't know that. And it's best that you just don't even say anything when you don't know. Right? And so there were a lot of people that were claiming that the entirety of the phenomena that was happening, not just in New Jersey, but in other areas, was just misidentifications of planes. Now, similarly with the UAP phenomena, right? You've got a group of people, a large group of people, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, who've seen anomalous things. Have some of them maybe misidentified mundane phenomena? Possibly. All of them? Probably not. We get these reports going back hundreds of thousands of years of people seeing anomalous things and writing them down. So you can endlessly just attribute all of this to something mundane, but then what are you really doing then? Are you actually looking at things objectively then? No, you're not. So are you actually thinking critically about this? No, you're not. Right? So similarly with this kind of situation, people were maybe off base a little bit. So John pulled up some communications of what's happening at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And people were claiming, and there were people online claiming this, quite a few of these different pundits who are very skeptical, excessively skeptical of the phenomenon, we'll say. They were claiming that what had happened was people got thrown into a hysteria, kind of like the witch hunts, and they started taking videos of planes thinking they're UAPs, and then that hysteria spread around the US and then other air bases where people were citing these anomalous phenomena. In actual fact, they were just misidentifications of planes. No, what actually happened here, for instance, there were drone swarms over Wright-Patterson Air Force Base that led to airspace shutdown. Videos and reports released. Okay, so that actually happened. Now, the same thing probably happened in New Jersey where there were actually drones. Now, this doesn't fucking objectively mean anything, but there were people out on the internet with like actual communities. Like we have a little community here, but like there were large content creators that were speaking with people who were on the inside of what was happening during the Lakenheath incident back in November. I fortunately was able to speak to someone as well that, you know, I'm not going to talk about who or where, but that somebody who had some inside information as to what was going on at this in regards to this situation. So this is where it started. So what happened here, which I think we know of now thanks to Chris Sharp, who's a journalist in the UK who spoke with some of these same sources, was that there were these very large drones, mind you, that looked like planes. They looked like little planes. They were fixed wing drones. They were not your typical quadcopter drones that you go buy at Walmart. They were very large fixed wing drones that looked like small planes that were flying around Lakenheath that came in from over the water. Now we know this now because this has become public. Before, no one knew this was going on. And after a while, I mean, I don't think there was ever any official press release. Chris just went forward with this information. So somebody deployed some advanced drone systems that looked like small planes. Then over New Jersey, there were reports from people saying it looks like small planes flying around. And then people swooped in and said, oh, you're just looking at planes. You're misidentifying them. There were incidents of people misidentifying air traffic. Yes. But there were also captures on video potentially of these same kinds of drones. So this is complicated. Again, it's an oversimplification of reality for convenience sake that we've explained it, or this has been explained, or I don't have to worry about this anymore. It's not that easy. It's not that simple. Sometimes objective reality is complicated. 2 things could be true. 3 fucking things could be true. 25 fucking things could be true all at once. Death, what's up, dude? You know that theory that aliens watch our old TV due to delay of space? Maybe Skinny Bob enjoyed Jersey Shore, wanted to sit close to luck. Fuck, brother. GTL. He said, I want to know what this GTL life's all about, right? Jim Tan Laundry. Anyway, so I'm not going to go over the article really at all, but this is essentially just communication that John had got, I'm assuming through some kind of a FOIA request. No, they just released it. Okay, anyway. So John was one of these voices of reason because this happens. People have a hard time maintaining this kind of agnostic approach to things or just waiting when you're out of a data poor environment to come to definitive conclusions or try to argue from one side or the other and say, I don't know what's going on. We're going to collect all these anecdotes. And then in time, when we get more information, we'll come to a more definitive conclusion. We can now come to that conclusion. Almost certainly around some of these sites, most specifically Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, there was a drone swarm. And that would indicate probably that there was also something going on in New Jersey, I would say, considering the preponderance of anecdotes and fairly credible eyewitness testimony. So then something did happen. Not just over Lakenheath, not just over New Jersey, but also around Wright-Patterson and other sites as well. So anyway, this is essentially it. And then there was people coming and saying, I know it wasn't me, blah, 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 blah. But there's some of these loud pundits online. Twitter's not the only space they're on. Some they're on YouTube as well, who are just excessively skeptical, or they label themselves as skeptics, which I do not understand. I don't understand labeling yourself skeptic. If you are a rational person, a part of approaching something that's in a data poor environment is approaching it very skeptically, right? That's a part of the process. It's not approaching everything skeptically all the time. Right? It's a part of the process. And it's kind of sad because sometimes you can kind of see logically that they are missing a part of that equation of approaching things logically, rationally, right? It seems like they're just on the attack, or they've already made their minds up about things they shouldn't have made their minds up over. Anyway, sorry. Thought I'd just bring that up because I think it's kind of important because I had a bunch of people in here. Actually, November and December, I had almost 40 people like fucking every night for like a week or two. Like, it was fairly busy for me by my standards. Like, as soon as the stream started, everyone was in here being like, what the fuck's going on? I was like, I don't fucking know. But I talked about this ad literal fucking nauseum. And again, I didn't know what was going on. Nobody did. But now we know there were drone swarms. Now the question is, whose fucking drones were they? Anyway, I'm still sticking with it largely being mass hysteria. As a skeptical psychologist, it may not be surprising. Dr. Tim Brigham, trauma and addiction recovery clinician. Brother, that's not objective reality. No, they were fucking drone swarms. I mean, again, was there an element of hysteria going on? Yes. Is that all that was going on? No. Again, guys, even if someone did their dissertation in clinical psychology, looking at things objectively, critically thinking about things, allocating enough energy to whatever you're looking at to actually think about it thoroughly. People don't like to do that. They're busy. That'd be that could be, if you're working with people with trauma all day, that'd be a fucking hard job, man. Listen to people's shit and try to sift through it and fix them. Holy fuck. Yeah, you're not going to want to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what the fuck's going on in the Jersey. But there are people that unfortunately were. And conclusion, we don't know. But more than likely, something happened. Probably the foreign adversary, honestly, was one of the initial conclusions. Probably some kind of a operation by some agency within the U.S. Yeah. Korea, what's up? They are hiding something that is clear. Legacy drones were not some random event. Absolutely not. No. Yeah. And for people that were following that, or were fortunate to hear what some of the goings on behind the scenes, it just stopped. The communication just stopped instantly. So what happened, I think, was they clamped down on everybody who was just kind of like, oh my God, I'm here, and I saw this and this, and they were just like, shut the fuck up. I mean, because probably what happened in that incident, I think, Korea, was some of the speculation that it turned out it was foreign adversary, and then we didn't really hear anything else about it. Maybe they shot them down. I don't know. Although people around the area didn't see that happen, but maybe it happened out over the water. I don't know. But that immediately, all of that stuff just stopped, and it was never talked about again. So, quite a ways. Yeah. Supposedly, and again, you take this with a pinch of salt. I wouldn't say a bucket, but they came in over the water, so they were long range drones, is what they were. Media. They were long range drones that supposedly, and again, I'm not going to say it, but supposedly tech that hasn't really been seen deployed at all. So tech that I'm assuming these different countries all have, but drone tech that hasn't been deployed officially. And it's no coincidence that this happened after Biden had admitted, or not admitted, but maybe admitted the plan, but told the world that he may supply nuclear armaments to Ukraine. Lakenheath is a jump off point from the U.S. to probably Ukraine. And so there were nuclear weapons possibly moved into Lakenheath in preparation for that decision being made. And right after that happened, 2 weeks after that happens, when these drone incursions started. And so probably it was Russia, maybe using Chinese tech was one of the memes floating around. But what's up, Bones? Yeah. There was just an article just a second ago. Yeah, I just had up here that it essentially confirmed that over Wright-Patterson Air Force Base back in December 13th, there was a drone swarm that was not just regular civilian drones that hit the base. So somebody sent a drone storm over there, and John had gotten some of these documents, John Greenwald, to kind of show that definitively that there was something weird going on. Here's some footage of someone actually documenting the drones over the base. So, yeah, anyway, there were people claiming that the whole incident starting in New Jersey was just an incident of mass hysteria. They maybe even claimed it over Lakenheath, but again, people in a data poor environment coming to definitive conclusions about things they don't actually really know anything about. And so, in the end, it turns out that there was something going on in Lakenheath, 100% in Wright-Patterson, and I'd say almost 100% in New Jersey too. Although there are incidents, this is the same with the UAP phenomena. This is kind of the misstep that some of these people take logically, is because there are incidents of people that, get hysterical and take videos of planes, that every incident therefore probably falls within that category. It's this presumption that you shouldn't make because we don't know that, right? Again, it's an oversimplification of the objective reality we're trying to contend with here. That is just, it's childishly naive at times, and it's convenient. I mean, it's to try and explain things away, but it doesn't help in the end with understanding what we're dealing with. It's I remember the nukes being moved and it's starting, but yes, yeah, they moved it 2 weeks before. So that was probably, it was Russia or Russia using Chinese drone tech possibly. And that's what I think a lot of people thought. And then probably that's what it was. Now, was that what it was over New Jersey? Don't know. The descriptions of some of the drones sounded eerily similar. So it's either that or this was some kind of, you know, government military op. But there were people like some remote viewers that claimed that this was like the U.S. government looking, they found signals from aliens. I don't fucking know. It sounded like China, but it'd be very surprising if it was these Chinese/Russian drones and that they didn't do anything about them. Anyway, no idea. At the end of the day, in regards to New Jersey, we don't know. Even in regards to Lakenheath, we don't know who the fuck they were. I'm assuming that the government in the UK knows who they were. But yeah, drones and orbs. Yeah, well, that was one of the claims too. Yeah, I think a lot of the orb stuff was probably approaching air traffic, and there was definitely an element of hysteria going on. It's kind of like saying the initial flap with UFOs, flying saucers that happened. It's kind of Kenneth Arnold, I think, right? Was the pilot that first saw the swarm of, well, they kind of weren't even really saucers, but they kind of looked like them from a distance, I guess. They were flying around, oh my God, what was the mountain again? Famous, not Mount Rainier. Was it Mount Rainier? I forget which one it was. Right before Roswell happened, there was a swarm of UFO sightings. And, you know, there were people that when that happens, when that gets, people get whipped into a frenzy. Like when you have the mayor of one of the bigger towns in New Jersey claiming that he saw a drone the size of a fucking SUV hovering over his house, like people are getting hysterical. But does that mean that what he saw was a plane? No. Right. Again, it's like, no, it's not that fucking simple. So anyway. My Colombian neighbor shared a video with me of a friend back home with a bright light over her town to stay for hours and her permission to share it, though. Interesting. I mean, the volcano that recently became very active. Oh, well, I heard that media. Yeah. No. It was a famous UFO sighting that just preceded Roswell by not that long. I think it was Kenneth Arnold, right? Wasn't Kenneth Arnold? Oh, God, my brain sometimes with these fucking... Yes. Oh, it was Mount Rainier. God damn, okay. Pulling all this stuff into the back of my fucking head sometimes. It's hard to remember. But yes, this preceded Roswell by a couple weeks. Yeah. But he had saw a bunch of saucers flying around. And this is where the term flying saucer comes from. It's from Kenneth Arnold's sighting. So, right before Roswell happened, which is fairly well documented incident, there were it was fairly mass sighting. It was not just him. There were many other people that saw these things flying around across the U.S. actually. So again, like, it's clearly something interesting. Yeah. Moscuro. Interesting. Yeah. This is anyway. This is another example of something that was really interesting. And yeah, there was other sightings that happened after that, probably after this whole thing had happened, and then it calmed down for a while, and then it started to reach fever pitch. Sounds like a fucking nice drink right now. I want another fucking cocktail. It reached like a fever pitch back in probably the mid 60s, early 60s, late 50s, early 60s, and then that's when Blue Book started out because they needed a way to try and shut people up because there were so many people seeing these things. And I know, no surprise, there were a lot of nuclear tests going on too. And so undoubtedly there was a connection between these things. So anyway, yeah. Speaking of which, yeah, segue into like actual UAP talk. This is what Eric Burlison has said. He had kind of talked about this a little bit in a recent interview we talked about last week, but Eric Burlison obviously is one of the congressmen that has been pushing for disclosure. He's been involved in the last couple of hearings, right, with Tim Burchett and Luna Polina. So they've been really the forefront of these public conversations with these witnesses, whether it be Lou Elizondo or Tim Gallaudet or Dave Grush or Dave Fravor, etc., Ryan Graves. Now, he said this: until now, the only person who's come forward didn't have firsthand contact. But in the upcoming hearings, we will focus on people who actually drove crash retrieval vehicles, handled bodies, and had direct contact Meaning what? Like direct contact, i.e. they've talked with fucking aliens? Like, oh, Jesus Christ, I hope that it isn't like some channeler that gets up there. Like, no offense to them, but like, I really, really hope that it's like people, and you know, maybe it's Jake Barber, whatever, but handle bodies, that sounds interesting. Again, no offense to anybody in the, you know, in the military or special forces, but I hope it's like a biologist who's handled the bodies that can like speak to other biologists and kind of give them some more technical jargon that might pique their interests. Same with like direct contact. Drove crash retrieval vehicles is implying again somebody who was flying some of the crafts around. This is pretty crazy shit. I saw Jesse post this. This is how I found it, but yeah, it is a big statement. It's a huge fucking statement. It's a massive statement. I'm having Eric on Sunday for the podcast. I'll be asking about this. Well, there you go. Total Disclosure Podcast. Excellent. Fucking UFO meme. God damn it. Gonna be a gas. Yeah. I wish they provide the most substantial logical evidence. Feel like they're purposely trying to bury this by disclosing jokes. Well, I mean, like Grush's stuff was pretty interesting. I mean, Grush went into great details, greatest details he could get into with the general public. Behind the scenes, he gave them receipts, right? Which is why he's now working with Eric Burlison. They hired him to work on this. So Grush undoubtedly is the linchpin here that connected Eric and Co. and everyone else with these first-hand witnesses, because Grush first met them. His testimony effectively had stated that I met these people. I interviewed these people for the task force. They came forward behind the scenes to me, like in private. And so now clearly they've mustered up the courage to come forward. I just wish they would get ahead of this sooner than later. September seems like a ways away for something like this. Like, this is a pretty big deal, right? Like this is a huge fucking deal. So sounds like people want to listen. We want to listen to, absolutely, man. Yeah, this is exactly who we wanted to. This is who I wanted to hear from the get-go. I mean, even back with Bob Lazar, Bob's past unfortunately was a little bit more colorful than maybe people wanted it to be. But if we had somebody who didn't have that kind of, you know, eclectic past, and we had somebody who was a bit more grounded and less of a wild man, I think people would really be able to get behind that. And then again, this could be it. That would literally be it. I mean, if they brought forward hard evidence, or someone had the courage to bring forward documentation of the biologics, like, it's done. Like, it's over. Like, we've got disclosure finally. And then the wall falls probably, right? And these people will scatter like rats who've been trying to fucking keep this all together in the shadows. The wall will fall, the light will be shone, and then what happens next? I don't know. We start to really get in depth as to like, okay, well, what do you know? Because that's really what I want to get to. I want to get to not only the fact, because I would bet already that we've had crash retrievals and biologics retrieved, etc. What I really want to get to is, what do they actually know about any of this? Like, what have they come to learn, right? Have there been conversations between these visitors and the government, and what has been said there? Because there's been all kinds of fun things that have been disclosed over the years, or woo things even, of things that supposedly remote viewers and other psychics have got out of conversations the government's had with these visitors. And, you know, it all pertains quite, you know, maybe unsurprisingly, because this is the same theme that runs through a lot of the abduction phenomena and some of the other woo conversations, to some kind of future cataclysm that the Earth's going to sustain. And then you get into, what did they tell you exactly? And has the government been sitting on something spicy for the last 80 years because they don't want to panic the public? And that's further down the road from this. But, you know, for people that have gone through the literature like I have, unfortunately, and swallowed some of this slop, all of it, I would place a bet that that's where this may head. Now, I don't know that, but I'm just curious how much this is going to track. And that's where things get a little bit more nefarious, in that if they've learned things from even back engineering of things is where things can get a little bit more nefarious, where weapon systems, things of that nature, Havana syndrome, that gets very unsettling. They deployed things like that against people around the world. And then obviously from there, information they've ascertained or been given by these visitors about things that may happen in the future. So some of the congressional hearings, DAPs, were clearly jokes. Well, the one with Lula Elizondo is the one you're probably thinking of. Yeah. Where he pulled up that wasn't so much a congressional hearing. That was just I don't know what that was. Some kind of that was just a hearing of sorts that featured, I think, some representatives from the government. But the last congressional hearing with Lou and Tim Gallaudet was okay. It wasn't great. I streamed it here live. The one before that with Grush was definitely the more interesting one. But again, there wasn't anything of real substance that people could walk away with in regards to documentation. Aside, his interview with Ross was interesting. He brought up the Magenta incident that happened in Italy that I had not really ever heard of in depth. So that was interesting, but yeah, we're waiting for real documentation. So yeah. Elite could theoretically create antimatter. I can foresee the elites making an Earth self-destruct button just in case when aliens are widely known to exist and they know they can't control them. Brother, fuck, I hope not. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, to manufacture enough antimatter to actually vaporize the planet might be a bit farther out, but I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, we literally don't know. We have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea how far they've come. All I've read are what everyone else has the ability to read, which is just woo anecdotes. Now, there's some interesting connections there, I would say, with some of them. There's some interesting themes that seem pervasive throughout these different conversations, I will say. But then at the end of the day, what does that really mean? I don't know, right? None of the data is of a high enough quality where I'd stake my life on any of it, right? I wouldn't even go so far to say I would believe it, which I don't ever use the word believe, because again, it's like if you believe something, like you know it very well. You know that it's real. Like, I don't know, the element of faith isn't really something I want to have in things that I believe. Not having faith in any of this. I would bet that some of it may turn out to be very interesting. But I don't believe it, right? I don't know that, but the only thing I would say I would believe is that there is some kind of phenomena engaging with humanity, and that I would bet that it's alien. That's what I would say more specifically, but it's speaking very specifically, but you have to, though, when you're wading into these waters. Not that I've really waded into the community proper, but as I may approach to do that, yeah, I mean, you're going to contend with people that are fucking real idiots and that just have an interest in just destroying all of this because they've convinced themselves there's nothing to it, and they're idiots anyway, so it shouldn't be too hard to disassemble their arguments. But we can't handle the truth, Jim. Well, we may fucking not be able to. That is where this all goes. And that's the fucked up thing about all of this, is that we literally might not be able to. I went over that recently, right? I mean, just to not to get on this topic again every time I fucking turn on this camera and stream on here, but like, I run into this constantly, but one of the prevailing narratives with the abduction phenomena is that in the future, in our future, there's going to be a cataclysm. And that is why these guys are fucking around trying to make this new hybrid race, in the lore, of course, because afterwards, this is the upgrade, kind of like man versus monkey, that this is round 2 of the upgrade. And after the cataclysms, this is what happens. And the cataclysm pertains to almost, in a lot of accounts, some kind of celestial object coming by and peppering the earth with a bunch of shit. Oh, brother. God bless. God bless. 6 months of amazing guitar outros. Listen, brother, guess what? Guess it's going to happen this week. I'm going to give you one because I was just playing some guitar when I got back. So it's going to happen this week. I'll say on Thursday I'll do it. I'll do it on Thursday 100%. I'm going to do it. So, and you'll hold me to that. So CERN is already creating and collecting antimatter in very tiny amounts. Yes, Nick. Well, I know that they are, but yeah. Are they collecting it though? Have they collected it? I didn't know that. Yeah. How much would you need to vaporize the earth? Probably a decent amount. Yeah. From a logical perspective, it's more likely to be human genetic experimentation. I do really want it to be aliens. Yes. Well, I'd make the argument that the phenomena probably has nothing to do with humans, because it in all the anecdotes, it speaks pretty explicitly of them being from other star systems. But well, it depends on what we're talking about specifically. I would say like the genetic experiments that people have encountered, for instance, like Betty and Barney. I can speak in depth to all this, but I would argue, man, and I say the argument is objectively fairly strong that it so long as this isn't some kind of like grand deception, which is always a possibility that it is, using some particular examples like Betty and Barney Hill, I would say that in that instance they were clearly not from Earth, and that's something that they had reiterated to her multiple times, and that they had dug out of her memories with a very accredited psychologist or psychiatrist, one of the two, from Harvard. And they were very careful in going through that incident, and that's what was said to her and Barney, her husband, both. And that's why the incident is so interesting for people in ufology and just interesting to anybody looking into it. It's extremely unlikely you would have two people, a husband and a wife, that would both hallucinate the exact same thing. Actually, it's almost impossible. And so what it would indicate is that they actually experienced something. And they both experienced the same thing, in that they were picked up out of their car by a bunch of aliens that flew down in a saucer. And they told them where they were from, which was Zeta Reticuli. And they told them too what they were doing. They didn't really get into the hybrid program there, but they had told them they had done, like, they had extracted an egg out of her and semen analysis from Barney. And so they were doing that. There was some kind of hybrid program going on. They didn't state that explicitly in the story, but so that's just one incident, but a very well documented one. And people will detract it and say, well, in the future, Betty, maybe as she became old, started to think that like streetlights in the distance were them coming to visit her again. You know, again, when you're subjected to something like that, as a monkey a couple bananas out of the woods, especially back then, and all of the stigma and hate and judgment that she had from people, I mean, it would wear on your mental health. And as you get older too, yeah, she probably started to slip a little bit. Now, does that mean this didn't happen to her? Again, it's like, no. She was already checked out by somebody who was another, I forget what his name was, but he was very skeptical. He never really came to terms with the whole meme. Even after it had happened, he came to the conclusion that this clearly happened to them, but he couldn't really cope with the fact, or it's really what it was, that this was alien. But he said they clearly have experienced something because both of them experienced the same thing. And clearly it was weird. He just didn't want to lose his own practice and be laughed out of town for saying back then it was aliens. Because that's what happened. Because we had this, well, a psyop that was prevailing that this was nothing important, but also the rhetoric that some people try to employ that, well, this is obviously not this because X, Y, and Z reasons. It's like, no. This is clearly that because, again, both these people were deemed to have been sound mind by a professional, a psychiatrist, a psychologist who worked with them extensively. So at one point in her life, she was a very sane person. Did her mind start to slip as she ages? Everyone's does. Did people make mistakes? Sure. Does that mean that they didn't live through things? No. Right? Your grandpa that went and fought in the war, right? Every time fucking someone lets off a firework, he thinks he's back in fucking Nam. Like, does that mean he didn't fight in Nam? No. Right? What kind of fucking argument is that? Are you stupid? Like, that's actual stupidity. Anyway, but it is and it isn't. It's also people that have an agenda and that also are mentally ill to some degree, I think. My mom will say we reached the fifth dimension, and that's not a joke. Fuck, bro. Is she into crystals too, brother? Fuck, yeah. That's fucking sick, though. I mean, you never know, right? Like, that's the fucking hope. Get the fuck out of here, right? Speaking of the seventh dimension, baby. Skinny Bob was real. Say what? I saw the full leaked video inside a skiff. I saw the full, sorry, he said this twice, brother. There was a being, a pilot in the craft, unedited inside the skiff. Color footage and it moved, blinked, turned, it was alive. We saw two ships flying staggered formation entry. Parts of that video are now missing online. What they've showed us that day changed everything. Nothing was ever the same after that. Yeah, I would imagine that'd probably fuck you up a little bit. Yeah, who said now? Obviously, no. It's a hell of a claim. Almost 200,000 views. Who said this and how credible are they? That's the question. If you saw it in a skiff or anything for that matter, you wouldn't be announcing it publicly. You're a liar. The guy's name is Edward Abbott. It wasn't me. Go watch the video and drop a comment if you think he's lying. Did he stipulate that he saw it in a skiff? I don't think he did even. I think that might be somebody. I think that might be this guy making this post. I don't think it was it in a skiff? I mean, maybe just it happened to be that barracks happened to be designated also as a skiff, right? What does it stand for? Secure Compartmentalized Information Facility or something? Is that what it stands for? Something along those lines. Essentially it means that there's no communications in or out to get out of there. But, you know, maybe I think from the story, if I recall correctly, I watched through a majority of the talk already, that he was just in the area and somebody above him happened to be talking about this video that had leaked online that's concerning because they know about it. And this is when Ivan dropped it on YouTube. Now, before I go into this, here's an article. Is this any more easily... This might be an easier way to kind of go through his claims. Yeah, maybe I'll read through this. We can go through a bit of the video too, but later on in the video, the guy hosting it's a bit of a ding-dong. He started talking about how he's convinced they've captured little alien fucking ships, and he showed a video, and I was like, brother, that is a fly flying in front of the camera. 100 fucking %. It's like, everybody and their dog has a UFO podcast now. Some people are new to the shit, right? Maybe I should start something more. Maybe I should do that. I don't fucking know. Because I actually have spent a ridiculous amount of fucking hours looking at these videos. There are people more knowledgeable than myself that come in here too, who've spent even more time, like Finn. But like, you know, I could tell instantly it was a fucking bug. So that didn't really help with the claim. I mean, this guy, Ed, may have had no idea who the fuck this guy was. And maybe, I don't know, maybe he was just kind of like laughed it off with him. It's like, whoa, bro, maybe. Like, again, I'm a bit more of an asshole. If I was even in a recorded conversation with somebody making that claim, I'd be like, brother, that's a fucking bug. Like, there's no beating around the bush. Anyway, he probably just didn't want to be mean, but that skiff I worked on ordered a bunch of Chinese gear from Yealink, a unified communication stuff, conference room cameras. Shit is made in China, and I told them when I was there, but today their higher ups had then pulled it out. $55K worth of gear. Brother, seriously? Oh my fuck, that's sickening. I don't know why you doubt so much, Jim. It's written right there on the internet, brother. Fucking all right. Listen, life would be much simpler if we didn't know. If we just swallowed it all, brother. Right? And then after a while, you just start to get sick and you don't even think about swallowing it anymore. Yeah. Jesus, man. Yeah, holy fuck. He probably told them that people are worried about their goddamn smart TVs and dishwasher spying on them, let alone fucking, you know, that stuff. Yeah. Yealink is what it's. Yealink? Oh, God. Yeah. Man. Oh, Xi Jinping's in there. The old CCP, all rooms plug and play. Oh, you know, he's watching everybody. You just know that's what these psychotic motherfuckers are doing right now with AI. Is they're just like, they've employed AI to just like collect all this information off of these different fucking like systems they've compromised. They've got everybody. It's fucking terrifying. Yeah. I don't even care though. Right? They can do what they want. Right? Even our iPhones, man. Even look where our iPhones are out of. That was a big thing, like fucking, oh my God, back a couple years ago with the whole QAnon thing that I'd followed that really closely. Someone told me about it and I started, like initially when it started happening, I was like, what is this? And there was a lot of like idiots in there thinking like reading into it probably too much. But man, some of the shit that whoever the fuck that was, whether it was a LARP or not, there was some spicy shit in there that they had access to. They clearly had been in some interesting people's data, and they were posting like photos of all of these cell phones. And I remember one of the posts that the guy had made, whoever they were, the group of them, I'm sure, talked about how these phones were destined for US officials, and that this was some kind of intel that they had effectively got a bunch of compromised phones, iPhones specifically, and that they were bugged. And that a bunch of people's iPhones in the US government were bugged by the CCP. And I was like, I don't want to be in this thread anymore. This is fucking, for nobody that's ever gone through some of that stuff, I don't know when that would have been. This is like really early on. This is when I think it was probably still on 4chan. Maybe they'd moved to 8chan then, I can't remember. But I was like, fuck. Like it was fucked. Yeah. I mean, why do people care? Everyone's already carrying the elite spying device and nobody can live without you. There you go. Phone. Exactly, man. Yeah, exactly. The Iranian government is still tapping U.S. cell phones with tech provided by Israel. No, I've not actually. Deep dive on Pegasus. No, I've not. Israel and Iran are fighting, but they're still doing business. Interesting. Oh man, it's such a cesspool. Pegasus spyware. Where would I have to go to? Yeah, be a good stream one day. Well, we'll have to do that. If I can remind me one day that. Yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Anyway, did you ever look into that? Did you ever see that old QAnon stuff? Again, like the media came right out against it at some point. TLDR, what happened is that I think probably whoever was involved with it initially fucked off, but probably after Trump got elected, that may have been the intention behind it to begin with, but there was some intel possibly that dropped there. Not that I'm really have the qualifications to discern that 100%, but just looking through some of the posts, man, that shit was spicy. Deals like Barack Obama touring throughout China. Like, there was some sketchy shit that whoever was running that initially, they may have been killed, actually, is what really fucking happened, because it was pretty fucked. And I don't even really talk about it here on stream either, because it's so fucked. But, like, anyway. I believe QAnon was a deceitful campaign by politicians to cover up Pizzagate and Epstein. Yeah, big data correlations can't be faked. You think it was a disinfo? Oh, really? Maybe, I don't know, man. Yeah, I genuinely don't know, but there was definitely a bunch of Facebook moms took it over in the end and like it drove it into the ground. Just a bunch of fucking stupid stuff. But there was very early on, there was something weird going on there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true though. It did. Yeah, did fucking James do a deep dive on Pegasus? Oh Jesus Christ! I can imagine how deep it was. Yeah. I can't imagine it was skin deep. I shouldn't be mean to James. We still want to collab with James at some point. We want to interview James. And when he comes on, I'll mispronounce his name the entire time. And we'll see if he says anything. It's like, James, thank you for coming on, James. It's what I know you as. I know you're not James to me. You're James, right? It's like there's probably other examples out there. People's names you get mixed up. And you're like, fuck. Like, that's who you are now to me. Doesn't matter that your name is James. To me now, your name is James. Stir the pot a little bit, you know? The first guest will just leave in a rage. And I'll be like, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's been foretold. Fuck. Anyway, speaking of memes, so this. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. There's tons of people that have worked within the military-industrial complex, worked within the government. I saw this and this and this. I did this and this and this. Like, okay, it's like, here's my, what's the fucking, they show their accolades. They show their documentation showing they're actually in the military doing what they were supposed to be doing. Does that mean that they saw a video of Skinny Bob? I have no idea, man. Listen, I don't know Ed. I don't want to speak ill of him. I don't know him at all. But like, I do know that sometimes, like, be completely honest, listening to him, he didn't really seem like a disingenuous guy. He seemed pretty sincere, and he seemed kind of apathetic to the entire UFO phenomena. He was just kind of like, yeah, well, if I saw this. I don't know how these guys got acquainted to begin with. I don't know how this interview even happened. But you know, shit does happen. People have divorce. Their life starts to suck, and then some guy's like, hey, I'll pay you $1,000 to interview you. I heard you knew something about something. I'm like, well, fuck, bro. All right, sure. Like, or, you know, I don't know. I don't know if that's what even happened. I don't want to put that out there, but you just never know. So here isn't here. I'm glad somebody put this into writing because I had to sit through the fucking video. I don't think they had the transcript up, so I couldn't just feed it into AI. But anyway, I also wanted to listen to him though, honestly. And I didn't have much else I didn't really have anything better to do. It was in a cabin and the Wi-Fi was kind of shoddy and there wasn't really a lot to do, so. According to Edward Abbott, the famous videos known as Skinny Bob, which allegedly show extraterrestrials, are real, and he claims to have seen the full unedited footage inside a skiff in 2008. So, again, to be fair to Ed here, because this is a bit of an inconsistency in the story, the videos came out in 2011. Because he had said that shortly after the videos were released, that the gentleman, I think his officer above him, had called him over and he'd showed them these videos because they were concerned about the leak. These videos have appeared nowhere on the internet, anywhere, before Ivan 3105, whatever the fuck his name is on YouTube, posted them in 2011. I saw it very shortly after he had posted it because somebody had posted it to like above top secret. And I was still following that website offhand at that time. So that is the first place it appears. So Ivan is the one who had this shit. So whether he made it or he acquired it from someone who made it. So, yeah. That's exactly the story Rich decided on an MH370. Oh, fuck, brother. Did you see the thing about Ashton I posted earlier? You may have been muted then. He's threatening to, like, kill some guy's family now. Oh, yeah. Oh, you did see that. Yeah, fuck, man. Yeah, man. He's got to go fucking take a couple deep breaths before... Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, have you actually? Fuck. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, he needs to go take a couple deep breaths. So what is this about now? Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn. Well, he's probably, yeah, I can understand it'd be heavily moderated, yeah. It seems the controversy surrounding the famous and now classic videos known as Skinny Bob is far from over. For some, it's clearly CGI. For others, it's a genuine record of non-human entities. Released on YouTube in 2011 by username Ivan0135. I was close. The series of leaked videos supposedly shows alien beings being interrogated by a government agency, allegedly the KGB. In the clips, an alien with the typical appearance of a gray is shown being interviewed and examined, supposedly as part of some kind of diplomatic exchange. The being is described as originating from the Zeta Reticuli star system and is said to have arrived on Earth as part of a delegation to discuss matters of mutual interest. According to the videos, these aliens were escorted by special officers and only met with high-ranking officials. Although several entities are said to have been involved, the most notable one became known by the nickname Skinny Bob, who went viral due to his appearance and sparked intense debate within the UFO community. The alien appears as an extremely thin figure with hunched posture. He's not too hunched, he's fairly standing upright. Bald and oversized head, narrow mouth, and large expressive eyes that seem to blink. His hands are supposedly claw-like, although the videos never provide a clear view of them. Apparently, a series of interviews with the being took place between 1942 and 1969, but only a few fragments have been leaked. The most famous video shows Skinny Bob sitting at a table, seemingly engaged in a telepathic interview. Afterwards, we see full-body footage of the being, highlighting his unusually long arms and peculiar build. The final scene shows the entity lying in a kind of liquid pool where he was repeatedly resting for sleep. I don't recall it ever showing that. Oh, sorry, this is a conflation here between the actual video and what this guy had saw. Interesting. So, yeah, so this is the Skinny Bob video here. This is the original one from Ivan. For people that haven't seen this before. This is it. Yes. According to Ivan, I believe, let me just read through the stipulation of the first part again. This was footage that was acquired by the KGB, supposedly. Now, you know, is it CGI? That's what we'll talk about here. Filtrate for declassification and dissemination throughout the internet and media. 7 videotapes with material recorded between 1942 and 1969. Material containing UFO incidents. Recovery and study of extraterrestrial life forms. Due to the importance of these documents, maintain the anonymity of the sources. Well, they came from the US and they were stamped with the KGB. So, how does this go? Yeah, great video. Yeah. It's definitely like the best UFO video of an alien out there, I think. I don't know. I mean, with this kind of stuff, there have been people who have analyzed this to death. There have been people who work in CGI who have claimed this is clearly some combination of an actor and CGI together. This frame in particular is what they usually point to this being some kind of combination between CGI and some kind of an actor in a suit. Is it? I don't know. Don't know. I mean, again, we don't know with complete conviction because we don't know where it came from. Nobody's come forward to claim it. And for that reason, we'll never know with 100% certainty. If someone forced me to bet, I would bet that it was fake, but I don't know what those betting odds would be. I would simply bet because everything we've had before this has been fake. So it's interesting though. There's a couple anomalies with this that you don't have with like other pieces of footage. Like the alien interview, there was Victor that put that forward and tried to profit off of it. This one, nobody made any money off of. Ivan never monetized any of the videos. They're still up there. This is the only place they've ever appeared. There's 4 of them in total, and nothing else ever came of it. Does that mean it's real? No. It definitely means that somebody wasn't going to this great length simply to just make money off of it, which is usually a red flag. Was it somebody disseminating something that they thought was real that actually wasn't? There's always that possibility as well. There's definitely an overlay that's been put onto the footage. The big piece of evidence that some people brought up was that there's a piece of overlay that made this look older than it may have been that was inserted over the footage digitally. We found that, actually, the overlay. So does that mean that this isn't real? No, it doesn't actually. It just means that somebody fucked with it. But then again, it's like after that point in time, how much energy you can invest into this? I don't know. Was away and saw mention of Ashton. Yeah. Oh, yes. This is his. Yes, that was it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, could it be? For anybody that throws me off on this. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bones. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know. And I genuinely don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if anybody knows for sure. I mean, you know, again, what I would do when it comes to something like this personally is I don't know VFX. And so who would I go and I talk to about this? I talk to people that know VFX. I'd say in 2011, could you have done this? There's analysis by people online who have done this. There's people online who have worked in VFX that have said that, no, this doesn't look like VFX. And then they leave it at that. There are people who say that, yes, it could be. There's a group of guys online who do work with VFX that kind of said, oh, this is 100% fake. But, you know, for the most part, I don't think people really actually know. Again, I would defer to someone that actually knows because I do not. I would say some of the movements and stuff definitely make it look fake. But again, there's been other people who have made arguments that say it's been sped up, it's been slowed down, it's been edited. It's a natural movement because of the age of the film and because of the post-processing and all this stuff. That's how complicated this can be. I don't know. Yeah. Our motive for spending this much effort on faking it could be rile up the alien enthusiasts. It could. Seems like a lot of effort to put in, but to some, that effort may be easily worth it. Well, that's exactly it, man. I mean, you're going to be famous. This is some of the most famous footage in all of ufology. So that would be a motivating factor for somebody that worked in special effects and said, fuck it. You know, I got this suit lying around. I got my kid. I can throw him in it. Just for shits and giggles, we'll dress our kid up in this alien suit. And then I can, touch it up in After Effects and post and make it look really fucking interesting. And that's also a possibility as well, right? It could have just been a family who worked in the industry and thought, fuck it. One of the stories that have floated around, which I don't know if this is true or not, was that there was a lady in South Africa who had paid a bunch of money to do some kind of a alien documentary or some kind of a movie. And it had fell through, and one of the media companies, maybe that's where Ivan is from, was part of this company where nothing ever came into the footage and all the work that they'd done. And so they just released it online as like a meme, as a bit of creepypasta, or people considered it that way. I never considered it that way, but just like kind of something spooky. They thought, oh, here's a picture of an alien, but it's actually from some kind of a film that fell through. But I don't know where that came from. That may have even been on the Skinny Bob website. That was one of the going theories as to where it originated. But anyway, yeah. And like tracking down the YouTube channel owner, etc. I'm surprised there hasn't been more serious investigation into covering who made it. No one's been able to, Train Beast. Rabbit, what's up, man? How you been? No one's been able to find them. There was a $30,000 reward out too that nobody took, which is interesting. But again, that doesn't mean that it's real. I mean, if that story tracks, then if that's the case, I mean, maybe Ivan's dead. Maybe it was an older guy who was in the industry down there and posted it as a kind of a meme and then died. And then that's why nobody's it's complicated. Yeah. Has anyone ever been in contact with the original poster, like the kind of person is living? Well, no. Here's his YouTube channel if you guys ever want to take a look. It's still up. This is it. He made the YouTube channel to post these. That was it. So he posted them all back to back to back. If I recall correctly, again, this had come from, it's stamped with the KGB, but all that stuff is suspect. I mean, what's this one about? In response to the post about the documents, the material is an edited compilation of the documents that we have. Your opinion and the conclusion you draw from the material do not depend on us. So he's stipulated here they've edited all of this together. So even the overlay is something, I guess, that he acknowledged that they did use, possibly. Maybe you're looking in the wrong direction. You were the ones who reject this material. Well, we have no idea if it's real or not. Sources will not be revealed. Information that may involve any agency or people will not be disclosed. There is not any reference to which may link to the material to any organization that is working today. Any material exposed, however, you are speculating and making conjectures about its origins. Yes. Yes, the material does not belong to any film, video game, television series, or any other commercial product that have been revealed to date or which are currently in production. No one is out of no one who is out of this may prove to be the owner of this material. No one who is out of this can prove he has in his possession the original material. The revelation of further material will depend on the events and people. You're the ones who create your own misinformation. Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. Aliens aren't scary. Imagine how easy it'd be to knock Gray out with that little nose, giant skull, instant CTE, brother. But that's when he hits you with that fucking telepathic fucking nut kick, and then you start fucking seeing demons eating your legs and shit. They get the power of the mind, brother. The power of the mind. But yeah, if we would mog the shit out of them if it came to it. If we had to actually one-on-one wrestle, yeah, they'd lose instantly. Yeah, there'd be no hope, right? But anyway, yeah, that was the last video that he posted, I think. Yeah. I fully believe in these videos. Again, I don't believe in anything. We have no idea, right? Is this an example of a real extraterrestrial? Is it, and there's been people that made this argument online who, I know VFX, they just made the argument. Is it because of how old the footage is? It's been subject to a bunch of post-processing. And these older reels of film, too, sometimes get sped up. If you're watching the old films back in the day, like reels of film, sometimes that's what it looks like. And so when I think this was supposed to have been recorded back in the 50s. When did he say? Here it is here. The tapes are between 1942 and 1969. So I don't know if it's stipulated when this particular piece of film was recorded. Tape duration in total, this is interesting, is 180 minutes. So this video contains the sample edited fragments of the video. Total recorded duration is 1.26 minutes. Listen, I mean, if Ivan's out there, these are clippets from the entirety of the film. So here I always forget this. These clips are from the film in total that's 180 minutes long. These are the clips that are from the film. So this is one of them here. Don't know. You'd watch that. It'd be fucking intense. Don't know. I don't know. I mean, again, like for me, it's probably there's a lot of us that have been looking into this that are just quite jaded. Yeah, I would probably bet that it's fake, but there's a possibility that it's not as well. So, don't know. I'm not qualified enough to make that definitive conclusion. You know, I wouldn't come to a definitive conclusion. The only thing I would say is that back in 2011, it's almost certainly a real person standing here. For me. Now, like when you look at the eyes and shit like that. Actually, that blank doesn't look as... I don't know. Listen. We don't know. Listen, Ivan, brother, if you had the rest of the video, now would be the time to drop it. So now this is the claim here. Is music's a little low, actually. Let me just turn it up slightly. There we go. The claim here from this whistleblower is that he has seen more of the film without the post-processing that Ivan's team put on it, right? Without the old kind of old-timey reel cut that didn't have that on there. And it wasn't in black and white, it was in color, which is interesting from when it may have been recorded. So anyway, this is what he claims here. It shows Skinny Bob sitting at a table seemingly engaged in a telepathic interview, which is interesting because Danny Sheehan claims to have spoken to a guard that witnessed this happening. That one of the survivors from Roswell, there was one survivor, is the meme and the lore, right? And the survivor telepathically communicated with a psychic that the military brought in. And Danny Sheehan interviewed a guard on his deathbed who told him this happened. And actually, he talked about some of the things that he'd even told the psychic because he was overheard the conversation because he's in the room, which is very interesting. And he talked about how kind of were containers and how they're on a mission here from the creators of the simulation of sorts, right? It was kind of, so very interesting shit. And is it correlative? I don't know. I mean, there is that out there in the woo. Afterwards, we see the full body front footage of the being, highlighting his unusually long arms and peculiar build, which we see. The final scene shows the entity lying in a kind of liquid pool where he was reportedly resting or sleeping. Now, why is that interesting? It is slightly interesting. It's interesting because in the abduction phenomena, and when you talk to people who are contactees or abductees, there's a theme throughout their encounters where when they're on craft or they're in some of these caves where these beings reside here on Earth, supposedly, they sometimes have these scenes where these beings lie in pools. And actually, remote viewers have gotten this too, which is very interesting. John Vivanco got this, among others. That they lie in these pools, and these pools are resting places, but it's also how they eat. That they absorb nutrients through their skin. And that they lie in the pool, and it's like a way to like relax, let go. But there's these pools everywhere, and there's all these grays lying face down or face up in these pools. And like that's how they relax at the end of the day. And in some of the stories, they say they genetically engineered themselves to where they threw away the digestive system, and these bass, they soak in, give them all the nutrients that they need. Which, again, when you look at the EBO scientist, it's all these little weird, and this is all out there, so if you were to craft a narrative around this, it would make sense that it's all out there, but it could also be correlative. It's one or the other, right? Where the EBO scientists had talked about how they excrete this stuff through their skin. And he didn't really get into this, but it also, they absorb stuff through their skin too. So, Max, what's up, man? You were talking about Skinny Bob. Where had he talked about, I didn't know he meant this though. Okay. The being is described as originating from Zeta Reticuli star system. Okay. Interesting. Did they say that in Ivan's video? I don't remember that. This was the family vacation. Yeah, this the first diplomatic visits. Yeah. I don't think he said they're from Zeta Reticuli. Yeah, they filmed them and then they got pissed off and then they stopped filming them. And then this is the filming here of them walking through the... This must be... I can't remember. I just fucking watched it like yesterday. This guy's interview. Maybe that's one of the claims, is that he claimed they're from Zeta Reticuli, which, again, is one of the claims out there in the woo. Now, an alleged Army whistleblower named Edward Abbott claims that the Skinny Bob clips are real, authentic footage of alien beings, and he says he viewed the full unedited video inside his skiff. In 2008, Abbott became known in the UFO community in 2021 after a phone interview with researcher Linda Moulton Howe on her YouTube channel. I didn't know this. In the interview, the former Army intelligence analyst shared surprising claims about his time in Iraq, secret government operations, and encounters with extraterrestrial phenomena. According to him, he served between 2007 and 2009. He claims the Iraq War wasn't just about politics and oil; it also involved a mission to recover ancient artifacts, which is something we've heard from a couple people. A senior officer allegedly told him, "This is our fourth civilization on Earth that has reached this level or even further. Let's hope we make it." When Abbott asked for more details, the author responded ominously, suggesting humanity could face annihilation if it failed to act wisely. Interesting. I didn't hear this interview with Linda Moulton Howe, but people have claimed that they went there to retrieve artifacts out of the tomb of Gilgamesh. It's a whole Anunnaki thing, is what they went there for. So, who knows if that's fucking true or not. There was a raiding that happened in Mosul, Iraq, of the museum there that did have a lot of artifacts pertaining to this time period in Mesopotamia. Now, was the U.S. military involved? We don't know. Abbott also describes witnessing a V-shaped UFO one quiet afternoon. I was outside washing my motorcycle when the neighborhood suddenly fell silent. I looked up and saw a craft flying over the nearby houses. He managed to take photos before 2 jets and 2 Black Hawk helicopters converged on the object, which silently flew away and eventually dove into a body of water. These are photographs he's taken of it. Yeah, fuck. I mean, that's... Yeah. Don't know. That's fucked, I guess. Did he make up that photo? I mean, yeah, that's clearly not like a bug or something. Don't know. Interesting. I mean, okay. Never seen that before. His claims go further. He stated that aliens have been on Earth for millennia, living among us through a hybrid program. They're walking among us. You wouldn't even notice the difference, he said. More disturbingly, he claimed that aliens are interested in the human soul. Studying how to capture and transfer it into other vessels. It sounded fantastic at first, but concerning what I saw, it started to make sense. I don't know how he got that information out of the military. What was his rank again? I think he was just he was above a grunt, but the EBO scientist is one of the best reads. Yes, the fact that they excrete through their skin and likely had a high iron diet or liquid diet makes you think about cattle and complete loss of blood with no evidence of foul play, etc. Explains the smell of ammonia and sulfur. Yeah, always stuck with me after reading that. Absolutely. And that's another meme from the phenomena, the abduction phenomena, Max. Yeah. That there's this smell of dirty diapers or dirty diapers and citrus or ammonia before people get abducted. And, you know, again, did he cleverly thread all that together to pull the wool over people's eyes? I don't know. Or did he actually work on one of these fucking beings? And that's why it makes sense. We don't know, right? Like, and yesterday during a conversation on YouTube channel, Undercover ETUK, Edward Abbott made a statement that caught my attention, the attention of many. Yes, according to him, Skinny Bob is real. These are authentic clips that indeed show beings from beyond the earth. You know, this is, you know, he just happened to remember this happened now, or... I saw the full leaked video inside a skiff unedited. There was a being, a pilot inside the craft. The footage was in color, which would surprise me at the time. And he moved, blinked, rotated. He was alive. We saw 2 craft flying in a stagger formation. Parts of the video are now missing online. What they showed us that day changed everything. We cannot be certain whether Abbott is truly credentialed as he claims, and even if he did serve or witness what he says, yes, we don't know anything. So that's against the TLDR. I guess it really is. There's really not a whole else that was claimed, aside from there's more to the footage. But did he seem like a credible guy? I don't fucking know. He didn't seem to me to be obviously crazy, but that doesn't mean that he isn't, I guess. So it's one of those unfortunate memes where, I mean, he could be attention seeking. There could be bits and pieces of it that's true. Maybe he talked with people when he was in the military about this, but like, the only thing that doesn't make sense to me is I forget what his rank was, but given his rank, why someone just above him would have had access to a video like this? Doesn't make any fucking sense. I mean, it would not be something that would casually be floating around that, you know, these guys in Iraq would have had access to. So that's, you know, logically, does this seem likely? Probably not. Probably seems a bit much, but then at the end of the day, I don't fucking know. Right. What I do know is that this footage is still interesting to us, so I thought I would bring it up as a meme. And because people are talking about it, obviously. It's a hell of a claim. This kind of caught people's attention back in 2011. There's a lot of people that thought, fuck, is this finally it? Is this finally when we get the truth from Skinny Bob? Don't know. I would say, and I don't think there's no way to reach out to Ivan, I don't think either. I'm pretty sure that there isn't, but it's CGI. Enough with this bullshit. I don't know. There are people who claim that it is. There are people who claim that it's more than just CGI. I think it's clearly more than just CGI. It would clearly be somebody in some kind of a suit with CGI. But again, everyone has their minds made up. I don't know. Everyone has their reasons why no one should pay this any attention. Oh, Jimmy, right? Hendrix, you had shared this as well, which is a very good read for people that are new to this or have not looked through this in depth, but this is essentially a deep dive. We've gone through this before here, but a deep dive into this. So the channel was created the same day the first video was uploaded, 13th of April. According to the channel description, the creator is from Russia and was born in 1969. Can't verify the channel creator or uploader is in fact a single individual or really named Ivan, so there you go. But there's some of the tags. You can see South Africa was one of them. Which is probably where some of the memes started about this originating from some kind of, you know, some company out of South Africa that was making this for some kind of documentary film. But There are visual effects, we know this, but this is the depth that they went in analyzing the entirety of the footage. So they've gone through it pretty in depth. I don't know what the conclusion of this guy is that did this, or the group of people that did this actually, is I think they find it ultimately to be anomalous. And I think they find it to be possibly a combination, I think, of those two things. I think they were on board this may be real, but that this was probably, this is a very interesting image of the full image there, but that this may have been a person in a suit on top of some kind of CGI. But you know, at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know. Is it that simple? Is it more? I would say almost certainly it would be, or at least it's very, very likely that it would be. The problem, this is the thing, right? If people coming and saying it's clearly bullshit, if you're gonna make a claim like that, you want to see someone properly dissect this. It's like, okay, well, it's CGI. Says who? It's like, well, there's this group of guys online said it's CGI. Okay, well, but like, did they actually dissect this, or they just looked at it offhand? It's like, well, but you want them to analyze and to give you detailed reasons as to why this is CGI. Like this, to me, it's like anything. If you want to really argue something well among the intellectual elite, right? You want to go to academia or somewhere to really hammer this home. Do your dissertation on why Skinny Bob is CGI, and all these people have thought it was real because there's someone that specializes in film theory or something that works with the technical bits and pieces of making CGI could maybe do a dissertation on this or something and do a deep dive. But you'd want to see an in-depth dissertation picking this apart bit by bit by bit by bit. So if you're going to say this is fake, you're going to want to present a dissertation that's probably up to this level as to why it's fake. And if it's just a hand wave and no, it's obviously, no. That's objectively not worth a lot to people that have 5 fucking brain cells in their head. So you're going to want to put together a better theory to try and push back against this. Now, could it still be fake? It could be. Yes, it could be a combination of things. But I've gone through this in its entirety before. Not necessarily all on stream, but I have gone through it before. Where the conclusion, I believe, of this gentleman was that this is interesting. So, isn't this obviously fake? After extensive investigation and observation of people's reactions, we can tell you that if it is fake, it is certainly not obviously so. Yes, again, someone with more than 5 brain cells looked at this. Thank fuck. Usually people judge based on superficial personal opinions formed after a glance. The 2 Skinny Bob close-ups accounting for only 29% of the entire material. CG being a ubiquitous in motion picture productions nowadays also causes people to have a distorted view on what it takes in terms of effort, time, and money to create such a hoax. The reason some propose authenticity is a combination of supporting aspects and a lack of direct evidence for fabrication. There you go. Wasn't the material debunked with the discovery of post-processing effects and overlays? No, because what matters is the underlying footage the effects and overlays were applied to. And maybe he'll stipulate here, but Ivan and the people with the video did explicitly state that they did essentially put this stuff together. So that could have meant that they put the overlay on top of it as well, for whatever reason. But this is a very good argument. Yeah. Video editing software allows effects to be applied by drag and drop within seconds. The creation of the footage is a completely different category in terms of effort, time, and money. No matter if hoax or real, in both cases, it seems unlikely the same person is responsible for producing the footage also decided to slap cheap stock effects on the video track to finalize their precious work. We assume the decision was made by someone else in the chain, i.e. Ivan, who posted the video. So, again, very well constructed argument. Like, you know, and this is when you look at things and you're like, where's the fucking guy here? Like, he said, no, it's CGI, enough of this bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Sit down. Shut the fuck up. This is what you want to see, right? This is what you want to see. This is good, right? This is an actual good, this is good analysis. What are the odds of a real alien looking like the Hollywood stereotype? The question is how the stereotype was created in the first place. Well, that's pretty easy to put down because the Hollywood stereotype was created based off of accounts of eyewitness testimony of these guys. And some of this eyewitness testimony permeates deep into the past. I mean, you'll notice that there's a, on the Discord I use of the Wangina that are out of the Aborigines of Australia, southern Australia. But there are depictions of these beings going back a ways. Now, was the Wangina a particular depiction of these beings? I don't know. Could also be another group of people too, possibly. But, you know, it did not originate in Hollywood. That's a farce that gets put out there. So, yeah. Why don't you use AI to enhance material? Why do you reject colorizations? If yeah, okay, so talking about going through and recoloring it. But anyway, this was a good pushback here. And again, you know, it's like, well, what's your argument for and against this? How well do you know the footage? Argue with this guy. Interesting. But again, there's no definitive conclusion that's being come to here. Ultimately, even with all of this done, that it looks extremely interesting, the conclusion ultimately I think is fairly agnostic, if I recall correctly, which makes sense logically. And again, it's like approaching this in an intelligent way. So anyway, extremely interesting. Yeah. Don't know. Yeah. I'm completely not sold on the Skinny Bob video. I've never been able to. I never have been, to be fair. It's generally a fun video, but the frame rate just seems so natural. Video game, like for me, it's off first glance. I'm still open-minded to it, but it's never really moved me much personally. When I first saw it, I thought it was fascinating. There was something about it that was weird to me. The quality, obviously, was what was weird, because I'd seen a lot of these videos over the years. And there's little details you'll notice, like he's noticing here, like coincidentally went up to this point, where there's movement in the face that I think, and I've someone else who went over this who works in these fields and analyzing the video. They do videos analyzing CGI, and someone sent them this. It's one of the more viewed videos you'll find, but there's musculature that moves in the face and the head that's interesting. And it's something that I think people who look at this closely intuitively pick up on, because when you're watching another video of a real person, that's one of the reasons you kind of subconsciously pick up on the fact this is a real person, because the face moving is something that you know, we're animals. Like, we look for these things. Even subconsciously, we notice these movements, and we can kind of tell when it's off too. And you're right, it is slightly off too, Max. I don't know. I mean, the movement is something that is anomalous in the video. Some people, I think this gentleman may have been one of the people that made the argument that depending upon when it was filmed, if it was filmed back in the 40s, that would account for some of the jittery movements as well. That it made it look more unnatural maybe than it was. There's some video, if you watch it, and I can even play this maybe, where it's slowed down. And I've shown this here before. I don't know if you'd ever find it now. Skinny Bob slowed alien. But there's somebody that slowed it. Actually, probably just ourselves, maybe. Where if you slow it down by a couple, I think it may be like 0.75, it looks a little bit more natural. But we'll see if we can play this here, and I'll show you what I mean. Where's the actual footage at? Somebody had done this, and we watched this live. Maybe this is the case. That, or maybe it needs to be sped up. I can't remember. It might be sped up, actually, not slowed down. Is it 1.25? Yeah, it's sped up. It's sped up. It's 1.25 times sped up is where it looks a little bit more natural. Still weird, but like, you know, if you were to, yeah, I'll play it through it again while I talk over it, but like, yeah, the Skinny Bob cover up, brother. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah, some of the movements are a bit sluggish. I feel so similar to animations. A lot of us are familiar with. Yeah, no Hardline Truth, because I simply don't know. A little bit nuanced. If layering the footage is accurate, it changes for me. Well, I don't know what you think. The fellas almost certainly look like, it feels like a recreation. Yeah, it could very well be, right? I don't know either, man. Yeah, it very well might be. Yeah. If we were to play devil's advocate with people who are 100% on it, this is real, which I'm not either. Do we know how alien species move? I mean, like if we were to look at an alien species move their head, maybe they've got a background, an insect background, who knows, right? Like, how do insects move? Like, we're not the same species, so it can even maybe, like that's usually the head movement that looks kind of fucking weird there, like where he jumps around, like. I don't know. Yeah. Sped up would make more sense to me. A lot of my issues have to do with the speed of his movements. Yeah. Gatsu, what's up, man? Yeah. You know, I saw him recording on a UFO. Oh, brother, fuck. Yeah, poster up there. Yeah. Poster up. Yeah. The Skinny Bob Hydras. Yeah. I'm asking myself the same question regarding this. Well, yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, that was just if you were going to play devil's advocate with this. Like, how do we presume that they're going to move? Like, would they move the same way that we move? Right? I mean, again, if you look at, like, I don't know where an example would be, but like, you look at like praying mantis, that's an alien species. moving here. Like if you look at them move, they've got this weird kind of movement to them, right? Like they don't really move like we move. They got this very juddery kind of movement to them, right? Like we have this kind of flow to us, but they're much more rigid in their movements as well. So somebody had made that argument with the footage before, and in other footage, supposed footage of aliens as well, where, you know, how jarring is it going to be for us to actually encounter one, and how are they going to move? I mean, listen, this is an alien race, supposedly, according to some people. And equally, when they encounter them, they freak them the fuck out. I mean, so, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but no, it's interesting your opinion on it. Yeah, you knock them out so easy with one click, brother. Yeah. One clip of the head. It looks like somebody tried to. He's got bruises all over his fucking head. Yeah. Gonna sign and behold 3 new single women in my neighborhood. So fuck, brother. There you go. Just kidding. Sorry. Don't be sorry, brother. Go get it. Yeah. Maybe it looks unnatural to me simply because it is. Could be it, Max. Yeah. It could also be because it's fake. That could also be it as well. So who knows? I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I really don't know. I really don't know. He analyzed the other beings that are shown on the other parts of the footage as well, and noticed that there's like different bulges, and essentially the TLDR of the footage, I think, from this analysis too, for people that have the time to go through it. This is not just, you know, one guy that did this over a weekend in his basement. This is a production that was done. It was a big deal. Like, this was not a small feat to accomplish this. This would have taken a while. So, and probably, I think, as some people have looked at too, it could have involved an actor in a suit with CGI, if that's the case. If it's, of course, fake. So, you know, anyway, yeah. What's the most convincing video for you, Jim? UFO or alien? Of a UFO? Oh, probably, oh my God, I always forget the name of it. But it was back in the 50s, and it was a farm family. Just a second here. I'll find the actual footage. Fuck. ChatGPT will find it for us. I'll show you the actual footage. Oh, the McMinnville UFO. I just remembered it. I'm going to misspell McMinnville, but you can find it here. I believe it was, yeah, this one here. This one here. There was a couple of them that she took. But this was almost certainly a real saucer that someone captured. What if I can get HD? Is there like an had HD? Like, where's the high resolution image of it? There's like a close-up of it there. That was almost certainly a real UFO photo. Yeah. That's a real craft. Almost certainly. The couple that took that lived in squalor, and they just gotten a camera, and this thing flew over them. So, yeah. There's a couple of them that are out there that are almost certainly real. I don't know what the explanation is of people that don't think it is, but I think they're fucking just dinguses. And it's almost certainly a real photo. Yeah. Yeah. Easier to talk dolphin. Well, the telepathic death, maybe not, right? They'd be in your head. They know everything you think anyway. Yeah. There's a scene with multiple of them, so that would be a lot more work, Mike. Yeah, it would be, Mike. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, it's definitely, a skinny bub appears to have black fingernails, little movements in the hands, etc. It's a worthy deep dive. And so I think the TLDR is this was a production, which is why one of the explanations was that this was a part of a production, and it got nixed, and then they ended up just throwing this online, obviously under the guise of like, we're going to disseminate some real UFO footage, blah 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 blah, etc., etc. But anyway, anyone wants to look into this, I'll repost it here in the chat if anyone wants to spend some time looking through this again. But well worth a deep dive and deluxe. So, I mean, you know, in terms of actual alien, this one, Brad, 100%, man. Yeah, I would say that probably there's other footage as well, like the McMinnville over the years that people have captured. That there's a couple incidents where someone was out in the woods and they had no ulterior motive. They never made any money off it. They disappeared after it was taken. There's lots of real captures out there that have been taken. The problem is, like, again, we never know with 100% conviction, because with any kind of footage like this, there's always going to be the possibility that there's something going on that's wrong. But the problem is that people trying to argue that, oh, well, you know, this could be anything. It's like, well, brother, even reality, there's a possibility, and with reality, they're all being deceived at all times by something we don't know, which is where you get to this phenomena. And, you know, it kind of comes full circle back around. Or you can never leave the Deus Deceptor off the table, because it's always there. The great deceiver, the evil wizard, Descartes' Deus Deceptor. Which is why I find this stuff to be interesting, because are we being subjected to that too? That's a whole different question. But this would be an anecdote of it, I guess, wouldn't it? And so it does come full circle sometimes with these conversations of people constantly trying to debunk all this stuff where, yeah, we don't know with 100% conviction, but there's a lot of things we don't know 100% conviction about, i.e. everything, really, aside from the fact that we all exist because we think, therefore we are, right? So really, you can take this as far as you want till you go fucking nuts, and then you're on the fucking highway fucking eating bugs and you're drinking out of old fucking beer bottles. And how far do you want to take this? Yeah. What's this picture from? This is the McMinnville UFO death. Yeah, which is taken in 1954. Is that what it says? 1950. You're taken to your farm, McMinnville, Oregon, 1950. They're reprinted in Light magazine newspaper. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I would bet that that's probably real. There's many of them, yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with these additional video, the only mugshot style one I've seen, them walking around, but didn't realize there was more than one vid. Yeah, so well said, yeah. I'll call it the merry-go-round effect. Need to be reintroduced to past ideas. Absolutely, man, yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Yeah, there's 4 of them in total, Max. Again, like when this... I was fortunate that when Ivan released the first one, I saw it very shortly after it appeared on YouTube in 2011. And so I've been following it ever since. But yeah, he claimed, again, for people that are just coming in here, that TLDR, this was an effort by him and his group of people to disseminate this information out to the general public. This is real footage. Undoubtedly, that was obtained, well, according to him, by the KGB of like footage from probably some encounter with the U.S. military, U.S. government. But this was a meeting that they have many meetings. This is one of the meetings. This is the other one. But anyway, you know, is it real? Is it fake? I don't know. It's a lot to take in, right? This is the thing, though, you have to think about. And I'm not saying that this is real or not, but if somebody, this happened on 4chan a couple years ago, maybe someone will remember this. Galen TV or some of the people will remember this. Anyone who's on the chans. There was a night, and again, I happened to be on the internet this night that this happened. Don't really go on a lot anymore. This is probably like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, something like that. Maybe it was even 10 years ago. But supposedly somebody, and people started memeing on it, posted a photo of this reptilian being that took a selfie of itself out in the desert. And then the whole site went down. Like the whole site did go down. And then when it came back up, the thread was gone. And then it was a bunch of threads of people posting, holy fuck, did you see that photo? And you know, it's obviously hysteria and people memeing saying, I instantly threw up. But like, what would happen, just using that as an example, if we actually saw a photo of a real alien? Are there images of real aliens already on the internet? And have we written them off as some kind of a hoax, you know, CGI, blah, blah, blah? Because we don't know. We don't know what would they look like? What do we expect? Like, what are they going to look like? How are they going to move? Do those things already exist out there? We don't know. Could they already be out there? Maybe. Possibly. We don't know. They could very well be. We're not going to know with complete conviction. It's the problem. So, yeah. Yeah. You didn't know where they're multiple either. Oh, yeah. You guys check it out. Go to Ivan's YouTube channel. Where did I close that? Or where the fuck did I put it? Where did I go? I may have closed it. But yeah, just go check out his YouTube channel. They're still up. This is the original channel here. When he posted these in 2011. This is when they were posted. Yeah. Yeah. When was it pictured? In 1950. Yeah, sorry. I've already commented that. I may have already. Yeah. I was familiar. Oh, yes. Yeah. I read that too. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch. Yeah. The desert. Yeah, bro. I've recently found a website that has every recreation you can think of that pic. Oh, really? Fuck yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. You remember that, Bones? Yeah. Oh, this is another. Oh.
Was reported by.
Yes, the Ruway, Zimbabwe incident. Yeah. John Mack, who's a very famous guy in ufology, Harvard psychiatrist, had interviewed the kids. Grand. Yeah. Very interesting account. James Fox did a documentary recently where he got all the kids back together as adults. Yeah. The deleted form. Is this it? Is this it? God damn. The recovered photo. Was that it? That's what people said it was. Yeah. This is not the real image. This is one of the many images uploaded after the original got deleted. All I can remember, the real image is like having a reptilian skin, and the lips is dried like with a fungus or something, and not looking directly at the camera. Every time I think about it, it gives me chills. Now it's really disturbing, and you'll know once you see the image is real. I saw it too. Wasn't this one? This one was posted afterwards. There was 1 or 2 people who saved it and tried to repost, but the thread was immediately nuked. I read about the real-time monitoring during the leaks about Immaculate Constellation, which was described, and it makes sense. This was in operation at the time to take down any of the kind of alien images. Yeah, it's giving me creepy pasta vibes. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so this isn't it though. Yeah, I didn't know. There were tons of people that said they saw it. There was people that said they threw up when they saw it. It was funny as fuck. The whole thing was funny, but I don't know if anyone actually saw it. I don't know. It's very similar composition to the one though. Allegedly the photo was a very clear HD close-up. Yeah, it was absolutely not human. It was a selfie that showed its face and shoulders, according to what I've read, but to be fair, there was a lot of accounts of alleged witnesses. There's a lot of people meme. There's too many people memeing. I gave up on it, honestly, after a while, because there was so much horse shit around it. But what would happen? And what would we do? I don't know. Would we be able to distinguish when we see something instantaneously that's real or fake? No, probably not. Although people that claim, I brought that up as an example because in that incident, people claimed that they were able to distinguish that it was real when they saw it. And it freaked them the fuck out. And would we have this kind of like instinctual repulsion from it, right? Because this would be potentially another predator. I don't know. Well, but so are lions. When you see a video of a lion, do you get scared? I don't know. I don't really. This it. That's the one that's floated around now. Yeah. No, that's not it either. That's another recreation that somebody had posted. Yeah. Yeah, that's almost clearly fake. Brother, I hope that's not it. I really, no, I don't think that was it either. I don't think there's any image of it that survived. I don't think. Is that what they sent? Let me see what people say. Mark Zuckerberg. This is not the image. No. Yeah, this is not it. Yeah. No, but that's all anyone ever says. This is not it. So I really don't know. Bob Gimlin released a video on a weird reptilian being seen on a rooftop and a flying huge bat wing-like thing. Oh yes, I saw that video. Hi. I saw that video, man.
I'm Bob Gimlin.
Yeah, that these 2 guys encountered this giant thing was on a roof. I watched that. That was like 4 months ago. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's one of them. Yeah. I just posted that. Posted one that I saved. The General Disco might be the original one. Check it out. Okay. Let me see. Oh, that's isn't that the one from Star Trek, I think, when Captain Kirk fights them? Yeah. And that's another recreation of it there. Yeah, no, I don't think. I've never seen it. I don't think anybody's actually ever got it. Yeah. Some of the Nazca pterodactyls had reptilian skin. Supposedly, man, yeah. Posted photos of my observation on 12th of July, another world exclusive for you. Oh, brother, God bless. 21 photos. Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah. Oh, there's an endless amount of them. Yeah. Yeah. I remember, well, you guys are probably there too, that night. What is it in 2019? So it would have been 6 years ago. Okay. When I was on there. I don't know. I think someone may have messaged me, though, to go on. I can't remember. But anyway, yeah. Fucked. Who knows? Literally, who fucking knows? You know, I do not know. I do not know. Okay, 12th of July, 10 o'clock. This is it here, man. Okay, let me pull it up. We'll take a look at it. Interesting. Oh, there's a good close-up. Was it just hovering in the sky again? Gatsu. Interesting. Very interesting. And it went behind okay, just hovering around, it's over. Interesting. Have you used Flight Tracker? Do you know if it's certainly not any kind of a plane or anything? That would definitely, if you collected all that stuff, man, and collect all these incidents and also correlate it with a Flight Tracker, if it's not on a Flight Tracker, who knows? Yeah. Definitely, if you do that, like that, if you go to MUFON or someone like that, they'll ask all that information. Yeah. 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 No, not necessary. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you got to rule all these things out, I guess. Yeah. It can be, yeah. If it's going overhead. But if you've seen a couple different things a couple different times. There's a couple things. There's things. There are lanterns that people let off. There are drones now at a distance. There are operations too. Sometimes they can put helicopters up at a distance. Sometimes it can look like this. You have to rule it all out. Yeah, but yeah, just listen, man. Keep following it. Yeah, just do the due diligence. Do everything you can. If you think you're observing something, do all that due diligence that some people ask you for, and it just strengthens the argument. So yeah, that's all you can do. But very interesting. Yeah. You live not far from an airport, so the planes are very visible, and I know their flight paths. Okay, interesting. Yeah. If it's just hovering there and it's moving anomalously and it's just staying up there for a long time, then yeah, interesting. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, just keep documenting it. Ask around too. Ask if other people have seen it, if it's something you keep seeing. But that's what you'd have to do. Do all that due diligence first and make sure that it's nothing, and then, and then just rule all that shit out. I know, because for instance, there's that guy, Chris Bledsoe. You probably know who he is, maybe. Gats, I don't know. He's on YouTube and Twitter, but he's a communicator with aliens, supposedly. He gets these messages from them. He's had messages in the past. And he was seeing, now his were quite, looking at them were, like, they go out and they think that he summoned aliens down, orbs. But then people will find, like, he had one video, a famous video, where he's like, oh my God, I summoned this orb. And his whole family's like, oh my God, you did it again. And then they found out it was the ISS, the International Space Station. Yeah. And then he blocked, I think, someone. That was a Mick who found that. Mick's good with that stuff. Mick's not as good with, like, the abstract thinking sometimes. But when it comes to, like, picking at those issues, he's very good. So he had found that, and I think tagged him in a message. He said, brother, you didn't summon this, right? It comes around every now and again, right? In its orbit. And then he blocked them. And I was like, oh, fucking Christ. So, yeah. You checked all satellite ISS. It's not. Okay, interesting, man. Okay. The willow white dot is probably due to my laser phone. Okay. Yeah. Man, just keep documenting it. Yeah. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. Yeah. It's the bright dot. Yeah, we're saying here, right? Yeah. The bright dot is the object, I think, that you saw. So, yeah. Interesting, man. Yeah. Who knows? Keep tracking it. Keep documenting it. You never know. Listen, if they show up in your fucking bedroom, then you know. Right? Try and psychically connect to it. That's what people do now. Try and psychically connect to it. Like, sit down and meditate and try and connect with the object. Maybe you'll get flashes of, like, the world on fire or something. That's fun things they like to send people, I guess. The small one next to it could be a lens flare effect of the big light. Yeah, that's it there, I think, just through the railing there in the building. Yeah. Yeah. Or if the MIB show up, then he will know. But then he will forget. That's true, though. You gotta be careful. They'll flash you. Although in reality, what happens apparently sometimes is they float through your wall and they tell you if you don't shut the fuck up, they're gonna kill you. But so then we won't hear from you again, I guess. But yeah, listen, keep documenting, brother. You literally never know. You literally never know. But anyway, that's some of the memes there, essentially. So, Skinny Bob, TLDR, don't know. Interdasting. That's all we can really say. I hope that, if there was ever a time for somebody out in the world who has more information on this, or more documents, or video pertaining to actual ETs or ET encounters, now would be the fucking time to release it on the internet. There would be no better time than right fucking now. So, I don't really know what they're doing, but then, we can't really do a whole lot else about this. So, except just meme on it endlessly. So, what's the same type of white UFO appears suddenly in the sky and flew very fast towards an airliner. At the very moment it disappeared, then reappeared just as soon, dodged the plane by passing underneath at the very moment to the disappear in the sky once the plane has been dodged. It's always at the same observation point to last less than 2 seconds. That's it. That's interesting. Yeah. That's interesting. So that's what led you to document this, Gatsby. Yeah, that's interesting context. Yeah. That's important context, probably. You've seen something anomalous move around. Yeah. Like with the advent of AI videos being easily creatable, you could have a video of you meeting and talking to an actual alien and nobody would believe it. It's the problem now, though, Death. It's true, though, brother. Yeah. What would that be objectively worth now? Yeah. I need to be an actual alien in a cage or something. If they had documentation along with it that could prove that this was actually from a particular, government, maybe it was Eisenhower's government, that that these were intelligence people and they had other documents pertaining to the video. We could kind of corroborate the veracity of them. Maybe that would be something that would convince people. You know, we would just have to. We'd have to do that. We'd have to have that level of detail. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, but new is unbelievable. Oh yeah, man. Well, aside from them just landing, I mean that's really, you know, or a body and materials, man. That's what we really need. But, you know, hoping we're gonna get some kind of a hearing coming up soon with some of that. But anyway, yeah, DNA sample would be nice too, Mike. Yeah, it would be, man. Yeah. I think hard physical evidence is obviously ideal. I mean, when you're looking at data, the best quality data we're going to have is something physical, hard data, like whether it's biologics or it's materials or it's an engine that's creating gravity, like something like that, like some kind of hard material. Something that material scientists can kind of get at. So employ the scientific method on, study it, analyze it. Is it real? Is it anomalous? Then we'll know. That's when we'll know with just about 100% or 99.999% conviction that this is real. Until then, the videos and the photos and all this stuff is fun, but we won't be able to have that level of conviction that I think a lot of us need until that happens. So we're waiting on, and we will wait a little bit longer, unfortunately. But yeah, I was going to go shift gears onto something else, actually, that I wanted to cover. I think Mr. Galen TV may be showing up later. I don't know. We talked earlier. If he shows up later to have some conversation, he does. If he doesn't, then he doesn't. But I was going to go over this video, which I wanted to watch, which should be extremely interesting, which is a debate between, who was it featured in? It was kind of a double team with Zahi Hawass here. He got tag teamed by Jimmy Corsetti and Dan Richards, who both have YouTube channels that are very critical of mainstream archaeology. So I thought, you started watching this morning, turn it off. But so I was going to go grab my little taquitos that I made earlier and throw them in the microwave and enjoy some of the slop. Yeah. Big up debunking. Yeah. So they kind of came at Zahi. I thought I'd watch the majority of it, honestly, because it's all pertaining to some of the recent finds that maybe there's these giant structures under the pyramids, and Zahi will be one of these movers and shakers in Egypt that might allow this to happen. So if they can kind of, you know, get under his skin enough or convince him maybe this is worthy of further inquiry, then unfortunately that's what would have to happen. So listen, working with him would obviously be ideal, but I've eaten taquitos one time. I have actually. I did a little bit of beef, just quick ones. Beef, a little bit of Greek yogurt in them, actually. Some taco seasoning from Costco and some garlic. A little bit of mozzarella. And just did some corn tortillas and wrapped them up. Yeah. No, they're the real deal. The best ones are the ones you do with chuck roast. You do a chuck roast, get some good like Pablo, like good peppers. You braise the chuck roast in those peppers and stuff and onion and garlic, and then those are real taquitos, but I didn't have the money to do that, so we just used ground beef tonight. Oh. Poor man's taquito, but not quite 7-Eleven fucking poor. We're not quite that welfare standards here, unfortunately. So anyway, let me go throw those bitches in the microwave, and then we'll see how badly they cook Zahi. I'm curious to see how this is going to go, so I'll be right back. Yes, I do. Back again. Turn the music down here. Yeah, Zahi is a propagandist. He's one of those guys. He's just like he's kind of like an old guy now. He's kind of burnt out. These new guys are coming in and giving him the run around. I was gonna say the reach around, but they're kind of giving him both of those things at the same time. He can't handle it, right? Blowing his fucking mind. Oh, god damn it. He at least made Egypt cool again. No, he didn't. What the fuck are they talking about? The Khafre project to make Egypt cool again. Goddamn 2-kilometer long fucking structures. Atlanteans built Egypt. We'll start that movement just to piss Zahi off. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna fucking eat this slop. Here's the slop. Sometimes people said they want to see this. Most people probably give a fuck, but there, look, taquitos. Some carrots I roasted. Nice fresh carrots. I just literally a little bit of olive oil, salt, roasted those motherfuckers. Those are the taquitos right there. Look at that shit. Look at that. Look at that. I didn't cook them, overcook them, but nice. I don't know who fucking makes these tortillas. They're awesome though. I got them at, well, Sobeys is our equivalent here in Atlantic, Canada, but they're awesome corn tortillas. They're like super fresh, and just roast them up a little bit and throw them in the oven. I've had 2, so 7. Fuck yeah, it's not bad, bro. You know, they're for our health. I got a little bit of Greek yogurt I did here. And I put some lime zest and lime juice in it. So plain Greek yogurt, a little bit extra protein, you know? Oh, it's good. Yeah, it's fucking good. Kind of a healthy taquito, you know? For your health. Yeah. Eating pretzels. In fact, I'm feeding the whole family. No, probably just me. Just me. I did feed my family though with them, but they left 85% of them for me. So I thought, well, I might as well eat the rest of them. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, as long as you put it out there, if they only eat 3 of them each, then that's their problem. If I eat the rest of them, Papa needs to eat. I can't sleep unless I'm fucking full. Right, and honestly, this is kind of a bit of a peasant's meal considering what I usually will have. I'll get a whole bowl full of shit and just eat until I feel like I'm sick. And that's when I know I'm gonna have a good sleep. So, you know, I'll stop talking to Mike and I'll just play the video and we'll see what this guy has to say. Probably more propaganda.
Who should work in the pyramids? You have to bring scientists from a museum, from a university, but you cannot bring an amateur from New York or London.
You want to squash debate involving, you know, conspiracy theorists and everything. All we gotta do is go in and look. We know where it's at. We could drill a hole. This is doable.
This is the pyramid of Egypt. This is something valuable. This is one of the 7 wonders of the world. Yep. You just can go and boom and drill like this.
When you were on Joe Rogan, you said that you didn't know what Zep Tepi was. And as the premier Egyptologist in the world, you do know the Egyptian creation myth. Would you mind just explaining it to us real quick so that to kind of vindicate yourself and show the world you do know what Zep Tepi is?
I teach the Egyptian creation, but I am saying this term that you're talking about, I never heard of it.
Are you saying on the record there has been no exploration in the way that Jimmy Corsetti says?
Jimmy, this conspiracy theory that you do have is wrong.
Jimmy doesn't even know who the guy is.
We are not hiding anything.
To his legion of admirers, Dr.
Oh
Zahi Hawass is the world's top expert on Egypt's mighty pyramids, and for good reason. Throughout an illustrious career, Dr. Hawass has served as the Chief Inspector of the Great Pyramids, Director General of the Giza Monuments, and the Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Antiquities in Egypt. His book, Giza and the Pyramids, is considered the definitive account. But to his critics, he's an academic gatekeeper, an elitist of Egyptology who is preventing others from interrogating the real truth about how, when, and why the pyramids were built. Many in Joe Rogan's audience felt that way after his appearance earlier this year.
Most of the information that's written on pyramids are wrong.
Most of it?
Most of it.
In archaeology books?
In archaeology books.
Really?
Except me and Mark Leaner.
You guys are the only ones that have it right?
Because I have been working in Giza for the last 57 years of my life. I excavated every bit of sand.
Well, in this special edition of Uncensored, Dr. Zahi Hawass will join me to discuss his incredible work, and we'll be joined by 2 of his most high-profile critics from the alternative archaeology community, you say the truth about the pyramids, has yet to be revealed. And we'll bring those two gentlemen in shortly. But first of all, Dr. Hawass, welcome to Uncensored. Let me just ask you, first of all, what was your reaction to the reaction you got when you appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast? Because a lot of it was very negative.
No, when I give any talk about pyramids, I expect the person who interviewed me to read about pyramids or to read about our work. I am sorry, when I did this last interview, I didn't see that Mr. Rogan did really read anything that we published. And that's why I was trying to refer to our excavation, to our book, and so. But I'm sorry that he said that this show was the worst he did, and after that he said it was good. It's his opinion, but I do, when I talk about evidence of how the Egyptian built the pyramids, I present all the archaeological evidence that I do have. In the other side, I don't see any evidence that anyone can give me to say that pyramids built by so-and-so. And that was my point. My point that I have been excavating in Egypt for the last 57 years. I excavated every piece of sand at Giza Plateau. Then when I present a theory or any idea, I present it with evidence. I'm not talking about something on air. No. I'm talking about what we have been discovered at Giza for the last 50 years.
But let me ask you, if you don't mind me just quibbling about one thing, have you really examined every grain of sand at Giza?
We did. You know, I have to tell you.
How many grains are there?
I discovered west of the Great Pyramid about 20 tombs. One of them mentioned in the Wad al-Jarf papyri that talking about building the pyramid by someone whose name was Mirror. We found the tombs of the pyramid builders at Giza. Big, major, important discovery. We found the tombs in the upper cemetery for the technicians with titles in hieroglyphic. Each title has to do with building the pyramid. The lower cemetery for the workmen who moved the stones. And next to this, Mark Cleaner excavated an area for sorting salted fish, the bakery for making bread, the houses and the villages that the workmen lived. Then we do, I can talk to you. This is what I'm doing in the States now. This is top number 25 for me in my lecture in America, that really I'm presenting to the people all the evidence that we do have to say that Khufu built this pyramid. And this pyramid did not appear at once. No.
But the key recent discovery that I believe you've made public is that it's always been traditionally assumed that the pyramids were built by 100,000 slaves. But you've done some research recently that you believe contradicts that theory. Your team unearthed tombs near the pyramids, you just touched on that suggest they were in fact built by highly skilled, paid laborers under a strict regime and were not actually slaves, because the slaves, you've argued, wouldn't have had formal burial in close proximity to the pyramids. So, A, just explain that to me, and B, explain why this is such a significant discovery in your opinion.
Okay. When we discovered the tombs of the pyramid builders, this discovery, based on the names that we found inside the upper cemetery, I can tell you that pyramids were built by the ancient Egyptian, because all the names that we found were Egyptian names. The second important thing, that there were no slaves. If there were slaves, the workmen will never be buried in the shadow of the pyramids. If there were slaves, they will never prepare their tombs for eternity like kings and queens. I want to tell you one important thing. there is a big difference between slavery in America in the past and Europe and in Egypt. In America and Europe, you can own a person. In ancient Egypt, you can have a servant working for you. Because I found one tomb west of the Great Pyramid. It's for a priest.
I mean,
his name is Kai.
For people that are unfamiliar, and not that I know of Zahi's recent work, and probably if we want to formulate a proper argument against him, you'd have to know it in more detail. But the pushback that people have had against the claim by modern archaeology that Khufu's pyramid, the Great Pyramid, was built by Khufu, effectively rested upon a single cartouche, which is like a graffiti or a stamp that they found all the way up, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, in the top of the King's Chamber, which is like way the fuck up and out of the way. It's hard to get to, but an explorer had found that, I think in like the late 1800s, maybe. And people had speculated he found it right at the end of that big expedition that a lot of people paid a lot of money for him to go on to make a big find. He may have forged the cartouche. Now, since that's happened, there have been claims that they've done carbon dating in between the blocks, and there's another claim too, I forget, that they brought up that pointed the age of the pyramid to around the time of Khufu. But, anyway, it's one of the points that people usually have used to argue against it. So, yeah, there's no way to link tomb dwellers to pyramid building. Well, I haven't heard about the retort to his claim recently, but yeah, what if they're the foreman of the workers who got buried in nice tombs, not the actual workers? Well, yeah, these are new claims that he's made. So,
and at the entrance of his tomb, he's saying the following: I built my tomb. I hired workmen, sculptors, and artisans. I paid them beer and bread. I made them to be happy. And that's really an evidence to tell you that we have to understand the meaning of slavery in ancient Egypt. There was no slavery.
I paid them beer and bread to blow their backs out trying to lift hundreds of tons. That's not slavery. That sounds like a great day. No, bro, come on. Fuck, give me a fucking break.
In ancient Egypt.
But that, it does seem to me, if you don't mind me saying, Dr. Hawass, I listen, I bow to your far greater expertise than me. You've written a 1,000-page book on Giza alone. So, I'm not going to try and quibble with you about the history of the pyramids or anything. I would simply say it seems to me more logical, and correct me if I'm wrong here, more logical that, yes, I totally can see that a lot of the local artisans and others would be brought in on this incredible project. But is it not really stretching credibility that they would not have also used what we would categorize as slaves in some capacity? Because the work was so onerous, so tough, so hard, and it would take 100,000 or more people. Were there really 100,000 artisans prepared to do that kind of heavy-duty work? Or is it not more likely that it was a mix of the two?
The number of the workmen that were involved in construction of the pyramid, based on our excavation, were only 10,000 workmen. And we have to understand that the Egyptian, before they began to build the pyramid, they had to make a big type of administration to cut a canal, to cut the harbor, for bringing stones from Aswan, from Torah, to set the workmen area. And this is why the 100,000 workmen were set by Herodotus, the father of the history, who came to Egypt in the middle of the 5th century BC. And Herodotus used to hear from guides. Then there is not any evidence of the 100,000. But we do believe, based on our work, and our work on the discovery of the tombs of the pyramid builders and the workmen installation, that the workmen were only 10,000 workmen.
But I find that I'm not questioning your research. I'm simply raising a quizzical eye. For example, the World Cup football recently took place in Qatar. I went out there for it, and they built a number of
already getting defensive,
over a few years. But I think they had around 10,000 people building those football stadiums. There's no comparison in the complexity and size of these stadiums to the pyramids, and they had all the benefit of modern technology to help them. So this idea that you could have the same number of people that built the World Cup stadiums for Qatar, and you could do the pyramids with them back in ancient times, it doesn't seem plausible to me. You've probably seen the viral videos of a North Korean phone.
Brother, we're skipping this bullshit. Well, no, that's kind of a good point. I mean, you know, and Zahi makes some points. Like one of the points he made, which is interesting on Joe, which is true, is that, you know, some of these builders are even there today. They helped get the tops off of some of these tombs they recently unearthed. I mean, like these leveraging techniques they employ, which is a piece of wood that moves like hundreds, thousands of pounds. You can leverage something off, and it's super impressive. And they kind of look at these techniques that these builders have that have passed down from generations. They presume back to like the times of the pharaohs, and they say, well, there's probably some way they leverage these stones up. And the problem with that logic is that ultimately you've got to defer to somebody that understands more about leveraging large amounts of weight than yourself. And there have been people who have come in before who have backgrounds in engineering, even like people who are material scientists that study different materials, that have looked into the level of precision employed, specifically in Khufu's pyramid or the Great Pyramid, and have said, what the fuck? Like, you know, to have a bunch of guys with jimmy-rigged equipment to throw up some of these blocks is just, like, unbelievable. Like, specifically some of the limestone and in the King's Chamber, too. Some of the, you know, the precision is unbelievable. It doesn't make sense. And I think that's, and, you know, I'm assuming Zabai isn't very friendly with Chris Dunn. But Chris Dunn is an engineer in these backgrounds. In an engineer, he was a machinist. He runs a company. It's an aerospace manufacturing facility, and he's gone in with his buddies who are in the field to the pyramid sites a couple times. He's brought other experts in, and they've gone in with their protractors and their measurement devices, and they've walked through the King's Chamber and the lead up to it, and the pyramid, and just been like, no. There's no. Like they know the level of precision that's employed, that they have to employ to make these parts that, you know, are in these aerospace, whether it's like stuff from the space shuttle or very high tech planes and other, you know, helicopters and whatnot. There's no way that they would ever employ that level of precision in a site like that if it wasn't designed for something other than a tomb. And that's where Chris gets into thinking it was a machine. And then that gets us out of the pharaohs and into somebody more advanced than them, right? So, yeah. You saw one guy move a gigantic barn all by himself. He balanced it on 2 points in the middle and rotated back and forth. Yeah, there are saw and drill marks everywhere on Giza. It wasn't stone and bronze tools only. Yeah, there are, man. Well, the drill marks are interesting too, though, right? Yeah, I think that's one of the interesting memes where, I mean, there's the Flinders Petrie was one of the early archaeologists there, I think, that studied the site, and some of the drill marks are really interesting, and that it looks like they were moving at a very high rate of speed. And anyway, I don't think anybody's figured it out, but who the fuck knows, right? I mean, I ultimately don't know, but I think, again, like Chris Dunn's argument's pretty compelling. Chris, among the other contributors to his works as well that are background in engineering, have formulated an argument that there's evidence that there was a level of precision employed that the Egyptian people did not possess. So, yeah. Yes, and they saw marks and are obvious. You can see places they made a mistake and moved back. Some of them, yeah. Yeah, I mean, now, was there something else going on there as well? I don't know. Like, was it? I don't think it was like aliens. That's the thing. And I think that's where like Giorgio Tsoukalos will just hand wave and say aliens, and that's not really fucking helpful. But yeah, I think there's other indications too, right? Like there's there's a couple, what are they called again? They're they're essentially, I think it depicts kind of the gods. It may have been depicting a pharaoh, but Chris had looked at this and he mirrored it. And it is an exact mirror image, one side of the face to the other, which anything done by hand will be literally almost impossible to do. And that was another piece of evidence that he used, that there was something weird going on, though. Same with the vases that they've been scanning. So some of the vases they pulled in, of Soser, which is one of the smaller pyramids. You'd need those for cutting, yes. Yeah, exactly that, yeah. And these vases, Chris Dunn's son, who is a metallurgist, who I think is someone who studies materials, he works for Lockheed, they had subjected one of these vases, which they know is from these pre-dynastic times, to this high level scan that they subject some of these like aerospace parts to, and found that it was the oddity was the vase itself was like unbelievably precise. Like it was so precise that it was within like specifications, like beyond what you would even need for like some aerospace parts they use at Lockheed, which didn't make any fucking sense. It would not be physically possible to do that by hand. But the weird thing is the handles were all off kilter. Like it didn't make sense. And they scanned a couple of these things and they found this. So yeah, yeah, the facial symmetry. Yeah. So it's this weird mix of old shit. Like they were clearly there. There were undoubtedly people there working, but then there was this mix between that and this high level precision. And it doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. And you find that at other sites too, where it was almost like there were a bunch of slaves building it, but there was somebody there that wasn't, and that knew a lot more. And then that's when you get into like the mathematics around the pyramid too, where there's precision employed as well, like to construct something like that and to have it work from the bottom to the top over years. Like they're claiming it was like decades. Like it when you go inside of it and you go inside the pyramid and you see how it's stacked, all of those structures within the pyramid have to be accounted for when you're cutting the blocks, right? And when you go inside the king's chamber and you see how they've stacked things, and they've even tuned some of the stones potentially as well, that gets pretty weird, right? Like that level of architecture is also an anomaly. Yeah, I'll continue the video. Sorry, guys, but yeah.
No, one thing I want to tell you, and this is what I'm saying always in my lectures. I'm saying, if you stood in front of the Great Pyramid today, and you look at it, you will never believe that any human being can build it. Why? Because you don't know. And number two, we have to understand one thing, that the construction of the pyramid was a national project of the whole nation. The 3 millions who lived in Egypt in that time, in the time of Khufu, participated in building the pyramid to make the king as a god. Then can you believe moving an obelisk from Aswan to Hatshepsut temple?
It's incredible.
It took 7 months. It took 7 months. And this can be, it's depicted in the temple of Hatshepsut, showing how they cut this obelisk, how they transported the obelisk on boats. It explains how they work it for 7 months because they want to make the king as a god. And this is why the households in Upper and Lower Egypt, all of them participated in sending workforce and food to help the king. In return, they did not pay taxes. Then the organization of building the pyramid, as we can see, the major problem that people look at Khufu pyramid only. They don't look what happened before and what happened after. If you see how they started, you see there is no gap in the Egyptian history at all to make anyone to think there is something we could argue about.
Okay, well look, before I bring in the other two panel members, I want to play you a clip. This is from when I had the world famous Graham Hancock on Uncensored, who said this. What do you really want to achieve? What is the goal?
Most of all, what I would like to achieve is for archaeologists to engage with my work without smearing me, without calling me a racist and a white supremacist and a misogynist and an anti-Semite. All of these words were applied to me.
Holy fuck.
I guess my question
every single one,
Dr. Hawass, is...
God damn it.
Do you have an objection?
See, that's what happens when you engage in dialogue with people sometimes that are maybe a step above the fucking Jim Bobs who are just calling you like a dickhead on Twitter. You're dealing with people who are somewhat intellectual, and what they do, they're a little more clever, right? They create propaganda about you. They know full well what they're doing, but they create propaganda because they don't just want to, in the moment, put you down. They want to destroy you. They want other people to stop paying attention to you. So how do you do that? You create propaganda. What's the problem is that there's other people out there that are also not stupid who can see that, and then you fucking call that shit out, right? And it's like, and then most people anyway can see that stuff. Like it's just step above just petty fucking ad hominem. It's a little bit more clever and nefarious, but anyway.
And to people like Graham Hancock having their own theories about the pyramids because they're not actually from the Middle East, because they're white guys from England.
At all. First, you have to understand that Egyptology, you have hundreds of American Egyptologists and French and German who are not only the Egyptologists. And by the way, I debated Graham Hancock and John Anthony West and Robert Bofal many times in many places. I met Graham in Egypt. I invited him for dinner. And I talked to him. And I ask Graham all the time, if you do have evidence of what you believe on the date of the pyramids and moving stones, you don't have any evidence. If he give me one single evidence, I will accept that. You know, I won't tell you about moving stones. We do have a scene from the Old Kingdom talking about moving stones. In the Middle Kingdom, a statue, 60 tons, 170 Egyptian dragging the statue. The Hatshepsut obelisk. All this can tell us how the
Let me ask you,
but this is the problem, I think. And again, correct me if I'm wrong here, anybody. I don't know if there's any documentation of them actually constructing the pyramid, though. That's one of the inconsistencies, I believe. There was also nothing ever found inside of them. So, yeah, looks in my book. Yeah, well, what's up? Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, and that's perfectly reasonable thing to claim. Yeah, that will present me the evidence. The problem, I think, sometimes is, well, for instance, some of the evidence that like Graham puts forward about like other sites, like Graham will put forward evidence collectively from across the globe, cross-culturally, of all these stories of a bearded man arriving, right, on like a barge with other people as well who looked strange. And then they possessed these incredible abilities and knowledge of the stars and construction, and they educated the peoples of these lands, and they ended up being mentioned all over South fucking America and Mesoamerica, either as Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha. And it's like, well, maybe that actually happened, you know? And they're like, oh, don't be ridiculous. No. It's like, no, but maybe it happened a long time ago. And it's another indicator that maybe what Plato wrote about actually happened. And it's like, the problem too is cyber specialization, where you got all these different disciplines, and you know, Zahi's an expert when it comes to Egyptology, but like Zahi's not the guy when it comes to like Greek literature or philosophers and it's there's all this. Graham, as a storyteller and as a journalist, has that job really in society to piece together these threads, and they don't seem to really respect that at all. But anyway, that's...
Let me ask you, why do we not, given we've got technology these days which can go incredibly deep, why don't we just go under the pyramids and go right deep, right down, and really get to the bottom of this?
Fuck yeah.
What's the objection to doing that?
I don't, but they have to understand, we are working right now to major expeditions. One from England, working under me, and one called Scan Pyramids. We are using the most sophisticated techniques to understand and to discover the voice in the pyramid. Discoveries that we reveal until now, many of it, and there is others we'll reveal later. Then we are not objecting, but who should work in the pyramids? You have to bring scientists from a museum, from a university, but you cannot bring an amateur from New York or London to come and work in scientific.
Okay, well, that's quite interesting, because what they say, of course, is that it's a bit of a carve-up and that you guys are the pyramid establishment and you don't like outsiders because you don't want them contradicting your narrative. So look, let's bring in the other two guests. Joining us now, two independent researchers and investigators of lost ancient history.
I love it,
and Jimmy Corsetti, the host of the Bright Insight YouTube channel, and from the debunking channel, Dan Richards. Welcome to both of you. We had you both on before, of course. Jimmy Corsetti, what would you like to say to Dr. Hawass about his recent revelation from his team's research that they believe the pyramids were not built by slaves, and there weren't 100,000, there were about 10,000, and they were artisans at the time?
To be honest, well, let me first say, Piers, thank you for having me back on. And Zahi, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. There's a few things I take issue with what he had said. First of all, this Scan Pyramids project, that initial discovery was back in 2016, and it was corroborated into a published study in 2017. Well, when you look from 2016 to 2025, that's 9 years ago. That's almost a decade. And I'm trying to understand why we wouldn't have drilled a half-inch diameter hole and sent in a endoscope camera into this hidden chamber. Because let's not forget that the Great Pyramid of Giza is arguably the most mysterious and debated structure in all of human history. We don't know exactly how it was constructed. And in fact, how it was constructed is one of the most debated topics. Another debated topic is whether it was actually built to be a tomb for the pharaohs, because after all, we never found any mummy in any Egyptian pyramid ever. So with those two significant points of debate, we could squash those debates by simply going in and exploring it. So I guess I have a question for Dr. Hawass at this time, which is, why haven't we drilled into that hidden chamber? When will we do it? And the third question is, has it already been done so in secret?
Wow, great questions. All right, Dr. Hawass, your response.
Now, number one, you have to understand, until today is in July 2025. We still have the Scan Pyramid team are working. You know that they found behind the main entrance the corridor, and they found above the Grand Gallery the big void. And the Egyptian team, the English team that working under me, they found some important voids. And in archaeology, you have to be patient. You have to study how are you going to drill, or the new techniques that they're using. The new techniques that they're using, like ultrasound and infrared, penetrating radar, all of this, you do not need to drill anymore. You can see what's behind a wall, because the English team from London and Sean, who's working for me, they found a void behind the northern entrance of the Queen Chamber with hieroglyphic signs. We are studying now how can we approach all these voids. But you have to understand one thing. We are not making anything secret. We advertise everything that we discover. We found above the King Chamber,
Ivana, what's up?
in the five chambers, relieving chambers, 2 more names of the gangs who built the pyramids. And we found year 13 of Khufu's reign. And this is what I'm talking about in my lecture in the States now. This is my number 25 lecture that I am publishing, announcing to the public everything that we discover inside the Great Pyramid. Nothing is secret.
Okay,
sir.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Secret. There's lots of secrets, brother. I would love to see Zahi let fallopian tubes, Filippo Biondi and his team come in there, who supposedly have done a scan recently and uncovered structures, supposedly. Now, you're going to want to wait until there's more peer review on that technique, but Jesus Christ, if SRI comes back, Stanford Research Institute, who's doing some peer review on that process right now, and they get the same structures using the technique from a different satellite, Zahi, brother, GG. GG, brother. It's been a good game here, but I somehow don't think he's going to really enjoy having those guys go down with the drill bit and find that shit, because that's going to effectively unearth the narrative here that the Egyptians had anything to do with that site. So, now, I mean, they still could have been there and helped constructed it, but somebody else was there, clearly. Who that is, we don't know. Maybe it's the gods on the walls. I mean, maybe it's like, if this turns out to be true, we'll take those stories a little bit more literally, I think, right? It's a problem right now is we don't take them literally. So you'd love to hear him argue his points in his own language warp, yeah. He is a bit hard to follow. Yeah. He's clearly a smart guy. I mean, he knows a lot about Egyptian history. I'm curious as to how he's going to handle some of these points here from, Jimmy. I don't know. Jimmy does his thing. Like Jimmy and Dan both are nowhere near like the level of expertise that Zahi would bring into specifics. But I mean, they definitely make good videos. Dan's a smart guy. So yeah.
Good to have that clarified.
Secret machines, yeah.
If you're stressed about back taxes, miss the April deadline.
Fuck Piers, brother. We typically have two fucking ads in one
IRS
video.
is cracking down. Can I just ask you, just on a personal level, about one thing that's constantly put out there as to whether you believe this is true? That the Great Pyramid of Giza is claimed to have a correlation with the Earth's circumference and polar radius, based on the idea that multiplying the pyramid's perimeter by 43,200 equals the Earth's equatorial circumference, and multiplying its height by 43,200 equals the Earth's polar radius. So that this number, 43,200, is also related to the precession of the Earth's axis. Is that all true?
I'm not objecting any theory, but you have to understand, every day I hear a theory about a pyramid. Sometimes
but that one is an
for the last
amazing
3
theory.
months.
If that theory is true, it is mind-blowing. Do you think it's true?
No one send it to me. I will study it and I will.
Have you not heard it?
How would he not know that? He would know that argument. These are some of the. So people that are trying to debunk that argument say it's playful math. But again, you can listen. Randall Carlson did a great video on that for anyone that's curious. And it's potentially another indication that the architect involved with the site knew way more than anybody in ancient Egypt, right? And that's the theme here, is that it's not necessarily always the construction methods, it's the architecture also that's an anomaly. So I can't believe he wouldn't know that.
It's the same number on the Sumerian kings list. 43,200 has been seen in ancient history inexplicably. And the Sumerians are the earliest document human civilization we have, and that number ties in with them. Real quick, I'm sorry, but Zahi, you didn't answer my prior question. Have you guys gone in and explored that hidden chamber? And if not, when will you be doing so? Because to be honest, we could do it by the end of the weekend. It's not difficult to drill a half-inch diameter hole and send in an endoscope here. So have we been in there? And if not, when are we going, brother? I need to know. This will answer all of my questions. If you want to squash debate involving conspiracy theorists and everything, all we got to do is go in and look. We know where it's at.
Brother, the boys got into those fucking tombs and was it Saqqara in like 5 minutes. They took a thing of fucking TNT. They drilled a little hole in the side and they blew the top off the fucking thing. They were like, I wonder what's in there. And that's how they got it open, right? It now destroyed the fucking tomb, but then we knew what was in it. Nothing.
Right? Drill a hole. This is doable.
Yeah, I agree. Why can't you just go in?
I answered your question, and I said,
so you're saying we have not gone in and explored that chamber. Is that correct?
Can you please let me to answer you?
Yes.
I already answered you, and I said, all these voids that we found, the Scan Pyramid team and the English team, right now, we are discussing and studying how we are going to get in. You cannot just go in directly like this. You have to make a study. You have to research it. You have to decide as a scientist, when can you do it? And when can you do it?
I can respect that.
Come on. I mean, look, we sent rockets. We sent rockets to the. Hang on, Doctor.
But yeah, that's a good
sorry.
We have sent rockets to the moon since the 60s. I mean, the idea we can get to the moon in space rockets, but we can't get inside a chamber of a tomb in a pyramid. I mean, come on.
Do you want me to answer now or still any talk? I told you what we found inside the Great Pyramid. And I told you, this year, 2025, is the year that we are studying how can we enter inside these voids. And he said 9 years. Yes, it can take more than 9 years. This is the pyramid of Egypt. This is something valuable. This is one of the 7 wonders of the world. Yep. You just can go and boom and drill like this. You have to be sure that this drill is important to discover something.
Okay.
But it's not 9 years. We have been working since 9 years until today.
I hear you. let me bring in Dan Richards. Dan, what would you like to say to Dr. Hawass? Because there's been a kind of raging conflict between what people see as the establishment Egyptologists who have kind of access and control, and then all you guys who would probably love to get that kind of access and control but don't have it. What do you view about what he's been saying?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Pierce. It's good to meet you, Zahi. I have a quick... when you were on Joe Rogan, you said that you didn't know what Zep Tepi was. And I figured I would give you a chance. I would imagine as the premier Egyptologist in the world, you do know the Egyptian creation myth. Would you mind just explaining it to us real quick so that to kind of vindicate yourself and show the world you do know what Zep Tepi is?
No, I mean, I know about the ancient Egyptian creation, but maybe I don't know this term. But what I'm saying, what this has to do with what we are discussing now.
Don't let me in there. Listen, at the end of the day, it's a bunch of fucking rocks. It's an impressive pile of rocks. There's other more impressive things that are potentially encoded within it. And if we ever find out there's something even more impressive under it, guess what? We're going to blow it the fuck up. Because I'd say knock it the fuck open. Because, I mean, what we really want to get at is what's in there. Because, listen, all of these other anomalies in concert together point towards some kind of... They may indicate that there's something weird going on with the site. It may indicate that there's more than meets the eye with the structure. Although there's a lot that meets your eye when you see it, right? So that is in and of itself one of these indicators already. What we're trying to get to here, and Graham is the one that really kind of officially brought this up in the last couple decades, that there was some more advanced people here in the past from wherever. But this may be an indicator, it may be proof, evidence of this. And that, yeah, I'm all for fucking blowing the side off that fucking thing, yeah. Find the mantids. More of the giants, I think, brother. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. It takes, to build the pyramids in time it takes for us to drill a hole, yeah. They let us in with a bong, disco light, black lights, and magnifying glasses. We will crack the codes. There's a good 30 of us. If we get stoned enough, we can start deciphering the math, brother. Maybe it's that simple, Max. Man, maybe that's what we need to see. Light is a little bit of the devil's lettuce. We'll fucking open our eyes to the truth here, you know? Maybe that's what we fucking need to peer through the veil. Yeah. Yeah, it makes me wonder how big of a nut the Egypt question is to the whole truth of the scenario. Yeah, like, does the truth of Egypt lead to a proper origin story? Yes. Well, if you want to fucking get woo with it, which Zahi would never want to do, but, I mean, at the end of the day, who knows? Edgar Casey, who did predict that there would be a chamber under the right paw of the Sphinx, which they haven't excavated yet either, which Robert Schoch's team found fucking 20 years ago, also had stated that the entire site of Giza was effectively constructed by survivors of this fallen civilization and was used as a repository of their lost knowledge. And it's called, what's it called? The Hall of Records is what he would refer to it as. There's another name of it as well. Another name for it, sorry. Yeah, that's effectively what the woo says. And so if we find a bunch of structures underneath, and chambers as well, very deep underneath, what's in there, right? There could very possibly be remnants and records of this. And then, of course, in hindsight, we'll have people that go back and say, oh my God, how did we miss this? There's a lot of people that did. Why? They had no fucking intuition. They were paying attention, right? They weren't asking enough questions. Galen TV, welcome. This is Dan from Debunking, yeah.
Oh, it's very important because, I mean, it's the ancient Egyptian creation myth involves the primeval mound, right? And this is a symbolic bend.
Exactly.
This is something you're going to see all over the ancient world. So that term Zep Tepi is you see it in Egyptian without the vowels, but it's the Egyptian creation myth. So it's kind of important. It's a very important lens to use when you're interpreting these artifacts. So when you were on Joe Rogan and he asked you what it was and you said you didn't know what it was, that
probably
so
a
honestly,
language
if
barrier.
you wouldn't mind, it's a good chance to vindicate yourself.
I teach the Egyptian creation, but I'm saying this term that you're talking about, I never heard of it. Maybe it is not in, I never heard it in the world of Egyptology. Maybe it's between the others, but I can
Graham
tell you
popularized
about
it,
creation, how the Egyptians created this world. But I don't understand why this has to do with the pyramid now that we're
let me
discussing.
ask Dan, let me ask you just on the wider point of the recent discovery by Dr. Hawass, or the claim from the research that there were no slaves involved in the building of the pyramids.
That, to me, that's ludicrous. I mean, I worked construction for a long time, and they're using the food and the graves and stuff. And I mean, I saw many construction workers eating McDonald's while there was other construction workers eating steak. It just depends on if he's a foreman, if he's an engineer, or if he's just a grunt. The painters don't eat as good as the electricians, who don't eat as good as the engineers and the architects. So, having 10,000 people buried in the shade of the pyramid in a grave, mind you, that only says they worked for Khufu. It never says that they built the pyramids. So that's a stretch. It's an assumption that these are pyramid builder graves. But in addition to that, there could be graves of tens of thousands of slaves off the site that haven't been discovered, that were doing all of the grunt work while somebody else was holding the plumb bob. So to me, it's ludicrous to say there were no slaves involved.
But to be clear, and to be fair to Dr. Hawass, you don't know for a fact that it's not true, do you? What do you say?
Of course not. That's ancient history, right? We can all speculate, we can all spitball, but the only things we really know are carbon dating and written records, kind of, sort of. But I mean, we fudge written records all the time, even today. So
yeah,
right. Jimmy, you raised your hand.
It means did you the time before? I think, is what it's translated as. So. I don't know if that's something that Graham had popularized it in his books. I think he mentioned it in Fingerprints and definitely in Magicians of the Gods. But it speaks of this time before when the gods walked with man, implying that potentially this is when the pyramids were constructed, right? That maybe this was the time when these constructions took place, when these gods, these architects were there, right, with the people. And that's a theme you find cross-culturally across the globe too, right? Same with these Sumerian myths, that there was a time when the gods were among them. The Anunnaki were on the earth, right? And they had fashioned the man out of clay and mud and blah, 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 blah. Zep means tepi and time means first. So tepi means first time. Okay, right. There you go. This term describes a primordial era when the gods, like Ra, Osiris, walked among humans, brought order out of chaos, and established the foundations of civilization. Close. Okay, so... the time before first time, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. So, did that happen? Is the question. Don't know. They don't think that it did. They think this is just myth and legend, but Graham had thought maybe it did.
I completely agree with everything that Dan just said. However, something very important for all of us to be humbled by is the fact that the Great Pyramids of Giza were allegedly created by the Old Kingdom. And there's a few things that need to be considered when we discuss what we think we know and what we don't know about the pyramids construction, which is that after the pyramids construction, there was 3 other changes of kingdom within Egypt. Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, and between them are missing chapters of human history within Egypt. For example, between the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom is approximately 126 years of completely missing history. It's conjecture. We think that it may have been a revolt within Egypt, a civil war, but something happened to completely overthrow the 4th dynasty going into the 5th dynasty. And then between the Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom is approximately 186 years of missing history. So the point that I'm making is that within each of those 2 chapters of missing history, that's longer than any human lifespan. It's multiple generations, which means that nobody was alive afterwards to say what was happening before. We have absolutely no idea how the pyramids were constructed, how, or even precisely when. And actually, I should point out that, Zahi, you mentioned about the movement of stones, and you cited that 60-ton stone that they depict being moved on a wooden sledge. Well, that is only 60 tons, whereas the Egyptians had moved the 1,000 metric ton Ramesseum statue. 1,000 metric tons is well over 2.2 million pounds, and it was inexplicably moved approximately 170 miles from Aswan to Luxor. That is 17 times heavier than that statue that you repeatedly cite. Not twice as heavy, not 5 times as heavy, not 10 times as heavy, 17 times heavier. And are we to pretend that wooden sleds are infinitely scalable? The reality is that there is a mystery here. We don't know how they constructed the
I don't
pyramids.
think Zai
We
would
don't know
disagree
how
with
they
that,
lifted
though.
and stacked 80-ton stones 300 feet above the ground. And again, I just would like your clarification. Are you saying that there has been no exploration into any of those hidden voids yet above the Grand Gallery? Can you tell me in good faith that you're certain that nobody within the Egypt Ministry of Antiquities has explored that yet?
Okay, well, a lot to unpack there. So first of all...
Yes or no, Zai? Sorry, Piers.
Dr. Hawass, answer that last question definitively. You've been asked it directly. Are you saying on the record there has been no exploration in the way that Jimmy Corsetti says?
Jimmy, I want you to understand.
Jimmy.
This conspiracy theory that you do have is wrong. Completely.
Conspiracy
we
theory.
do not hide anything.
Jimmy.
If the Egyptian, listen, if we do have any evidence.
Jimmy, you come to Egypt with me, my brother. You come with Egypt to me. You come to the back alleys. We have talked there and all. Disappear Jimmy into 30 pieces for questioning his authority.
The pyramids are back 15,000 years old. What's wrong with this? We'll announce this. We are not against anything. But what I am saying, we are not hiding anything. And you have to know this. Your theory that we have something that we hide is not true.
None of these guys asked him, why haven't you excavated the chamber supposedly under the Sphinx? There is a void, a pretty noticeable void on the right paw of the Sphinx that Chalk had found. I forget what the technique was called, but it was using sound. And it's there. And he was unable to get any kind of excavation authorized. And they don't know why. And I don't think they've done anything with it.
Always any discovery and any excavation. We are not hiding anything. I want you to know
what
this.
about the second? Okay, but what about...
Piers is hard as a rock under that desk. He loves when he gets people going. That's what gets the views going. Right? All these ads in here. Fuck, Piers loves that fucking... He loves that hot tea being spilled over his fucking desk.
Hang on. What about the second point that Jimmy made, which is surrounding the Ramesseum, which was 1,000 tons? How did that get moved?
Such a drama slut. I love it though now. Though.
I can tell you one thing. I can give you 3 evidence of moving stones. We have the Wadi al-Jarf papyri. Do you know anything about this papyri? The papyri is talking about an overseer of a workman who went to Torah to cut the white fine limestone for the casing of the pyramid. And he talked about his boss.
Stones.
His name is
Those
Didi.
stones are like 4 to 6 tons at the most.
You have in the Middle Kingdom.
And by the way, when it comes to that papyrus you keep talking about, it says absolutely, the word pyramid is not mentioned one single time.
Answer, you do not. I gave you the time to talk. Give me the time to answer you, please.
You never said yes or no, though, to that prior question about exploring that pyramid. You didn't say yes or no. You said there's no secrets, but yes or no, have you been in there?
I told you we are not. We are talking now. We are searching now. We are discussing now. How can we enter this void? Then
I know that's
have
true.
The voids.
Jimmy's gonna give him a fucking brain aneurysm.
No, we have told you this year it will happen. It will happen this year before the end of 2025 and the beginning of the year. We are going to show all the voids inside the pyramid.
All right, Dr. Hawass, let me ask you.
In a TV.
Dr. Hawass, let me ask you. What is the one thing you are desperate to discover about the pyramids which you've never been able to answer yourself?
Number one, I want to tell Jimmy that we found all the evidence of how the Great Pyramid was built. Completely.
No,
we don't really
have explained how they lifted and stacked 80-ton stones 300 feet above the ground. And prior to that, they were moved 500 miles from Maxwell.
We have it shown. We have it shown in scenes, in tombs, in the Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom and the Old Kingdom. You have to go and read. You have to go and read about this. But number two,
which tomb? I already know that that's not true. But I know that that's not true. So for the audience, why don't you cite which tomb so we can Google it upon ourselves?
The tomb of Hotep at Deir el-Barsha. It shows 172 men are moving a 60 tons statue. Then what's
which
what's
is 17
your problem?
times
I don't
less
understand.
weight than the Ramesseum statue.
How do you move a...
But I think what Jimmy's trying to say, though, what Zahi's trying to say is that they were capable of moving heavy stones, therefore they were capable of constructing the pyramid. The pushback against that assertion, that claim, is that the scale of it is unbelievable. And not just the scale of it, but then scaling the architecture involved as well, in that you have to be very precise in everything that you do, because even like a couple inches off could fuck the entirety of the rest of the structure up. So you're going to extrapolate that out in their timeline over decades. That's extreme level of precision you're employing, right? Even with the kind of, means they suppose they were doing, which is Bronze Age tools, which it can't have a hard time getting through the granite. They can't get through the fucking granite, actually, or at least according to Zahi, if they go long enough, they can. And hypothetically, yes, you could, but realistically, is that what happened? Well, we don't know, but it seems that there was something else employed. So,
1,000-ton stone, like you said. How do you do that?
Scaling TV.
Do you know? I want to show you today our workmen today, who are the descendants of the workmen in the past. They move in front of me more than 60,000 tons. This is the national project.
60,000 pounds.
This the Egyptian who lived in the time of Ramses II.
This is in the Old Kingdom, and there's absolutely
that?
no documentation of any kind describing how the pyramids were constructed. Again, there's missing history that happened right after.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
Out of the 100,000 hieroglyphs in Egypt, there's not one single one that depicts or otherwise describes in any capacity the construction of the pyramids. And again, that diary that you keep citing actually doesn't include the word pyramid whatsoever. Okay. Just like Dan Richards had just said, it's an assumption. Zahi, if you would like to invite me out to show me, the exploration of this hidden void, I think it'd be very good.
He's trying to create an argument. He's trying to say, look, this is what they could have done. There's some documentation. They were able to move heavy things. Yeah, Zahi takes it a step too far, but Zahi's convicted in his argument. He's convicted that it'll hold up to scrutiny. Now, the problem here, unfortunately, is that it's already falling apart. And neither of these guys, I think, as they would probably agree, are experts in this. But with a couple Google searches, you can find out the flaws in the argument already. So it's like, level of conviction, strength of the argument, it doesn't really mesh. But it's convenient for him to assert himself as an expert. But, again, this is a new age we're living in. Zahi's an older guy here. Like, some 13-year-old Google can find all the holes in your argument and then, where are you now? Like, you obviously still knows a lot about the history of the area, but anyway, I guess this is the guy that led Mr. Beast through the pyramids. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, he is the guy. Yeah. He seemed like a nice guy there. I don't, anyway, I've dealt with people that like Zahi before. I mean, I'm sure he just wants to figure out what's going on. The problem too, though, is some people mentioned before, he's like a nationalist. He is completely convicted that this was a result of the Egyptian people. If we're after the objective truth, we want to make sure that doesn't get in the way. Right? Like if it turns out we find something like these constructions potentially that are underneath them, if they're there, that will upend that theory entirely. Now, again, the Egyptian people may have been there to help build them, but who were the architects of that? Not the Egyptian people. Somebody would have been an and obviously even the construction of that, 2-kilometer long fucking structures under each of those major constructions, like the pyramids and the Sphinx. Nah, man, get the fuck out of here. Like you're kind of in, and that's what Filippo and others had kind of highlighted. Like if this is true, and they're completely convicted in their argument, this is real and it's there. We're into fucking ancient aliens, and then Zahi's fucked. His argument's fucked, and then he's got to coat and seethe. But that's what he'll do. So I like his argument though. Egyptians lift heavy blocks, put heavy block on other blocks. Simple as. If only it was that simple, Galen TV. Yeah, if only it was that simple. And I think that's the thing. Like. It seems like it works, but the architectures, how many blocks are there? Is there 2 million blocks? It seems like it makes sense, but then this is the other thing too, that they don't bring up a lot. I'm not an expert on this by any means, by the way. I'm just reiterating what others have already kind of, Randall's a good resource for this, but other people over the years like Chris Dunn who have kind of actually gone in depth on these arguments really, you'd think it'd be that simple. But unfortunately, you also have to create a base for that. And one of the issues as well is the precision with which the base was constructed for not just Khufu, but all the pyramids. It was so evenly cut And like I think it was something within the width of like a sheet of paper with the variance in the base of the pyramid. So they got it that smooth and that level. And that's a big footprint that's sitting on. And these ancient peoples did that with fuck all. Like very little knowledge of mathematics. Anything, geometry, nothing. Like that in and of itself, people have brought up before, is one of the real anomalies on top of the construction is that. So, yeah, that's what, maybe that's it, huh? Maybe that's it. Yeah. Egyptian secrets are like my hair, hidden, priceless, and impossible to keep under wraps. Oh my heavens. Yeah.
For the
Good
influence
Lord.
of the various influencers within this community on
Yeah,
the
I
internet
agree.
that are concerned that things have not been shared on the up and
I'd
up.
actually like to come.
I like you. I know
I'd
it
like to
sounds like
come
I'm
as the
sharpshooting you.
impartial guide on that trip, actually.
And I would report on it, honestly, Zahi.
But listen,
Let me bring Dan back in. Dan, out of interest, the same question to you,
Can I
Dan.
say-
Wait, hang on one second, Dr. Hawass. Dan Richards, what is the thing you would most like to just know for sure about the
Well,
pyramid?
honestly, as a guy who's worked construction a lot, there's one of the questions that are unanswered about the construction of the pyramids. You can say that you know how they lifted the stones all you want, but the squaring of that edifice to itself, the Great Pyramid has about a 2-inch deviation on a 756-foot run. That's less than 0.1%. You can't do that with ropes because they're going to sag. You can't do it with putting sticks back to back because you're going to get errors. Nowadays, we use transits and lasers. 500 years ago, they built the observatory at Greenwich, and it's not remotely as accurate to itself as the Great Pyramid.
No.
So honestly, I would just like to know how the hell they got it so perfectly accurate in its own footprint. How did they square something
We don't
on that
know,
size?
though.
It's like
We don't know.
machine age accuracy on a gigantic scale.
That I know, yeah. That's another great point. I mean, Dan knows more than myself in this, but that's another point I believe Chris Dunn had raised as well, where when you bring in people who understand construction, people who specialize in engineering, right, who are also architects working with the engineers, those are the anomalies that crop up where none of it makes any sense. But again, like if you're just looking at it, and this is kind of how like Galen TV mentioned, when you're looking at one block at a time, like the Egyptologists are, it makes sense. But when you look at it top down as an architect or an engineer, it doesn't make any sense. The void they mentioned, Corey, is it's something they had recently discovered with the Scan Pyramid project who Zahi's working with. There's 2 voids they found. So there's 2 other voids within the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. Khufu's that didn't know were there before. So you can do that with ropes. I don't agree with Dan here, really. They can ladder up. You can explain this. Holy fuck. The way you mark a foundation line with 2 sticks and a rope, you can extend a measure. I guess the problem is the scale, I think, at which it was employed, and the level of precision as well, yeah.
Well, do you have any idea how they squared the edifice, Dr. Hawass?
did
You can
go
still
to
see
Dashur
the footprint depth, yeah.
to see the pyramids of Khufu's father?
No, I have not been to Egypt, but I'm aware of the pyramids at
Okay, then
Dashur.
don't. If you haven't been in Egypt, how can you base on what you see? Because you have to know one thing: when the Egyptian began to think about building Khufu pyramid, you have to know they choose Giza Plateau, because Giza Plateau is a part of the Mokattam formation. Level 1 and 2 are very bad stones, but level 3 has the best quality of the stones. All the stones for building the pyramid came 1,000 feet away from the base of Khufu pyramid, and we located the location of the quarry. But before they moved the stones, they had to cut in the solid rock until they made the base of the pyramid 8 meters of solid rock, no stones. And they established a ramp from the quarry to the southwest corner. The ramp was constructed of stone, rubble, and sand. And we excavated the route of this ramp, and we found it. Then the Egyptian had a team cut it.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
The Egyptian divided the workmen, as we hear from Wadi al-Jarf Babairi, that I would like Jimmy to read first before he can talk to me. The Wadi al-Jarf
I've been there 3
is
times.
explaining.
Don't come at me like that. I've been to Giza 3 times, and I loved it. And I would love to go out there with you. I sincerely mean that. I know it sounds like I'm sharpshooting you, but
he's got to address Dan's point though, which he's not going to address, of course. So, build a massive tower is B, use modular measurements. I have to test my thinking on B though. Yeah, suppose time is the factor in the construction though. Would that change the perspective of limitations of scale? I don't know if it would change the. I don't know if it would change the architecture though, like the creation or the understanding of architecture will be the other limitation. I think with Dan is all. There's also like technical memes with it, like I brought up the actual base itself and the level at which that had been scaled to, and also planed down to the level of precision they employed there. But so you've got like technical things that it wouldn't matter, like how much time you gave them. They wouldn't have put the stones together in that precise manner. Like you give them 50 years, they could still fuck it all up, right? So like, I don't think there's any evidence that we know of that there were fuck ups, at least within like cutting stones. There's evidence that cut stones were not cut properly, but like they employed a ridiculous amount of precision, whether it took 20 years or 10 years or 5 years or a year or 50 years. The architecture itself, which is the planning of all of it and the construction of it, was fairly flawless. And like that in and of itself, I think is an anomaly. Again, not just me, but like Thomas the Factor, maybe it's a generational construct, like over 200 years, 1,000 years. I think it's 40 gambling TV is what they thought. But that would be even worse though, when you think about it, right? Like the longer it's going to take, the less likely the original architect that's involved in overseeing all this would be alive. Even if there's plans involved, I mean, you have to have somebody that has the vision of how this is going to be put together. Like it's that complicated. And so the longer it takes, I would imagine there probably would be more mistakes that would happen. Yeah. You have to talk to somebody. This is the thing. Perspective. Zahi is a scholar. Zahi claims he's a scientist. He's trying to employ the scientific method. First and foremost, Egyptology is a scholarly discipline. You'd have to talk to architects. You have to talk to engineers who've studied the site. Again, it's like when we want to hear about the history of the site, we'll go talk to Zahi. He can maybe point people in an area to go look for maybe like remnants or burials as well, right? They found the burial of these people, whether they were in the construction of the pyramid or not, who knows? But if you want to understand how it was constructed and how much of an anomaly the construction is, you would defer to people who have knowledge in those things. So again, Chris Dunn is an engineer. There's other people who chimed in there and supported his book that had a background in engineering and construction and material science, and their conclusions, at least their argument for those people, was this was an anomaly and looked more like a machine. So, but again, that would fly in the face of what they've come to conclusions of here with Egyptology. It's like, well, this is just some kind of a tomb. It's a simple construction. The problem is top down. The architecture involved is not simple. It's extremely complicated and arguably far too complicated for a Bronze Age civilization. Far too complicated for even a civilization of our level to employ en masse. But understandably, if you had a slave labor force of millions of people, you could probably do it now. But yeah, the Zahi is making right now would be a good amount. In the face, yeah. Fuck, he's got a little bit of a lazy eye there, you know. Fuck, he's looking pretty good for 81 years old. I think he's 81, isn't he?
I'm talking about the Wadi al-Jarf papyri.
Yeah.
You have to read it. To understand.
Right, and it says what? It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything about how they constructed the pyramids.
I'm talking about the accuracy, the square, how they made it so square. It's extremely perfect, and it's the kind of thing that we can't do today without lasers. We don't do it. You can't do it with ropes. You can't do it with sticks. There's a mystery there.
What's your conclusion? No, I need to understand.
Honestly,
what do you want to say?
My conclusion is they used, the plate with many rings, like a target that you have in the museum in Cairo. I believe that was a target that they used a concave mirror and used the pinpoint of light to fill up circles at different distances.
It's interesting.
I haven't been able to test that, but they had to use something more than ropes because you can't get that kind of accuracy without something better. I'm trying to keep it low tech.
Again, my question, what is your conclusion? If the Egyptians did not do this,
He didn't even listen to what he said, brother. I mean, anyway, that's when you just move on from this fucking guy. Now, you didn't even listen to anything Dan said. Yeah. And probably lack of understanding of the English language is contributing to some of this as well. But yeah. Fucking Christ, yeah. They called him the Anu for construction consulting, bro. Maybe they did, Galen TV. Maybe they did. Yeah, this is
I'm not saying the Egyptians didn't do it. I'm talking about specific problems and how to solve them. I don't care if Gandhi did it. I'm talking about how to get it squared. And so I'm trying to answer that without going to lasers or ancient high tech. But honestly, the issue here, that as I see it, is you're telling me that the problem's solved. I'm telling you that if I was tasked with doing that, as a guy who's been tasked with pouring foundations, I couldn't do that. I would be looking at it going, I'm going to need better tools than what you had available.
Could it be that they were just better back then at construction than we?
Okay, yeah, I think we got through the gist of this. No, fuck no. There's other examples of other megalithic sites that employ techniques that were lost, right? It's not just the Egyptian sites. I mean, Saxe Oman is another example of that, right? Where we have no idea how the fuck they did that with the stones. Looks like they melted them, for Christ's sake. Like, how the fuck did they do that? We have no idea. What do the stories say? Big guy with a beard showed up, lighter complexion, and with his crew, and had some device that molded the stones. It's like, brother, like, fuck. There we go. Yeah. You hate him. Yeah, he's kind of, he's just like an old guy stuck in his ways, It's kind of how I look at him, Ivana. Like, I talk to lots of people like that. We probably all of us have over the years, working shitty jobs, customer service jobs, where just some old fucker that just wants to speak and doesn't have any interest in listening to anything you have to say, just wants to talk. Tell you how great he was when he was younger. And I'm like, okay, buddy, yeah, fuck off now. Go on now. Get the fuck out of here, Like, God damn it. Yeah. Gotcha, Was. Oh, you hate Pierce too. Yeah, Pierce is also... Pierce or Zahi. I love that Jeremy Clarkson punched Pierce in the face. Pierce has kind of rebranded himself since those days of like tabloid journalism where people weren't really as fond of him. He kind of rebranded himself on CNN a little bit and has kind of moved his brand forward. But there was a time when people just didn't think much of him and enjoyed when Jeremy punched him in the face for spreading rumors about his wife. Yeah. Anyway, bit of a sleazeball, but I don't know. Zahi just strikes me as someone he's just an old guy. He's like, there's so many people like him out in the world, not just in Egyptology, but in many other disciplines who he just used to fucking smell his own shit, essentially. Yeah. Single-handedly prevented others from doing their own works there. He has, Ivana, yeah. Well, I mean, people could go, Robert Schoch should probably chime into this kind of whole deal with him. Maybe he has already, I don't know. But there have been other experts, like, Robert is a geologist. Robert looked at the Sphinx and told Zahi, this isn't wind erosion, brother. And Zahi's like, I've got all of these other experts that told me that this is wind erosion. And Robert's like, well, here, I'll formulate an argument for you pretty simply why this isn't wind erosion, right? So we're going to compare notes. And it turns out, of course, that Robert's argument's far stronger than all the other arguments. That it's almost definitively some kind of water erosion, which means that, well, it could mean a couple things, actually. One thing, there was a cataclysmic tidal wave that fucking hit the area and washed the fucking all out however many years ago. Or there was sustained rain periods that hit it, which would place it at least 9,000 to 10,000 years ago, sorry. So those don't fit in with their narrative. And then that obviously made Zahi uncomfortable, as it made everyone else uncomfortable there. And so they just kind of shunned Robert. But yeah, anyway, there's not that I'm not the preeminent expert on the history of this area. I'm just aware of some of the basic arguments around why it's an anomalous site. And I think that's the other thing too. With all of this shit, I mean, they can point specifically to this and that depiction, or they can try and formulate an argument that I think they meant this here. But then you look at more generally the anomalies, and the top-down anomalies on the pyramid are its size of its construction and precision employed, I think, is really what is anomalous about it. So, anyway, we will see. I think that's pretty much the TLDR there. Oh, where the fuck is the music is back. There we go. Hold on now. Fucking Christ, a second. Yeah, anyway, I mean, decent discussion. It's okay. I wonder what people... Zahi was a villain in the Indiana Jones movie that never got made. There's a lot of hate online, yeah. Reeks of contained aggression, deception, and self-importance. I think generally people don't really feel great about him. Yeah. As an Egyptian disguise, not representing us. Yeah. He's perceived by many not as an expert, but as a number one obstacle in the search for truth. Defends dogma, not discovery. Oof. Yeah. There's Dan. Biggest mafia boss is selling Egyptian artifacts. That is a claim as well, actually. Professional gaslighter. Yeah, anyway, he kind of did himself the disservice. Yeah. Galen TV, you're coming on here, or are you just hanging out tonight? I didn't know if we discussed that, if you're going to be coming on or not. But yeah, we're busy, Jim. Fuck. Megan emotes. Zai mad. I can't see that one. This is one of the ones you're doing. Oh my God, you're cooking them up. Oh no. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's up to you, Galen TV. Yeah, it's entirely up to you. Yeah, I'm thinking, what else do I have up here? I got a couple other things up here pertaining to this kind of stuff, but that was essentially the debate. Yeah, very interesting. I don't know. I mean, again, I think it's still quite clear that the site is anomalous. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to all just be aliens like Giorgio Tsoukalos, but I think there's a greater narrative here that it taps into, which is that there was some other group of people around in the past that may have influenced the site. The construction, the architecture, somehow there was some people walking around. Maybe that has something to do with it. Again, story of the gods. Who are the gods, right? But this is so far removed from history. It's a problem, right? Like whether it's Septepi or it's the Sumerians earlier times, they speak up when the gods walked around, or so many other examples of this as well. Even the out of the Mediterranean, like the Titans, like it's 10, 12,000 years ago, man, that's far removed from anything we're gonna have access to. Even 5,000 years ago is a ways back. There's not a whole lot kicking around that's left. You go back 5,000 fucking years. Oh, that's how the fuck did you do that so quick? Oh, that's a proper fucking meme. This is what happens though. He doesn't understand this. He doesn't understand the consequence of this. Of putting himself in on the internet like this. Is now he gets immortalized as a meme. It's like, brother, no one's gonna remember you for anything to do with Egyptology. They're just gonna be like, that's the Zahi mad emote. It's all he'll be remembered for in the annals of history. It's just the Zahi mad emote. That's what he'll be remembered as. Fitting, maybe, if he's a massive egotist. That's what he gets remembered as. God, kind of what Flint Dibble did to himself. Just fucking anyway. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Galen TV, welcome.
You mad?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Is this guy? Oh, this is something I had about. There's a lecture in archaeology said this is conspiratorial thinking, and then people were like ripping his ass apart. This is conspiratorial thinking. Yeah, appears you have the ability to get virtually any archaeologist on your show, and you pick these guys. I mean, I understand Hawass, even if he is a bit dated, but Jimmy and Dan are just conspiracy theorists with YouTube channels. Holy shit. I mean, they're asking questions. I don't know, Joe. I mean,
they're asking some questions. So.
They're asking some questions. Are there conspiracies? And there are conspiracies in the world. I mean, I don't know about that, Joseph, but yeah. We don't believe you so-called scientists. I don't know about that comment, but yeah, that's a bit pompous thing to say anyway.
Well, that's been kind of the trend for the last few years.
Don't believe in you science boys and girls.
Yeah, the scientists are untrustworthy now.
Well, I mean, they're people. That's the thing. This is the problem, though, when you try and brandish yourself as all of these different hyper-specialized, jobs, disciplines. I'm a scientist. Well, you're a person. You're a person who uses a scientific method, right? I mean, we obviously, it's their titles. We like to have them. We can flex what we know about things. I'm a specialist, right? I'm a, what's it called again? I'm a urologist, right? You can say, I know everything there is to know about pee holes and stuff like that, right? You're like, oh my God, you're an expert, right? You can talk to them about the burning and whatnot. So, but, at the end of the day, you're still a person, right? You're a person who specializes in something. and constantly trying to segregate yourselves away from everybody else isn't helpful. And this is the consequence of it. It's like, when we don't trust you anymore. Well, but the scientific method is something that we rely on to know things. So to say something like that is trying to make sense of it, but they just don't trust the people who call themselves scientists anymore. They're captured, maybe. Is that what it is? Do you trust a scientist?
I do.
Do you trust do you trust your urologist? Would you trust him? Her?
I don't think I have a choice but to not trust a urologist.
Well, you can always ask. There's always alternate theories.
What am I going to do? Go into the crystal shop? Say, look, I need the right crystal, the frequency to fix my bladder problems.
They'll come to you. They'll say, well, you contracted this and this and this from that night, right after that bottle of Jameson. And they'll say you got yourself into this much trouble. And they'll prescribe you a bunch of, what are the probiotics? Jesus Christ. Probiotics, it wouldn't be a fucking good urologist. Oh my God, what's the term I'm looking for here? Like, things.
They'll put me on a cleanse.
They'll put you on some kind of a pharmaceutical cleanse, yeah. But you can go talk to a naturopath, and they'll put you on maybe some tea or something that has nothing to do with pharmaceuticals, right? And then you'll take that tea, and then maybe the burning will stop. It might take a little bit longer, but anyway.
So.
You got crystals. Where did that shungite rod go? What do you do with that shungite rod? Jesus Christ, trying to cleanse yourself, right? Got an infection. Anyway, yeah, stupid statements. TLDR, stupid statements.
Wouldn't that be something? You get the shungite rod and you just beat whatever part of your pelvis to fix whatever urinary problem you have.
There's probably some guy who's done that, yeah.
It just beats whatever infection to death.
God, Jesus.
Infection's gone. The magic of the quartz and the shungite.
Well, you better just pray to Christ he doesn't get gonorrhea, because I don't want to even see or think about that. Fucking shoving that up there. Jesus fucking Christ. Jeez. Yeah. I'm somewhat of a shungite myself, Doc If. God damn. Oh, my heavens. Yeah.
So I guess to put it in more context, it kind of depend on the doctor. That Dr. Oz guy that's on TV, I don't know if I trust what he says.
Yeah, well, brother, he just pushed all the vaccines, he's like, hey, listen, it's safe.
Oh, did he really?
They told me it was safe, right? As he takes a check for $3 million fucking dollars from fucking Pfizer and Moderna. Well, I mean, it's just prevailing narrative. They take all this fucking money. There he is here running off with a fucking bag, Yeah. How about, will we trust Dr. Phil? He's a different kind of doctor, I guess. Yeah.
Hey, I saw both episodes of Dr. Phil was on Rogan. I gotta say, I was impressed. Yeah. Now, I guess I don't know if. I think he's a psychologist. I don't know if he's a psychiatrist or not.
Dr. Cosby.
Well, that depends on what the question at hand is. If the question is which supplement is going to knock me out the best, he might know something about that.
You don't want to remember any of it. You see, Dr. Cosby just makes sure I don't remember any of it. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God. Yeah. Did he die? Is he still alive? He's still alive, isn't he?
Oh, I think he's still kicking, isn't he?
Oh, God. What a fucking sick motherfucker, yeah.
Well, you see, you can't just call me a sick motherfucker, because that's not very fair to me.
Oh, God, old Bill. Old fucking Bill, yeah. Twisted fuck. Anyway, yeah. That's fantastic. Yeah. Now do a Jello commercial. Yeah, but please, I would love to see that.
Well, a Jello pudding pop. That's one I've worked on for a while.
You've been working on old Bill. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. There he is right there with his Jello. Oh, it's so much more twisted now. It's so much more twisted now, knowing oh my God. Oh God.
You think that was his cum face? With he's making the Jello pudding commercial?
Oh, probably, yeah. Well, I guess no one would probably know, would they? Because everyone was fucking passed out.
I guess that's true.
That's how he did business, this sick motherfucker, yeah. I'm in your freezer eating your Jello pudding pops, diddly doo bop, dee bop, goddamn. Oh, anyway, oh God, just fuck. Oh my fuck, he just creeps me the fuck. He always creeped me the fuck out. I'm gonna be completely honest. Even before the allegations came out, he creeped me the fuck out. There was something about him that creeped me the fuck out. Always. That creeped me the fuck out. I was always creeped out by him. Always.
He was probably my favorite second comedian. He was probably my second favorite comedian after Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh no.
Who also incidentally, I guess has done some questionable things.
Oh no. Jerry Seinfeld's your favorite comic. Oh my heavens. Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you grew up the Cosby Show and just assumed that was black dad humor.
Yeah, that was me exactly. Yeah, same thing. Me too.
I don't know, but like, yeah, there's other examples. I just always thought he was like, there's always something weird about him. Oh God, Jerry Seinfeld. I knew someone that went to see Jerry Seinfeld when they came to our city, and so many people got up and like laughed. It was so bad, I guess. Like he was talking about
heard
bees.
It was bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you go with? What's the deal with bees? They go up and they sting you, and they just die. I mean, what's up with that? No, that's not how you would do it.
I always you know my favorite comedian was? I love Bill Hicks. Anyone else know who Bill Hicks was? Holy fuck.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You like Alex Jones so much. That makes sense. And why you like Alex Jones so much?
Yeah, there's always people that don't know. There's a conspiracy that Bill Hicks didn't actually die. He just became Alex Jones. But I love. Oh my God, there's this bit. He's dark as fuck. I don't know where he was when he did this. One of his shows, but he yelled out, "Is anybody from marketing in the audience?" And there was a bunch of people in marketing. And they just told him to go kill themselves. And he's like, no, seriously, I'm not even joking. Like, please go kill yourself. Like, it just got real dark. Like, he got real dark with shit. But there was this brilliance to him, though, in some of his sets as well, where there was one, and I remember actually, oddly enough, David Icke had referenced it a lot. But it was. I think this is probably the quote right here, maybe. That's a part of it. Maybe life is only a dream. We're the imagination of ourselves. There's more to it than that. I forget what the rest of the quote is, actually. But it's just a ride. And this is right here. He's dressed up kind of like in the cowboy. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride and we can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice. No effort, no work, no job, no savings of money. Just a simple choice right now between fear and love. In the eyes of fear, I want you to put a bigger lock on your doors. Buy guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love, instead see us all as one. But he would like weave that kind of like esoteric kind of woo shit into the sets so well. And I loved it. Yeah. Yeah, Galen called it. There you go. Yeah. Everyone in the woo knows Bill Hicks.
When after I told those marketing people to go kill themselves after my set, I went on hard times. So I had to start my own TV, my own radio show. And I started selling water filters. And I found that, people really bought them water filters when I started talking about the end of the world.
Oh, God. Yeah. God. Yeah. It's funny because Alex has addressed that too so many times. Yeah. They call it the Jones-Hicks effect. Yeah. Oh, my God. I couldn't think of two personalities that would be more dissimilar. It would be fucking Bill Hicks and Alex Jones. Oh, my Jesus Christ. Like, they're like polar fucking opposites. Like, in some ways, I guess Bill was kind of like a little bit, kind of out there. But like, I don't know, Alex is just a very different kind of guy. Like, he's like a very like stern. Although Alex is kind of funny though. I shouldn't say that. He does have a really good sense of humor. He just kind of hit it for a long time. Like he is a funny motherfucker. Maybe not quite as eloquent as Bill, but like still entertainingly funny. It kind of sometimes unintentionally funny as well. But I think sometimes he was intentional. His humor was intentional. He just fucking. Yeah. Tried to hide it, but so what's new, Galen TV? What's new since the last time you've been on? It's been a little while. I don't think we did one last week, did we? Because you were out of commission, I guess, right?
Yeah, for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
we didn't do one last week.
Yeah, what happened again? You became ill somehow?
Oh, I'll let you tell the story if you want.
Well, I'll let you tell it. We just played a game of Magic, and maybe there was too many drinks consumed, one too many.
I guess it was kind of a stressful week at work. A couple of other things. I guess I just wanted to cut loose, and I just said, you know what, we're gonna get there. So we went to the liquor store. We bought a quart of Jameson, and I had no intention of drinking the whole thing. But 2 hours later, there we are.
There we are. About 2.5, yeah. And the whole thing was gone, yeah. Smoked a couple joints, too. And,
yeah, but I don't even think that counts just because of how much the liquor negated it.
How much the court went through? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess for the TOS on Twitch, yes, we recognize it's an irresponsible amount of liquor to consume, but we will say,
don't nobody do that.
No,
don't ever do that. I'm never going to do that.
But
again.
we will say that Jim Leahy would have been extremely proud that you managed that. That's Monday morning for Jim Leahy. Fucking court, Jesus Christ, you're just getting started for the day, for Christ's sake. That's not even beginning to scratch the surface on what him and fucking old Ram would get into, you know? A couple cheeseburgers and hot dogs around lunch, you fucking get into the second bottle around 1 p.m., you know? And then by the time 9 p.m. rolls around, you probably have 3 bottles, so.
I suppose. It was probably just at high quality for old Leahy, though. I don't know if he can afford the old Jameson.
Jameson's probably a step up, yeah.
Not that Jameson's high quality of its own, but it's a smidge more than the Alberta relabeled Alberta Premium Rye that they're talking down in the TV show.
The fucking quality piss. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. No, I've done that a couple times. I think it's just said, like, probably many people here have been out drinking. I mean, how many shots is that? It's like a lot. Like, and it's like 18 shots, is it? Like, how many shots are in and there's different measures for shots, but how many shots are in a quart of whiskey? I think it's like 18. Is it that fucking many? 21 shots. God.
Lightweight.
Fuck.
Lightweight.
Jesus. Fuck. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot in one night.
That's lightweight is 1,000 tons. Egyptians lifted.
Yeah. Ain't nothing but a thing. Ain't nothing but a peanut. 21 in. God damn. I said I've done that a couple times. Not over the course of 2.5 hours. It usually was over the course of maybe like 6 hours. I'd go through like a bottle of whiskey. But then I had some food. You know, I was smoking too. We had a cigar, some weed. Like I kind of mixed it up.
When did we start playing? Because I think we got to your place at around 7:30.
Yeah.
I think it started pretty much then. And
it'd be around.
I guess it would have been
10.
2.5. It'd be 2.5 to 3.5 hours. Because I can't remember if it was 10 or 11. But
yeah. Anyway, it's a lot. But yeah.
There's only like a couple things that there's probably more than that I don't remember. I remember looking at our low group chat, and there was one. There were like a couple. I kind of remember sending the first couple, and then that like last one where there's this like incoherent video. I don't remember that.
I do remember you trying to get off to leave, and that's when I realized I was like, oh fuck. You didn't know where you were, and you had to use the walls to get out. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, fuck, that's not good. Anyway, yeah, fuck me.
Really? Oh yeah, I don't remember that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, listen. It's all right. You know, you need a couple days to recover from that. Understandably.
Fuck, I need like a week to recover from that. Never again.
Yeah. No. Fucking just I like the buzz. I like just a couple nice little buzz. You know, with hard liquor, I just sip on it now. I don't really drink it like that. I just go for little sips. I just like a nice sip. Usually one shot. As people know who may have watched me on here before, I would typically have a bottle on my desk. But the problem though is over the course of a month, I go through the entirety of the bottle, and then, you know, I'm like that's a lot. Like, it's like, is my body's filtered all that out, and it's the consistent consumption night after night that, although yes, my body will process it, I had to stop. But little taste here and there, still once in a while, you know, it's all right. But anyway, but yeah. No, so we weren't able to do a little Schizo Sunday last week because you were still in recovery. But I thought maybe, tonight we would maybe kind of go over some memes. And I don't know if you have any memes saved or anything you've saved up or anything you've been following.
I definitely do.
You know something? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to pick your brain. I just wanted to see. Well, how do you think the pyramids were built then? But
well,
you say your thing first.
Well, no. Well, we'll mention that first, I guess. I have no fucking idea. I mean, I always would usually, for the meme, if talking to people, would say, well, fuck the aliens, obviously. But, I mean, honestly, if I were to be audacious now, I would say something like the gods built them, right? And then what would they say to that? I mean, they'd say, well, they say, yes, but there's no evidence of that. I'm like, well, would there be? I don't know. I mean... there's no evidence of anybody we know of really building them. I mean, somebody built them, but we don't really know that the Egyptians did definitively. At least were they the architects of them? That's where the debate is. And so it's like, I don't know. Did the gods
actually? God, you couldn't have built them because your gods don't exist.
Well, yeah, that's exactly it. And then you get into a debate around like, well, who were the gods? And you'd go into like some ancient history memes and you try and point towards something like Plato or the other anecdotes from other cultures. And then I would probably try and go and get the people trying to argue that they were, or even an archaeologist maybe, I would say, well, you know, what, you don't take them seriously? Like you don't take the Egyptian people seriously? That the gods were with them at one point in their history? You think they're just stupid, right? He's like, they're just stupid, right? Like try and turn it around on them. They try and turn it around on everybody else. They're like, oh yeah, well, you know, okay, like you just think you don't think the Egyptian people could do that. It's like, well, I don't know, but you don't think that they were truthful when they talked about the time when the gods were with them? And what do you think the gods are doing then? Possibly constructing monuments, you know, to represent that, and that we don't know that. Well, this is the other thing we don't know. I mean, maybe these were at one point to signify them. Yeah.
I thought the consensus, not the consensus, but I thought the hot take now was that they were like generators.
Oh yeah. Well, that's Chris Don. Yeah. Chris Don was I guess he's technically an engineer, but it was the Giza power plant was his book. Yeah. That Chris, when he went through. It's not just Chris. There's been a lot of other people from engineering, architectural backgrounds that have gone through them and looked at them. And Chris thought that it looked like a machine. And when you look at the innards of it, and actually Chris's theory, when you think about it, actually kind of holds up because through the kings within the Great Pyramid, the kings and the queen's chamber, there's these shafts that run in. And there's two different sets of chemicals Chris thought that they were funneling in. And there's evidence of these chemicals being found in each of the shafts, but that when funneled into each chamber, these chambers functioned effectively as some kind of combustion with these chemical components flowing into them. And then the bottom of the pyramid had the Nile River coming in at at a particular rhythm, and that generated a resonant frequency. And combined with these chemicals, it created some kind of off-gassing of energy. Off-gassing would be the wrong word to use here, I guess, technically, but the off-gassing of these chemicals resulted within concert with the frequency generated by the Nile and how it's constructed. The whole thing started vibrating, and then that would release some kind of energy. I don't know what specifically, but that was his argument, and no one ever brings that up.
Ley lines, weren't they?
I don't think it didn't have anything with ley lines. I don't recall it had anything to do with ley lines.
Okay.
That I know of. No. Maybe I'm misremembering it. I don't think so. I don't think he got into ley lines, but that it had something to do. It worked as a generator effectively. I think all of them to some degree, but specifically the Great Pyramid was the generator. If anyone wants to look through his work, you can find his book now as a PDF online. Actually, you could feed the entirety of his book into ChatGPT and have it read the entire thing and get a pretty good TLDR of his main talking points if you really were, squeezed on time. But this is it here. Yeah, he just released a new book. I was going to actually see if I could get a hold of, but the Giza Power Plant Technology of Ancient Egypt. The depth and clarity of Dunn's research will astound a lay reader and scientist alike. Yeah, so there's lots of people that have looked at his theory and thought it was very interesting. Obviously, this involves some very advanced civilization, some architect from an advanced civilization, obviously, to achieve. There's no fucking way. Microwave power, is what it was. Microwaves. Now, why would they be doing that? Fuck only knows.
Well, to heat up the leftovers.
Yeah. Jenny, Jenny, I used to study Egyptian things years ago from a young age. They were not built for the purpose the government says. There's some sort of communication system and are pointed towards certain planets, Jenny. Well, I mean, if you're sending microwaves out into space, I suppose that would be the intention, potentially. Well, you could ask ChatGPT right now. You could say,
they line up with like the Orion's belt, don't they?
Oddly enough, that's debated in mainstream. They think it's just a coincidence or something. I'm like, what the fuck? There's no way that's a fucking coincidence. Like, it was Robert Bauval who put that forward, who's a friend of Graham Hancock's, who is also an engineer, who is Egyptian himself, who also looked at the site and said, there's no fucking way. This isn't some kind of example of some kind of high, technology, but not in the sense of like laser beams and shit, but there was somebody there. It's clearly whoever architected this entire site. It was Ball's theory as well. Had a very deep understanding of astronomy and mathematics and engineering, and far beyond what the Bronze Age Egyptians would have had. But that was their argument too. The Germans took a big interest in them during World War II. Then U.S. Army looking for things. Egyptian. I will say the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid was shooting microwaves into space. What would they be doing this for? Not that it's gonna fucking know that, but it might even pull up that this is Chris Dunn's theory, but they could very well have been some kind of communication device, who knows? I mean, but no, the question is like, if you were some visitors, like if you go to the Anunnaki narrative, the ancient astronaut meme, that these were ancient astronauts that came down to the planet Earth and ended up going native at some point over the generations, where maybe their spaceship got completely disassembled for parts. There's a theory out there actually about this that somebody put forward recently, that they went native, they used up all of the high technology in their spaceship, they ran out of everything, so what do they have to do after they went native here over a couple generations? Well, they still had this high knowledge of mathematics and engineering. What would they do? Go to the local hunter-gatherers, say, we're gods, look what we can do, look what we know, right? Predict a bunch of eclipses and convince them that you know all these deep dark secrets about reality. Then create a civilization around yourselves, right? They worship you as gods. Enslave them effectively to then build these constructions. And then with your great knowledge, create some kind of a communication device to phone back home. And that is if we were placing bets, simply, and this isn't based on a lot. If I was going to place a bet, that's where my bet would be. Personally. Now, is the pyramid an example of this group of people? I don't really know. I'm not going to pretend that I know everything there is to know about Egypt, but if I were placing a bet, I would probably go with Chris Dunn, because it seems like so far some of the memes he's come up with have panned out, at least in regards to for the dilute hydrochloric acid solution, hydrated zinc chloride solution being fed into these different chambers here, and we're finding this in the respective chambers leading into this main reaction chamber here. Then I would probably take a bet at that point that, yeah, that's probably what happened. But I'm not going to like pretend that like this is absolutely what occurred. I'm just going to say, if I was to place a bet, I would say, yeah, that's where I would go with it probably. But so group of people come down that are more advanced over the generation, the ages, they go native, they maintain these bloodlines to keep themselves pure. And then at some point end up constructing these megalithic sites for one reason or another. And then they just kind of go extinct at some point, maybe. And when you look through all of the different stories of the gods and stories of the gods and even stories of the giants, it's kind of what happens. But anyway, that's very woo, obviously. What do you think of that, Galen TV?
Well, I mean, maybe they didn't go extinct. Maybe it was just, maybe it was like you said, like that one guy that's 7'9" that's from Canada.
Well, they're in the gene pool still, yeah. They're still in the gene pool. They didn't necessarily, but for the most part, their lineage, their knowledge, their lineage goes extinct. Which is something that, like, when you look through Sitchin, who talks about stuff like this, and you look at the Sumerian kings list, it's something, Sitchin maybe incorrectly assumed that the reign periods of these kings were talking about one person that was alive. I mean, it can also be that these were like ruling lines, although that's still fucking insane to think about, that there was a ruling family for 30,000 fucking years, and we can't even wrap our heads around that. we have a ruling family that lasted what, a couple hundred. That's a proper meme. But in the antediluvian portion of the King's List, which is before the flood, they do have these reign periods of these gods that reign for 10, 20. I think the most is 30 or maybe even 40,000 years reign periods. They'll go back effectively 400,000 years roughly. 300 and something to 400,000 years. This is how long it goes back for. But maybe that was a lineage that ruled that long. I don't know. That you're obviously way out in the swamp with all this, but Just it's there. It is there, and we can't really explain it. It's a little bit weird, right? And they also measured those rain periods in measurements of 3,600 years, by the way. So shars or sar, depending where you're from, Mesopotamia. But sar is how they. So 3,600 years is the period at which the increment they'd be measured at. So there you go. But anyway, that's not conspiracy. That's real. That's a real meme out there in the world. That's a real one. So
is that the official take?
That's the official take. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the official take. Yeah.
Now, the Egyptologist?
That'd be a sumerologist or a Mesopotamian.
Wow, it is a conspiracy then.
Conspiracy, yeah, fuck.
Oh, it's a conspiracy.
Microwave shooting pyramids is hypothetical. Yeah, they just say wireless power beaming to orbital platforms, active planetary defense radar, launch assist propulsion.
Yeah, those are like the obelisks, I think, is like the theory on that. That's what the obelisks were for.
Interesting. Grand ritual techno-mysticism. Deep space beacon. Hey, we're here. Lighthouse. 1.4 gigahertz. Hydrogen line cuts through cosmic static. Narrow beam stays coherent for parsecs. Arecibo's 1974 message. NASA's beacon in the galaxy concept. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it could beam out into deep space. So if they were beaming home to, let's say, a comet-like planet, maybe.
Okay.
We can even point out in that scenario if we really wanted it, because that's depicted on a lot of different walls across the globe. But that's how this connects together. That they're sending home a message, maybe to Anu himself, possibly.
Anu himself.
Anu himself. Yeah. There's zero empirical sign the Great Pyramid has ever been in microwaves. No, that's not true.
What do you mean? We just like looked at the picture of it.
Well, that's Chris's theory. It shows it can focus external EM waves, not generate or beam them. But, well, I mean, I don't know how much scrutiny. I'm pretty sure Chris has subjected his theory to quite a bit of scrutiny. I don't know if it's ever been like officially allowed into a journal for peer review, but I mean, I don't know. He's debated a lot of people on this too over the years. So I'm unfamiliar with how much of the mainstream it's fallen into, but I mean, there's only one way you would know that with complete conviction anyway, and there's only one way to really find out. Although you can't anymore, because I don't think the Nile can be channeled into the bottom of the pyramid anymore. I think it's too far away. If the Nile used to be right up to the side of it in his back in the day, where you could channel it in, but it's too far away now. You'd have to have some other mechanism that could maybe generate the frequency vibration within it, I think is what he thought it could do. But anyway, crazy shit, really crazy shit. I mean, it's one of those things, man, will we ever know? Well, dig underneath them, get the fucking dynamite, let's go, let's blow it up, let's fucking do it.
Maybe that's what the generators were for. They're generating whatever those pillars and columns were underneath.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, what if those exist under there? What was their purpose exactly? We don't know.
Bigger generator.
I mean, maybe it's like a battery where it stores the energy. I don't know. I mean, this is obviously out there.
Battery.
Yeah, but this is
battery.
It's an Earth battery, maybe. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we don't know. This is something we'd have to do more testing on. But these are the kinds of things, like, we're still in just this is very elementary. Like, this is at the beginning of us starting to understand this stuff. And again, why it's interesting that just now, as we become more advanced, we're starting to notice these things. And that in and of itself might indicate the level of advancement we're dealing with here, where if in like another 10 years we finally figure this out, right? I mean, nobody noticed any of this before. Why? Because we weren't advanced enough to, right? Now we're starting to put together the puzzle here. It's like, oh my God. That in and of itself might indicate the level of advancement we're dealing with. And not necessarily that, they didn't construct this with like slaves. They very well might have. But advancement of the architecture involved and the science behind it. So who knows? Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I was going to bring up a second ago because I don't know if it's you that told me about this back in the day or if we've talked about it. But we were talking about this earlier about the reptilian that showed up on 4chan years ago and the site went down. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The alien selfie meme.
The alien selfie. Yeah. I don't know if we've really gone over that in depth. Is there any surviving image of the alien? I don't think there is an example out there supposedly that exists.
Not really. Let me Let me take a look.
I was gonna say, we were going over this earlier, and for people that don't know about this again, who weren't here when we were talking about it, but years ago, I guess in 2019, where was it posted on B?
It was 2017.
2017.
It was on Politically Incorrect.
It was on Poll.
I'm pretty sure it was on Poll.
There was an image that appeared, supposedly, of a reptilian entity that had taken a selfie of itself. And it scared people so badly that after the board had went down, and it did go down after it was posted, which is a hell of a coincidence. The board went down. Like the site went down, didn't it? The site went down.
Site went down for like a little bit.
The site went down shortly after it was posted. And people were called becoming physically ill at the sight of this image. But nobody could find the image again. And so it became kind of part of this lore. Did this actually happen? Was there actually an image that was posted?
I went pretty deep into it. I wanted it to be real. I don't think it's...
You think it was a LARP?
I think it was a LARP.
That's...
I really wanted it to be real, too.
That's what I thought, too. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. So, this is what happens. Supposedly, local time, Arizona. This is at 2 a.m. on the 22nd of February, 2017. Between 12:30 and 2 a.m. In an on-post, a pic titled 24489, taken approximately 24 miles northwest of Luke Air Force Base, Phoenix, Arizona, Lab H4C. On Poll, image shows a yellow-scaled reptilian staring into the camera, hence the alien selfie. Here's a reality check, though. Only eyewitness accounts, no verifiable copy of the image survives. Within 60 seconds, thread 404s, and all of 4chan drops offline for 10 to 20 minutes. Users scream government scrub. The outage coincided with Cloudflare wrestling a nasty memory leak bug later dubbed Cloud Bleed. Many sites hiccuped that night, no evidence of targeted takedown, according to Wikipedia. The morning. Rumors bloom on Reddit, Pastebin, Twitter, claims of viewers feeling nauseous and vibrating. And then blurry recovered fragments of Photoshop just circulate. Conspiracy blogs claim Men in Black involvement. It'd be interesting to see, elaborate on that lab, H4C, around Luke Air Force Base. We can do that, but why it probably happened, Cloudflare glitch. So patching caused momentary downtime. Hoaxes exploited the coincidence. Yeah. No cache, no EXIF, no chain of custody. Every re-upload is provably edited or dates from the older UFO hoaxes. Yeah. Brutally honest. Yeah.
Here's a screenshot of the events. The TLDR of the events.
Yeah. Oh, did it actually? Did you? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Here, I'll pull this up again on TV. This is the hysteria that followed after the fact. Oh God, Jesus, yeah. There we go.
This is supposedly this is the summary of it.
Was that the actual image or what it supposedly looked like? Yeah.
That's what people were saying.
So it was a gray alien or reptilian? Or looked more gray-like?
Yeah, it kind of varied between both.
Interesting. The hollow screen. Yeah. Interesting. This was the first iteration and was posted immediately upon 4chan coming back up from maintenance. The Misty A. This was the second photo posted, popping up a few hours after the initial event. And these are all of the the slimy A, a corrupted image of the alien. Hilarious to think people were fooled by that. Roswell cool. There we go. Prune eyes. Seagay. Seagay 2.0, a render of the original Seagay. Oh my heavens. CGA, maybe is how it's actually pronounced. CGA, I should say.
I think that was another one floating around with it.
Oh, this is it here. Oh my heavens.
There was another one that was floating around, and then there was...
Okay.
And there was this one.
Dear Christ. Oh my God. None of these make me physically ill. Actually, I get quite physically excited.
It's the opposite,
Bill. Seeing skinny. Huh?
It's the opposite of ill. You're quite excited.
Quite excited to see these bobs.
Aroused.
Yeah.
One might say aroused.
Someone might say aroused to see these bobs. Yeah. Oh, well, where's the update here? Whatever. So what is this about though? So this did survive though, which is supposedly what was written in the image, which was this here. So this 24489 taken approximately 24 miles northwest of Luke Air Force Base, Phoenix, Arizona, Lab H4C. That's the only primary appearance of Lab H4C. Everything since is heresy re-uploads or podcast memes. So it's a medical pathology lab, routine blood work, generic name. Cox Innovation Lab. Oh, does it have anything called H4C? No. An abandoned practice runway, empty desert, no buildings. So Oxfield 1, 24 miles northwest, does exist. Foy-stalled searches and published facility turns up as 0 hits for H4C anywhere on base or in the surrounding range. UFO folklore loves Hangar 18. Slapping 4C on it feels authentic. Why the hoax stock? No. Go deeper. Find this place for us. Goes deep. This is when we finally get into trouble on the stream, actually. It does some deep digging and actually finds something somewhere written in some back corner of the internet. And we actually find the actual image. Would you imagine? Yeah. You should take us out for night out camping and do UFO watch too, Death. Brother, we were just talking about that today. We may do that next weekend. I think it's a Playing Galen TV. Is that still on?
Yeah.
Yeah. We may do a live stream. As long as the weather holds up, which it says it's going to be nice. So, yeah.
There was another alien visit that I was trying to find that was around 2017 as well. This one was to the paranormal board. It was a poster by the name of Mizium, who supposedly took a picture of planet Earth because someone said, "If you're an alien, why don't you fly by the planet and take a picture?"
Oh yes,
the guy supposedly did, and people were flipping out.
Yes, Edge.
I found a thread.
Oh, sorry.
I found a thread, but there's definitely some words that I don't know if you can show.
Well, the words are probably fine as long as we don't say any of the words. I think we're good. Yeah, well, that'd be kind of fun to pull up. Yes, it probably the 19th now, Edge. I think we'll come to I'll let people know here, but the 18th is going to rain, unfortunately, here. So the 19th, which would be Saturday night, is beautiful so far. There's no rain forecast at all. It's going to be nice all night and clear at night too. So that's probably what it's going to be. I'll post in the Discord the next day or two, just kind of confirming that that's going to be it. But yeah, it's also going to be a bit of a test stream because I'm going to test out how this phone's going to work, and we'll see. Hopefully everything goes well. If it doesn't, then it is what it is. But it'll be an experiment for live streaming for me, as I've never done it before. So, but yeah, we'll try that. Oh my, here we go. Here's the actual location. That's kind of a strange. Got a triangular shape. Yeah. I'll let you guys. I'll post in the Discord so we know ahead of time to make sure everything's going to happen. But it went deeper. Here we go. Here's the actual area here that it points to, supposedly, which is a triangle out in the desert. Yeah.
However,
interesting. George, thank you, George, for the follow. God bless. Interesting. So an abandoned runway. Okay. Why the hoaxer picked the spot? Verdict, nothing here. Oh, this guy just needs to fuck off. He's not digging hard enough for us. Yeah. We'll try and avoid the nasty words. Oh, this is it here. What was this about? This is like an alien. What did he say?
It's an alien that supposedly came to visit.
Okay. What does he say, Galen TV? He says,
let's see. Hello, I'm Mizium from Varn Homestar. I have spacecraft to travel across galaxy in just few hours, but request special fuel that is scarce. You ran out of fuel in front of your planet, no longer travel at such a great speed. Now I only span length your planet in a few minutes, which is not fast enough to reach home star. I stuck here for a year until team finds I. For time will prove I Mizium by posting pic photos of planet. Tell me coordinate and I fly over coordinate and post photo. Translated English by Liba.
Somebody asked him if he likes eggs. So this is him flying by the
There's
planet.
a forward meme. There's a meme before its time.
Yeah. Do you like eggs? Jesus Christ! What the fucking Jesus fucking Christ? Yeah. So what's the overarching meme with this though? That somebody asks him to fly like what over his house or something, and then in the end he posts it.
Let me find the post number. I'll get you to. You can Control F to find it. But
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think it was post number 961. Just put like 96 or 1961.
Oh, this is him leaving. That's the planet
so.
at a distance there. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the planet where people were like, "Oh my."
Him at a distance, yeah. Him at a distance. I mean, it could just be. Could be Google. You could do that with Google Earth. Just put a filter over top of it. Someone in Photoshop, right, with like his, just Google Earth Photoshop fucking meme. Oh my god, like oh my god, you went to my location. Fucking Google Earth, just pulling out. Just put a filter.
Oh yeah, that's right. Somebody said like fly to this location, and then went outside and they saw like over their house. I think that was it.
Wasn't this? Didn't they say that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit earlier. Yeah, because if you scroll down a little bit, there's a picture of a crying Peppy. The guy said, "Don't forget about this post. Who actually saw Mizium? Goodbye, spaceman. We'll remember you."
I really wanted to fly by my house, chill at my house. My coordinates are here. Take a picture of you. Yeah, oh my god. I think he just flew by my house in our town. Fucking crazy. Come to my house. It's pretty crazy though. Look at this though. Like, even if hypothetically this was happening, that there was actually somebody from another star system were like, hey, like come over my house right now. They had no idea who the fuck this guy was. This could have been real. This guy could have been evil. He could have been looking to like abduct these poor lads. Yeah.
You go to post 1825. And then he took a picture of the supposed spacecraft over his house.
Can you imagine now? This is the problem. Like, can you just fucking imagine? Like, what the fuck? Holy shit! Yeah, it's a real what the fuck. Can you be more specific?
I like the picture underneath it though, of like the alien laughing at the computer.
Yeah,
that's one that I've been trying to find for a long time.
Yes, just fucking on 4chan of all places. But like, if you wanted to go with like the collective, like unconscious, like just unfiltered, it would probably be 4chan. That's really it though, when you think of it. Like, it's just kind of like Wild West is the internet, right? Like, dear God, yeah. But we're talking earlier about like fuck. You just imagine if there were like real photos out there, like, you never know. Like maybe this thing actually showed up over his fucking house. Well, we'd have no idea. Everybody's anonymous on here. We have no idea who the fuck these people are. Yeah.
Have you seen anything about this? This was like supposedly a picture of an alien caught on like somebody's like doorbell cam or door camera, and like it was in California. I know that. Was it in Los Angeles? I think.
Was that the little guy walking? Like, is that?
Yeah, like hunched over with like the elongated head.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. What the fuck? Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I remember there's like a few other pictures of it too. That let me see if I can find something on Google.
What? Was that actually fucking what? Oh man, can you imagine? Oh fuck! See, that's for some reason that creeps me the fuck out though. Like you get some kind of like immaterial.
Here's one from Daily Mail that has like a better high resolution of it.
Bizarre creature with the elongated head caught on doorbell camera sparks fears of visitors from another planet. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Over to the right side. Oh yeah. What? That's her there. Yeah. 3 to 4 feet tall. It almost looks like immaterial, though. It's a weird thing, huh? I mean, who knows? Who knows? There was another one, but I supposedly it was a hoax. But there was this other being caught on a doorbell cam at night, he had like the Vince McMahon walk, like walking down the fucking like driveway. But this is where things get a bit more. You know, I don't know. This may turn out well to be a hoax as well, but you know, you remember that one, man? Yeah. Supposedly, someone told me it was confirmed to have been a hoax. I thought. It was a lady's kid, okay, yeah. The Dobby one, yeah. It was a lady's kid doing it, yeah. Man. This is the thing. I mean, you know, although maybe it's a hoax, but... You saw this one too? Okay. That has to be one strange-looking kid. Was that confirmed, or that was what people assumed it was her kid? Man, well, you know... You gotta think about this. You gotta think about the hitchhiker effect, because obviously people who are excessively skeptical aren't gonna humor any of this stuff, but I don't really fucking care.
I think the Vince McMahon one that you're talking about.
You found it, yeah. Oh yeah, this one here. Yeah. Was this confirmed to have been a fucking hoax? Like, or this is just the presumption is that this must be her kid? Look at the fucking Vince McMahon walk out. Look at this fucking guy. God damn. Just doing some weird, like, fucking chicken dance walking inside. Like, brother, what are you doing? Chicken dancing. Chicken dancing all the way down the fucking driveway, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was confirmed? Okay, yeah. I think it makes sense, yeah. Out there at night fucking around shooting the chicken dance.
that one looked like it was just some kid.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. Yeah. But this one, yeah, who the fuck knows? Where is it at again? Right here. Bam. And this is the zoomed in footage there from walking by, but he sees like almost immaterial. I mean, you know, again, these could all be fake. I have no fucking idea, but you do think
wouldn't that be like part of the alien mythos then? Is that they just kind of like are like immaterial? They kind of like phase between objects.
Well, they're able to access spaces that we can't somehow. Yeah. And when you think of the hitchhiker effect, whatever that is, so you're on a property like Skinwalker. And you're fucking around with all of these anomalous lights and other weird activity. And then it follows you home. We're thinking of it as some kind of like weird, you know, but really they may just be literally on the ranch with them. We just can't see them. And they literally follow you home and they start harassing you there. Like knocking on the walls, closing the door. Now the question is like, why would they do that prankster, trickster kind of shit? Maybe they're not allowed to touch you though. Maybe that's the meme. They can't actually physically harm you. Maybe they're not allowed to, who knows? But they are allowed to fucking drive you insane. But I think about that. I'm like, maybe this is the scary thing about this whole phenomena. They may be all around us all the time. We just can't see them. Right?
I sent another one to you. I guess somebody changed like the camera contrast just to see if it was like, if it was faulty or whatnot.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I hate when it does that. Just a second. I got to open the link and the actual thing. There we go. Interesting. I mean, you can kind of make out detail. I mean, again, it could be fucking fake. I don't fucking know, but you can kind of make out detail of the creature itself, like without it becoming it. When they enhanced it, you can almost like make out some details. Like what the fuck? It's clearly walking. It's got like it's hunched forward.
Yeah.
A visit in the night. Coming to visit. Right? When you do your little CE5, when you say, I want to talk to some aliens, maybe they show up at your house, you just don't see them with the naked eye. Maybe the camera picks up some things. So, yeah, he is kind of, he almost seems like kind of like immaterial. Although, I think it may just be something, no, it's not something in front of it.
No, I think that's just like a piece of glass that would be like in front of the door because it's walking off the deck.
Okay, interesting, okay. Interesting, yeah. Machine Owl's brother, yeah, that's what it's walking in front of. It's a piece of glass, okay, or behind, yeah. Interesting, yeah. What was the conclusion here? It was a young girl had commented on it, yeah. Ortiz revealed the incident took place around 1 p.m. PT. It was only captured by her front door camera. 1 a.m. in the middle of the night, even though she said motion-activated cameras all around her home. It's not a person because the only way in, there'd be no fucking way, yeah. Sharing her story at the YouTube channel, The Hidden Underbelly. Okay. Yeah. Man, that's the shit I'd be real fucking worried about. God fucking damn, real concerned. Yeah. God damn. This is all. What the fuck is this? Another one?
That was supposedly something from aliens in Peru that were like attacking people.
Oh. Jesus Christ. Strange entity walking through the woods.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I asked my son to look at the video, brought the phone, and was like, hey, double check this for me. Oh, God, that's her there. The creature was an alien. Her aunt who lives next door claimed the creature was banging and scratching at her roof moments before it was seen on the doorbell cam. What? Hold on. Banging. Her aunt's next door said she heard banging and scratching noises on her roof just 30 minutes before the creature was caught on camera. Oh, isn't that interesting now? Yeah. Interesting. So again, for people that haven't heard these stories before, again, the hitchhiker effect is something that a lot of people supposedly have encountered over the years. Not just people who've gone to like places like Skinwalker Ranch, but even like woo-woo people who do kind of woo-woo things, like remote viewing, for instance. There's stories of people who get tasked on things that, well, maybe don't have a human origin. And then the following night, they get like footsteps on the roof. They have the doors slamming open and then, opening and slamming shut, windows opening and slamming shut, knocking in their walls and shit is what they get happening to them. And these are just things that I've heard, other people have heard as well. I don't know, but it is interesting, isn't it? The question obviously would be like, why that kind of behavior if this ends up being aliens? But then again, maybe they're not allowed to like just go like tear your fucking eyes out of your head. They can just drive you insane. I don't know. Yeah. That's what you say. That's what you see when you look at the window while Galen TV is stalking you. Jesus Christ. Entering into the fifth dimension, maybe, brother. That's some fucking pretty fucking high level meme there. Yeah. Same head though. There was some weird Peru videos a while back. Yes. Yeah. Just this one here. Holy fuck. God damn. Fly over millions of light years and hang around in dude's closet making knocking noises. Weird shit, dude. Yeah. Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Yeah. Doesn't make a lot. Depending upon what they're here for, though. Maybe they're here. This is what I've heard from people before, and I don't know what to really think of it, but they're here for people's souls. And that you hear that, you're like, what the fuck? Like, that they're here because ultimately they're here to influence the player, right? That we're all in a simulation, and that what they're really here for is to influence the player one direction or another, because at some point that the player does have some kind of ethical orientation and they become separated, is what some people say. So what they want is they want people to align with what they want, and they want recruits. So they're here to recruit people. And so they're targeting people who are negative or have negative experiences or align, or maybe even vice versa. I don't know, more positive people, but, I don't know.
Pretty interesting theory.
Sure, thank you for the follow.
However,
but is that what they're doing? So they'll end up in situations where, or some people who have negativity around them or are inclined towards one of these orientations, maybe, that they target them and hoping that they'll win them over. And that's what they're here ultimately for, is they're here to influence people negatively. And if you have one of these things attached to you, then that may be one of the reasons why. It's because they see potential in you, right? To join the dark side or the light, who knows? I don't know about that theory. I mean, I've just heard that. I don't know how much sense that makes. I mean, it depends how you can architect it to make it make more sense, maybe, but like, why the fuck else would they be like in somebody's room, like knocking on the fucking walls and shit? Like, what are you doing? Like, unless it's just playful fucking nonsense, or it's just people hallucinating. I don't know. I mean, if they had the chance, I'd go sit up a tree near some chimps and whisper shit at them and knock on the trunk while they're trying to sleep. I mean, just because they're millions of years more advanced, that doesn't mean they've lost their ability to enjoy fucking with people. True, brother. Yeah. It's true, actually. Yeah.
As just became their civilization based or evolved around the concept of the greatest form of entertainment is merely the troll.
Yeah.
The most exalted entities.
It's the ultimate meme. Sheer welcome.
Yep.
Hey, are you aware of moral relativism? If so, can you go into detail about your opinion on it? Oh, God. Am I a moral relativist? Galen TV, are you a moral relativist?
Hell, what is moral relativism again?
Well, it's that morality is relative, right? And it can vary across culturally.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not at all, no.
I guess that would be like, essentially no one's like inherently evil because they're doing what they think is the right thing to do or the best thing to do. So in their sense, what they're doing is truly good.
Yeah. I mean, like, for instance, you could say that, like, it would vary from culture to culture, right? The different cultures have different kinds of moralities. There are objective goods for humans, I say. Human flourishing is one of those things.
What would be an objective good then? What would be something that's objective good?
Freedom.
It's objectively good.
To be free.
Freedom?
Free, to be free, but more specifically when it comes to, like, we're talking about, like, morality, I would say that, like, whatever allows for human flourishing, right? Like, we'll look at, like, a culture that has Sharia law, right? That's not a good culture. That does not lead to any kind of universal human flourishing, right? It supports a very small minority of people, ultimately. Does not lead to, like, a flourishing for, like, for instance, females in the culture. So I would say absolutely, yeah. I personally believe moral right and wrong is based off human beliefs and emotions. If murder were made legal and seen as normal 100 years from now, it would be normalized. Like, past things we did in society were seen as normal until it made wrong. Am I making sense? I understand what you're trying to argue, but I disagree with it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like looking through, like, historical significance with, like, a modern lens. Ah, crap, what's the name for that again?
Yeah.
But effectively, like, you're looking at events or actions that people took in the past, but you're looking at it with, like, a modern perspective on it. So back at the day, looking at it with modern morals and value, or your modern system of values and beliefs, it would be, like, mortified at, like, the thought of well, perhaps, as we were talking about the constructing the pyramids, maybe just having a limitless cast of slaves to build the pyramids, it would be just morally reprehensible to that idea. But back in the day, you know, maybe the Egyptians said, you know what, this is what needs to happen.
It's for the greater good, yeah. No, but I mean, still, you can make the argument that, like, I would say that that it's objectively a bad state to put people in to be a slave to no freedom. And I think, like, for one way of looking at it, well, maybe you mean killing, sure, more than murder. Like, sometimes that gets confused where murder would imply, like, the death of, like, an innocent person, right? But killing is something that's very different. I mean, obviously there are situations where sometimes killing may be a good thing. Like, if someone were to be trying to murder a bunch of children with a van or something and run into them, right, for religious reasons or whatever. If you were to kill that guy before that happened, that would be a very good thing. It would have prevented the death of a bunch of innocent people. That guy has kind of, you know, shredded his agreement, his civilized agreement here, right, in civilization, by trying to do something like that. So, so then it would constitute some kind of severe action to prevent the death of those people. Then I would say probably, yeah, it'd be justified, that killing. So
would you be in favor of a Minority Report then style society?
Jesus Christ, yeah. I think more specifically, you know, like, so to get back to your question, I believe moral right and wrong is based off human beliefs and emotions. Well, I mean, again, like, we've gone over this before here. Like, I'm definitely an advocate of something called virtue ethics, which is something that isn't really, it's kind of been warped a little bit over time, but it's an Aristotelian idea, and he wrote about it in his Nicomachean Ethics. Nicomachean, I always mispronounce the fucking name. Anyway, it's an old idea. It's an old form of ethics, but essentially it revolves around, you judge people based on, like, their virtues, their content of their character, their personality, if you're judging people, but more generally when you're trying to construct civilization is constructed around an agreement, right? And it's communities as well, right? It all started, essentially, we came together and banded together for a reason, because we are able to kind of survive the harshness of the world together better than we are alone. And so that was through cooperation that we ultimately were able to form these different tribes, and that's how they functioned. I mean, in some examples, they became This obviously went sideways. You get authoritarian governments, but initially civilization was formed through cooperation. And so that's what it's rooted in ultimately. And it's mainly this kind of service to other attitude where, at its roots at least, that's where it still is. But it all starts with people's character, right? And that starts with an understanding of ethics, an understanding of the argument for the good, ultimately why it should be good. But is it a belief per se? Not really. I think initially it's logic. Ultimately, it's I think what it should be rooted in. For some people, I think morally right and wrong are these beliefs. But I think, for instance, for me personally, it's an argument for why you should be good. It's a pretty easy argument to make, actually, in the end. But it's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to be a virtuous person and uphold yourself to a higher degree. But anyway, I'm an empiricist deep down. Well, there's an element of empiricism there, I think, but Galen, are you an empiricist? What would you consider yourself to be?
I probably lean towards being a fatalist, but a delusional fatalist, we'll say.
Delusional fatalist? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, hoping that I can change it. Well, you probably can't.
Yeah. That's the relativist position, and when expanded in liberal doctrine, which suggests that man is born rational and good, and you end up with this perspective: since man is born good, all evil must be product of the environment, a social construct, as they say. But they are wrong. Man is a nature, and it is flawed and irrational. Can be, man. Yeah, and it's through hard work, usually, and discipline that you find your way to the light. And that's the philosophers of old, the Greek philosophers, especially the Socratic ones, like Plato and Aristotle and even Socrates. It was the highest good was through logic, really. That's where you go, or through thinking well. And I think that's what it's rooted in. It's a lot of people's ethics now, kind of rests in weird places. And we got all this group identity now too, and people are supposed to be judged by their association, the group associations to things. Well, I'm a good person, I'm with this group. It's no. It's not really how you should be judging you judge people based on the content of their character, not really who they're associated with or what their virtue they're signaling. And that's a problem we have here in the West now. So that's what people focus more time on. Yeah.
Read what golf, but what do you ask the AI for?
Help with the rise of self-driving cars. It's just a matter of time until there is a country song where the guy's truck leaves him. Holy fuck, brother. Probably sooner than you think, but at this rate, the truck might just ghost him before the breakup song even happens for the prophecy chat. Holy fuck.
The fucking guy just leaves my truck has gone away.
Called away to go Uber up some...
coming back to me.
Fuck.
Something like along the lines of that.
His truck had to go make money prostituting itself as a taxi uptown for illegal immigrants.
Yeah,
and so it couldn't make.
Literally selling the truck's body.
Literally,
give other men rides to different places.
Fuck right. Reason leads to virtue leads to happiness. Yeah, just exactly. Absolutely, it does. Yeah, and I think that's really the stickler here, though. And I think that people don't really know. Yeah,
I don't know if virtue leads to happiness.
You don't think being virtuous leads to happiness? How does virtuous not lead to being happiness?
Tipping at restaurants.
Tipping at restaurants. Is that a part of being a virtuous person? Being a virtuous character? Maybe you don't agree with the system.
Because I feel crappy either way, if I leave a tip or if I don't leave a tip.
Really? I think as long as you're kind to the people, that's all that matters, whether you tip them or not. I don't know. I mean, I usually just... Is it my fault that they're not being properly compensated by the employer? No. I just don't consider it that way. I just say, well, maybe I'm too poor. I said, I give what I can. And so what I gave back was kindness. I wasn't a dick. I said, thank you, please. I said, and then I wasn't, I did. So I did click zero on the tip, but.
Would it have been better to leave a very generous tip, but just be like an absolute insufferable customer?
I think they would rather somebody be probably pleasant to deal with, and maybe. Well, this is a good question. You have to ask a server that. Would they rather have someone be an absolute asshole and then tip them, or someone be pleasant and not have the money to tip them? I feel like they'd understand if someone said, "I don't really have the money to tip you right now, but thank you." I feel like personally, if I were in that position, I would rather have someone to deal with that's pleasant, because as someone who's worked in customer service before, having a bad customer, really bad customer, can ruin your whole day. Sometimes multiple days. And like, is it really worth that extra fucking $3 in the tip jar? Probably not. Yeah. Yeah. Senior absurdist correspondent Galen, thanks for sharing. There you go. For laying that on. Yeah.
Listen, tipping at restaurants has been my has been the what I've thought has broken cants. Like you can only be moral if you're like a selfless, if it's selfless. And that there are no like truly selfless acts.
Oh my god!
Like tipping, I feel terrible when I do it. I hate tipping.
Kant didn't fucking go outside though. Kant probably never went to a goddamn restaurant. He spent his whole life stuck in his fucking room. So his ethics aren't really what's his? It's deontological ethics. Is his ethics? Oh my fuck! It's so dumb. Yeah, his ethics are fucking dumb, man. I think universally people agree that his ethics are fucking dumb. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, fucking crazy. you clip something, Jesus Christ. Nice. And next time they spit in your food, fuck. That's why you just hit up if you're gonna do that, it's the last place you ever go there. And you had a really good tip, wipes all that out, and kindness doesn't pay rent. Fuck, Ivana, there you go. God damn.
Let me ask you this. So I went to yesterday. I can't remember what I was watching. I was watching something on TV. I can't remember what it was. And they had this commercial for like a Dairy Queen Blizzard, and it was called the Superman Blizzard.
Oh Jesus Christ!
And I don't know. It looked awful yet intriguing at the same time. So naturally, I went to go drive to go see what this was about. It was literally, it was cake batter and cookie dough. It was. I can't decide if it was gross or if it was like okay, but I don't think I would get it again. Anyway, when I was there paying at the drive-thru, they asked if I wanted to donate $1 for whatever charitable cause. I almost said hell no, but I saved it. I just said no, thank you.
Sir, would you like to donate $1 for Kids with Cancer charity? Hell no.
Yeah, and pretty much
hell no. Yeah. God damn. Cave ethics, brother.
So,
fuck.
Do you feel bad because you can't donate, or do you feel bad because you can and you don't want to? Or do you feel bad because you can't?
Do I feel bad at all? For what? Why would I feel bad?
Moral obligation that you be donating to a good cause, yet maybe you can't give that money, or you just don't want to do that money.
How do we know?
Don't want to give that money.
How do we know it's a good cause?
They said so.
Is that what we take people at? Just that?
Well, what else am I going to take them at?
You'd ask them, you say, where's this $1 going to go to? Specifically within the organization, like who's getting this $1? The kids, or
is this the same? Is this in fact like a similar scam like UNICEF?
That's exactly where we're going with this. I said, I'll give you this $1, but it better not fucking go to the CEO's Bugatti. All right, because I have a feeling that most of these dollars are going to the CEO and everybody underneath him or her. And I don't know that it's going to those boys and those girls. So then why would I give this to you when I can just go give it to them myself? Right. Yeah. So I usually say no. They said, will you donate? I say no to literally every donation. And I never donate fucking. Yeah.
Actually, I'll tell you a story. I think I told you this, but I can't remember if I did or not. But around the, we'll say in the city of the area that we live by, right around where actually Madam Misery works, so you know it's going to be good.
Yeah. Fuck,
there's like one street over, there's like 2 like clothing donation bins.
Oh yeah.
And one of them's for like Diabetes Canada. I don't remember what the other one's for.
Oh yeah.
So you put the used clothes in there, and you think they're going to a good cause. Well, I tell you, as I was driving by there one day in the morning, I saw one lady holding up another lady who was very deep in one of the bins, who may or may not have, who appeared to have been trying to take the clothes out of said bin.
Oh fuck! Goddamn. Well,
they were amongst the group, we'll say, of the residents of that particular street.
Oh yeah, homeless crackheads. Yeah.
Well, in fact, a week later, I'm pretty sure I saw one of the ladies that was in there reaching that she was actually stuck in the bin.
Oh fuck!
Because she was completely inside, and there were about like 3 or 4 people around it.
God damn. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, some of those clothes are worth some money. You know, some of those clothes are worth some money.
Like, well, you put the clothes in there in good faith, think they're going to go to a good cause, and I guess would you say that maybe it was a good cause after all? It just wasn't quite the person you thought you were going to.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, you know, you don't know what's going to happen to it after it leaves your hands. I mean, it might end up in a thrift store somewhere too. You'd have no fucking idea. Because what do you think those people are going to do? Yeah, when they get it.
And you know what? That's the same thing with the tip money. You don't know where that money's going to go.
Well, I mean, well, listen, yes, sometimes those tip jars end up going to the house too. I've heard stories of that where, you know, the house will fucking take half or a ridiculous portion out of the fucking tip. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, what are you idiots are the ones that should be paying your employees better. Like, why the fuck's this going to you? Like, it should be going to the waiters or the people working. And anyway, yeah. We're drinking. What's up, man? Yeah. Yeah, that's my problem with it too. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, if you have the money to like another $10, whatever, you know, same with, here's the story about the fucking clothes place. I heard actually yesterday that there was this guy that showed up and he tried to donate all of these really expensive designer clothes because he had no idea what they were. And my aunt actually works there, handing the clothes out to these homeless people. She kind of looked at him and she's like, "Don't fucking leave this here." He's like, "What?" She's like, "Don't leave this stuff here," because it was worth a lot of money. So she ended up taking one of them home, actually one of the shirts home, because my cousin's kid, her grandson is who's my cousin too, my second cousin. He's into fashion design. But yeah, anyway, what was going to happen, obviously, is people were going to see that and sell the clothes instantly. But then whatever. I mean, fuck, I don't know. You're giving it away. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, what really happens to it? They want to go sell the designer shirt. Maybe they don't know enough and they just end up wearing it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a piece of fucking clothing. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, when you give that shit away, you have no idea what's going to go to. Who cares? I mean, like I've donated to local charities, like people over the years, like through business that I've had worked with or done business with or knew. I would absolutely donate to like a local charity. But yeah, things like UNICEF or these big charities, I'm like, I don't fucking trust any of those motherfucking things. Oh, War Drinker, God bless her. God bless. Oh, Jesus Christ. I am going to do a guitar outro this week. I told Golf that. On Thursday. I'm going to play guitar. So, not towards the end of the show, I'll plug the guitar in. My finger is finally healed. There's no excuse anymore yet. You found...
Your finger is healed, is it?
Your fingers are no longer plagued. No longer tainted with the filth. Yeah, no, they're it's actually pretty much, yeah. I was just playing the other day, actually. It was pretty good. I was playing over the weekend, so yeah, it's finally healed. Yeah. Found a World War II French pilot jacket at a thrift store for $5, full length. Holy fuck, man. You never know. People come in there, dude, they have no idea. I don't like thrifting. I hate shopping. The less time I have to spend in a store, the better. Hence why you see the clothes they wear are all just like plain fucking shit. I'm just one of those guys. I'm like, man, I could give a sweet fuck. As long as I have decent pair of jeans, maybe some jorts for the summer, like nice short jean shorts, you know, like well above the knee. That's usually all I need on a hot day, you know, just something to sweat in. That's got some breathing room, couple holes in the back, you know, maybe a couple holes in the crotch too, just well worn in.
Yeah, you're just wearing those cut off Daisy Dukes. That's what you're doing.
That's essentially, yeah, some cowboy boots and little tank top, and that's all I need. You know, just a pretty simple guy. I don't really need a lot of expensive stuff. You know, as long as when I bend down, those fucking jorts don't just blow right in half. That's usually that's all I need really. Just I need to have faith in the jorts. Otherwise, I can't wear them. So yeah. Your famous short inseam, the Tories at the gym. Yeah, there's been a couple fucking miss buys maybe and shrinkage that's happened, but yeah, I'd still wore it. Brother, if you paid fucking $120 for 3 pairs of shorts and they shrunk up a little bit too short, I'm still gonna fucking wear them. Like I don't care. Yeah.
120. Holy smokes.
Well,
Where'd
yeah,
you
that's
get those shorts.
Fuck. Jed North? Is that what the company's called? It was not cheap. 4 pairs, sorry. 4. So what is that?
Okay, all right, that's not so bad.
Well, it's still like
That's 30
fucking
each.
25. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's 30 each.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly 30 each.
George Crocs and walk socks. No, brother, no socks though. Yeah, I would put the cowboy hat on, but I just don't have that much confidence. Yeah.
No socks, just pantyhose.
Yeah. No, it has been notorious at the gym hat, which is surprising because like there are people that wear far more audacious. Maybe just because your brother kind of knows me, Train Beast, and he just called that out. But I think I've seen some boys there go with the full blown spandex shorts. I was like, Jesus Christ! I was like, guys, this. Even me, I was like, that might be a bit much in here. Honestly, I'm like, brother, you make the wrong step, and that's coming out of your fucking shorts there. Like, I wasn't watching quite that closely, but I mean, how would you not see that in the corner of your eye, right? If that happened, you would see it from a mile away.
They got to keep up with the women there,
Oh my fuck!
There's
well,
like
yeah.
There's like this one girl there that when we were on the elliptical, that she was wearing like pretty much just like a bra and then like sweatpants.
Well, there's one girl wearing literal underwear. She was there, like, what kills me?
Really?
Yes, spandex underwear. I was like, I don't fucking care though. This is the thing that I don't care. But then, people get chewed out for walking around. Like, I'll get chewed out because I walk around with my fucking shoes off. And I'm like, sir, could you please put your shoes on? I'm like, could some of the, people like literally naked in the fucking gym right now. Like, you're fucking shoo me out and I'll have my fucking shoes on for like 5 seconds.
Well,
like,
you know what the difference is, though? They have their shoes on.
Yeah, but like, give me a fucking break. Like, it's like socks. I'm wearing socks. Like, I'm walking from here to here with socks, or deadlifting in your socks. When Crendel was with us that time, fucking old lady comes up and she's like, you can't please put your shoes back on. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, I wasn't dealing with her, but like, it's a good thing I probably wasn't. But I was just like, man, like, get the fuck out of here. Like, what's your problem? Like, anyway, everyone always does the same fundraiser. St. Jude. Imagine how many small charity streams it takes to pay the $1 million CEO salary, let alone help kids. Oh man, fucking UNICEF, man. Bro, I've heard so many nightmare fucking stories like about fucking charities and shit. Yeah. Imagine the kind of absolute degenerate who doesn't wear shoes in the gym though. Occasionally walking to and fro. If you're gonna do deadlifts and you've got like running shoes on, and you say to your friend, you're like, bro, probably should take the running shoes off and just go in sock feet, which I think is what I told Crendel. And then I walk away and this lady comes over, one of the older gym ladies that teaches like the old people class, and says, oh, sir, you need to wear your shoes, please. And the way she said it too, I was like, anyway, I didn't hear, but I've heard tell. She's told me to put my shoes back on. Yeah.
I didn't help either. And I said, yeah, we told him he had to wear his shoes, but he just took them off.
Oh my God. You just acquiesced to her authority. Oh my God. Oh God. I've talked to the other girl there about her before because she's fucking pissed me off so many times, but they're just like, whatever. Like, it's technically a gym rule. Like, because like the main manager girl was like, I don't care. But like, obviously some of the employees, like, they get grossed out by it. I'm like, well, but fuck, tell her like to stop harassing people. But did you beat up the old lady in Minecraft? No.
You can't say in Minecraft anymore.
We can't say in Minecraft?
No, you can't. That's supposedly like the rule doesn't. You have to say like in Rust or something.
In Rust. Oh God, I haven't played Rust in a long time. Yeah, God damn it.
Or some other game that is Minecraft-esque.
Yeah, no, but we didn't.
Roblox or something.
Yeah, I didn't say anything to her, so I think Crendel just instantly said, "Yes, ma'am. Put his shoes on like a good boy."
Oh, that's pretty much what happened. He just put the shoes on, and it was just like, all right, whatever.
I would have peeled my socks off, right? You were
way more upset over that than we were.
I would have peeled my socks off and stuffed my foot in the water fountain and said, now what are you going to do about it? And then the police probably would have been called. No, I wouldn't have done that. I would have probably fucking said like, that's like, why do you care? Which is essentially what I said to her before. But anyway, she doesn't really like me anyway, so.
Yeah, anyway. Made international news. Big-time streamer known as Jim Russell has waged war on old people due to ageism.
Oh, that's the only, well, she would, if we ever streamed at the gym, which we're probably never going to be able to do, at least at that gym, she would be the one that would come over too. There's a guy I know who, buddy that works at the kitchen up there, I usually go visit, and he competes. He's a natural bodybuilder, and he was telling me that, like, as I was asked him, because there's no recording allowed at Good Life, and he was like, "Oh, bro, I set the camera up every day. I don't fucking care." He just records anyway, and they tell him to put it away. He just puts it down, puts it back up again. I just continues recording because he has like an Instagram page he films for and shit. And I was like, oh fuck. I was like,
I was gonna say there's that one day I saw those two girls, like they were definitely doing like Instagram poses and whatnot. They had their phone out, they were taking pictures.
I don't care. Who gives a fuck, man? People are like I mean, I can see if you're being like obnoxious and like getting mad at people walking in the shop, but if you're just like casually filming something, it's funny story. I was told this by Madam Misery because she ran into him, I guess, a couple years ago. But Chris Bumstead, who's a big fucking bodybuilder dude, right? He came to the gym in town 5 years ago, maybe, when he was like peaked, like when he was at his prime or whatever. And he came to the fucking Good Life, and I guess he is his camera crew, and they were gonna film a YouTube episode, and I guess they told him he can't film in the gym. They told this guy who was like leading the fitness industry, which, well, for better or for worse, I guess he's a good looking guy, but Jesus Christ, he's probably gonna live to like 35. And they told him that he can't film in the Good Life. That's how strict they were. This guy walks into the fucking gym, like the amount of, advertising they get from his videos get millions of views, and they told him he can't film. I was like, they tell this guy he can't fucking film in the gym. Like, these people are fucking psychotic. Like, what in the fuck, man? Like, anyway, just fucking, like Mr. Olympia. They told Mr. Olympia he can't film in the fucking gym. I was like, what the fuck? I would have just kept filming. What, are you gonna fight me? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do? You're not gonna fight that guy, for Christ's sake. Like, just leave him alone. Just let him do his thing. Anyway. Crazy. No, but that's how insane they are here. It's Good Life Fitness in Canada. It's just a stupid, obnoxious, like commercial gym. But there's no other good gyms around here we can go to, unfortunately. So,
well,
stuck with it.
Yeah, I suppose not.
No, not really. There really isn't. I've been to them. I've been around. I've been to a couple of them. We were bumping around to them, and they're all fucking bad. Through COVID, I was going to one because he got fined $30,000 because he just stayed open. And the one day I didn't go was the day that the police raided his fucking gym and fined everyone in the gym. I think it was either $500 or $1,000. I don't know if they, and in the end, they didn't have to pay it, but he did have to pay his fine. It was either $25,000 or $30,000. But then people put a Kickstarter for him, and I think they paid for it. But anyway, crazy. Yeah, he was the only one that was open. Yeah, I was going there, though. It's just some small little fucking... Oh, my God, man. You know what's... Fuck. He was a professional bodybuilder, too. He put on all these, like, self-help books in, like, the last couple of years. The guy's a huge fucking meme. Anyway, he would, like... All the guy would eat would be protein. And there was one bathroom on the level with the gym. So it was, like, very small gym open and then a bathroom. And this fucking guy... Every day after work at 5 p.m., I'd get on the highway and I'd go there, right? With me and Madam Misery. And this guy would take a huge fucking dump at like 5 p.m. every fucking day and just clear out that whole fucking gym. So every day I'd fucking walk in this gym and take my shoes off. I'd come in, I'd be like, and I'd be like, oh, not again. And this motherfucker, she's eating cheesecake protein bites all fucking day. You can imagine the smell of this fucking place. And for an hour and a fucking half, you'd be subjected to this torture. I think he intentionally fucking did it because he just loved watching
He's asserting himself.
It must have been it. Just knowing that during the rush of everybody, that was the busiest time, they would have to come in and be subjected to his fucking stench. And I was like, oh my fuck. And it was that was one of the reasons why I stopped fucking going there, honestly, because it was just so fucking weird. And anyway, he's just kind of a weird guy, and he was weird with my partner too a little bit. Fucking got stalking her a little bit. Weird people, weird dude. I mean, nice guy, but like that was just a little bit too much. Too many things. Too many things all at once. And then we ended up going back to the shitty old fucking Good Life. So yeah, they're tying their schedules to not have to buy toilet paper. Oh my, you just get in the shower after? Jesus Christ. Is that what happens? Yeah. God damn. There was a shower in there.
Bad enough. You might as well just use the shower.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to think about that. What a fucking mess. Remind me not to go to your house to fucking use your bathtub, for Christ's sake. Yeah. Oh, not like use public facilities. Use public facilities. Oh, okay. Then I'll waffle some. Oh, well, this was his gym, I guess. And he just happened. I guess that was just the time it had to happen at. But I was like, brother, like, come on, like, you changed the schedule here for everybody. Yeah. At Galen's place, yeah. Jesus Christ, stomping the turds down the shower drain nightmares. Holy fucking Christ.
Oh, fuck, I'd never done that. Oh, fuck. Oh, I just meant, like, if you had to, like, rinse your asshole or something, not, like...
Oh, God. Okay, well, there's too many visuals for me there. Holy fucking Christ. Yeah, oh, God. Yeah, no, thank you. God, Jesus, fuck. Yeah, spam alert. Let's go. That's a big, holy shit, that's huge. That's funny it did that, huh? It didn't really fit properly either. It kind of fucked it up, yeah. Anyway, yeah, maybe back to aliens, Galen TV. Any other alien memes we have? But we talked about the fucking 4chan one. That was the big one. It was on my mind, I guess, but...
yeah, the big meme is that aliens, like, secrete, like, waste through their skin, isn't it?
That's what we were talking about earlier, yeah. That's the EBO scientists, yeah. That's why they smell like dirty diapers, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine if they had the same problems we did of having trying to stomp turds down the shower drain?
They don't need to because they've manufactured themselves to a way where it all just slowly drips out of their pores. I don't know what's worse, actually. I think I take the dumps over slowly secreting all the waste out of your pores I mean, I don't know what kind of crack they were smoking or what, alien drug when they decided to fuck around with that one. But imagine going to the gym only to find Dr. Stephen Greer bench pressing with his shoes off. Oh, that would be in jorts too, in very short jorts, and suspiciously the back of them blown out, maybe. Yeah.
Stephen Greer came up to you, and he asked you to spot on the bench press. He's going for that 1 rep max 5 plates.
Oh God. Would I spot him?
Yeah, you spot him. He does 1.
Yeah.
You come out. He comes up and he says, "Here, thanks a bunch." And he takes that big finger of his and he just puts it right on your chest.
Oh.
Just swings it down from your chest pubes down to your ball fro.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And he says, "I've had the old bull. Now I want the young calf." So he grabs you by the wiener.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
I think that was the quote from Step Brothers.
I've had the old bull, and I want the young calf. What the?
Yeah, it was like John C. Reilly's character was like, suppose Nancy comes in, and your wife sees you, and she sees me, and I just got out of the shower, and she looks at me from my chest pubes all the way down to my ball fro, and she says, "I've had the old bull. Now I want the young calf," and she grabs me by the wiener, and then his dad just goes, "Shut the fuck up!"
Holy fucking Christ! Oh Jesus!
I had that memorized a little bit.
Yeah, that's fuck. That's very surprising. I said, what could this be from? This is very inappropriate. Yeah, for Steven to do something like that. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. Well, first of all, if he was doing 5 plates, I'd say, Jesus Christ, you're gonna kill yourself. Please don't do that. But I mean, he's got four plates. He said he has 4 plate. Steven had a 4 plate bench press. Yeah, that's what Steven has said over the years. Where is he, Stephen Greer? Where's the famous picture at? Oh, I don't want to Google that. I don't want to type in what I have to type in to get that photo. So, but there's that famous photo. Yeah. Anyway, I can see him doing that. He could maybe have 1 in him. That's a lot of weight. He's a big guy too, though. I think he's like 6'3" or 6'4", so he could probably get that up once. I don't like.
Is he that tall?
I thought he's that big, at least that big, if not taller than that. Yeah. So he's probably like 250. He could probably, if he's athletic, he'd probably fucking do that. Like, I can fuck. Jesus Christ! I can
fuck, look at his wrist. Look at his wrist in that picture. That is a man that's got power in it.
Oh, he's a big dude. Wouldn't surprise me back in the day if he could throw that up. Yeah, if he's that big, he probably at least once he probably could. Whether he could rep that or not, I don't know. But that's a lot of that's a lot of fucking weight. There aren't many guys that can do that. Like 4 plates is like there's kids that have like the fucking like Mark Bell like slingshot and use all the like elbow wraps, and it's like it's not really. If you can just put up fucking down to chest up 4 fucking plates, man. You're fucking, that's serious strength, but usually you never see people doing that. That big guy that we talk to sometimes, Galen TV, he can, Quentin.
Yeah.
He's Back before he hurt his arm, he was putting up 4 plates in the incline for like 8 to 10 reps. Fucking Christ. It didn't make any fucking sense, man. He freakish level. There'd be few people I've ever seen that can lift that. Even like Michael Hearn's a strong dude on YouTube. He's like in his 50s too, but he couldn't lift it for that many reps. Like he could probably 1 rep max. That guy could probably do fucking like probably over 6 plates. Like that's freakish level. There's not many people ever that could do that kind of weight. But anyway, yeah.
Well, you said like you talked to him once and like he was doing like 3 plates on the incline. And he said, "Yeah, I'm just doing like a light day or something today."
Yeah, I was spotting him. He did 3.5 plates on the close grip bench, and I was like, Jesus Christ! I was like, brother, I couldn't even fucking do this once. Probably, I could probably do 3 plates like once or twice, maybe. But that'd be pushing it on. I can't bench a lot of weight. But I mean, he's a big dude too. Like he's probably like what 6'1", 6'2", probably weighs like fucking like 350, 400 pounds of muscle. Like what the fuck? Oh my heavens. Grok just wrote this. The Cosmic Curl, Dr. Stephen Greer, renowned for his cosmic musings and UFO disclosures, had taken a break from the stars to join his friends Jim and Galen at the local gym in Sedona. The gym buzzed with the clank of weights and the hum of treadmills, but the trio had their own mission, a work to align body, mind, and spirit. Jim, wiry, ex-Marine, the fuck, with a penchant for conspiracy podcasts, was mid-set on the bench press, grunting as he pushed the barbell skyward. Greer, you ever think aliens invented barbells? I mean, this thing feels like it's from Zeta Reticuli, he joked, sweat beading on his brow. Galen, a lanky yoga instructor, what in the fuck, with a man bun and an aura of perpetual calm, was stretching nearby, one leg hooked improbably high on a pull-up bar. Jim, the only extraterrestrial here is your form. Engage your core, man. Channel universal energy. Greer, clad in an uncharacteristically tight tank top, was fiddling with a kettlebell, his eyes distanced as if receiving a transmission from the Pleiades. Gentlemen, he said, physical strength is but a metaphor for the soul's resilience. The weights we lift mirror the burdens we carry in the multiverse. Jim rolled his eyes, racking the barbell. Doc, save the cosmic sermon for the UFO conference. Spot me on this next set, yeah. The workout progressed with playful banter. Galen flowed through a series of sun solutions between deadlifts, while Jim powered through curls, narrating each rep like a mission log. Greer, meanwhile, seemed to be meditating between sets, muttering about interdimensional frequencies and zero-point energy. The gym's fluorescent lights flickered, and Jim swore he saw a faint glow around Galen's kettlebell. Oh my heavens. Oh, Greer's kettlebell. Oh my heavens. As the session wound down, the trio gathered near the water fountain, towels slung over shoulders. Jim, flushed from exertion, noticed Galen and Greer locked in a heated debate about whether consciousness could manipulate gravity. Galen's hands waved like he was conducting an invisible orchestra, while Greer's voice grew fervent, his eyes gleaming with cosmic conviction. You see, Galen, Greer said, leaning closer, the heart chakra, when aligned, can resonate with the fabric of space-time itself. Galen, equally intense, leaned in, too, his man bun bobbing. Stephen, is not just resonance, it's surrender to the foul. Oh, to the flow, sorry. You gotta feel the universe's pulse. The faces were inches apart, voices raising, passion electric. Jim, sipping his protein shake, watched with growing amusement. The gym's mirrors seemed to shimmer as the universe itself was tuning in. He stepped between them, clapping a hand on each of their shoulders. All right, you two, Jim grinned, his voice low and mischievous. You're but one chakra away from merging into a singularity. Now kiss. Jim, Greer and Galen froze, their cosmic debate screeching to a halt. For a moment, the gym was silent. Then they burst into laughter, the tension dissolving like stardust. Even Greer, usually so serious, cracked a smile. Jim, he said, shaking his head, you're grounded to this dimension, aren't you? Jim winked. Somebody's got to keep you star chasers from floating away. I was wondering if this was going to get more weird. Surprisingly, it stayed like right on the cusp of, oh my fucking Jesus Christ. You know what I was looking for, brother. You knew what I was searching for. Oh my God. Dear Christ. Yeah, he looks like fairly, I don't know. He doesn't look like 4-plate territory to me personally. I see probably he could throw out 3 plates maybe. Yeah, but that's probably a little bit after his golden years maybe, I don't know. What do you think of that story, Galen TV? That was pretty good. I was wondering where that was going to go. I was going to get really fucking like X-rated.
It was pretty good. That was probably like the exact opposite of like my appearance right now. There's lanky no, my hair is short, and I don't think there's anything lanky about me.
God, you gotta grow your beard out to where it like it's long and like dangles down by your belt.
Oh yeah, I suppose, yeah.
You should just
maybe that might be accurate.
Just grow a wizard beard out. Just do it. Let it grow long. Let it grow long. Yeah. Why not?
No, I can't grow a wizard beard. The only thing I could grow would be like those like really long like mustaches that you might see like Taoist monks or something.
No, you can do it. Have you ever tried to grow your beard? What's the longest you've grown your beard? Have you tried to go wizard?
I think I have done maybe like 6 months.
That's not that long.
It doesn't look that good.
Really? Fuck. Mine isn't either.
It looks much better like tight.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Well, I can't. One side doesn't really grow in all the way. So the longer it goes out, the shittier it looks. I had to keep it tight on the sides, and I kind of let the mustache and like chin part grow out a bit. Yeah. Yeah, Bones, you got the Radagast beard, brother. Yeah, you fucking. I wish I could. I was always what I wanted when I was younger, is that I wanted a full beard. But this fucking side of my face, man, I got a couple moles on here. I don't know what happened when I was developing. Something happened, and this whole side of my face isn't the same. Even my ears a little bit smaller on this side. And like this side, like just sucks. Fuck, it sucks. I know other people have the same problem where it's like one side cheek never filled in properly. And I thought about throwing shit on it in times past, but I was like, I don't want to do that. Like, it's just like one part on this side that doesn't fill in. It's so fucking annoying. Anyway, I tried derma rolling. I tried everything to fill it in over the years. Nothing works. I'm like, fuck it. I just can't grow a wizard beard. Fuck it. Yeah. If it burn on my face, it doesn't grow hair, and I have other hair grows over it. Oh, fuck yeah, yeah. Must sleep on your left side. I sleep on my right side. So I sleep on this side, too. And that's my buddy there. He was doing my hair for a while before he moved to fucking Japan. He told me that. He said, that's probably what's going on. I do sleep on this side. And he said, if you buy this beard thing, and a beard comb, and you use it on your face, it was on my desk somewhere, it'll get blood flow and it'll help it grow. And it didn't work. But that is coincidentally the side I sleep on, is the side of my facial hair that sucks. But I've tried everything I've tried derma rolling to get it to work. I think it just genetically also happens to suck on that side, which is unfortunate because this side is perfect. If I could fucking, if when I grow it out, it all grows in like long, but this side, you can kind of see, but it doesn't really fill it. I've grown it for a year. I had to grow out for like a long time once, and fuck it. Let one side like kind of work, but it was way too thin. It looked stupid. I had to keep trimming it to make it work, and it just ruined it. So anyway, yeah, it is what it is. Beard problems. Yeah.
You could grow like a wizard goatee then.
Yeah, it's like that guy. What the fuck? What was it called? It was a Myers-Briggs person that I got had that. I thought like a Myers-Briggs. It's
Martin
like
Luther King?
No. Myers-Briggs 16 personality. Look at this.
Oh yeah, the avatar of the avatar.
This guy, like, I think it's supposed to be like a, whatever the fuck, like not Gandalf, but the Harry Potter guy. But yeah, just like a big long goatee. Dumbledore. Yeah, kind of like Dumbledore, kind of goatee. That that looks kind of fucking. No, it's kind of fucking dumb. No, I wouldn't do that. Honestly, at some point in the future, if it never fills in, I probably would just throw Midoxidil or something stupid on it, some chemical to fill. But then people do that, and if it doesn't really work, it doesn't fill in properly. Anyway, yeah, it's just you suffer through it. Yeah, I'll try and find a picture of my cousin's wedding. Fuck yeah. Yeah.
Have you considered like piercing your ears and just putting like 1 pound weight, like little weights on your where your earrings would be for neck gains?
Oh, brother, fuck yeah, we could do that. Yeah, just get a massively thick neck instead.
I just had that thought right now.
So you thicken your neck. What's the logic there, though? Like, how would that grow your beard more?
I don't think it would. I think it would probably just like rip your ears off.
Oh, okay.
That's probably what it would do.
Yeah, well, we could try that. I mean, why not? If everything else fails, we might as well just get rid of the ears too, right? Is that the logic? Yeah. Ram Singh Chauhan holds the record for the longest mustache in the world. His mustache measures an astonishing 14 feet. What the fuck? Actually, man, that's like we used to have this saying. There's this guy that I used to be friends with, and there's this guy from the Batman movies. In the first Batman movie with Christian Bale, the master of the ninjas' name was Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah.
And Ra's al Ghul had this long, like, chin thing. And this guy couldn't, like, grow a beard. So he would grow, like, this, like, chin pubis down. And that's all it would grow. But it was kind of like literally like a pubis. Like, you know, people have, like, beards. But then some people can't really grow hair. They have, like, pubis instead. But this long pubis would come down. And, oh, my fucking God. I remember one time one of my other buddies had met him at this place called Thai Hut that used to be around and they met, and he's kind of awkward in conversation, and I forget, he wasn't trying to start the conversation about his Ra's al Ghul, but he thought that he was asking about his beard, and he went into this elaborate story how he maintains it, how he washes it every day with soap and conditions it and greases it. I'm like, oh my fucking God, man. Like, ugh. Oh my God, look at this fucking thing. That is so long. They see the, oh my God. That's unbelievable. God damn. They had to be known for something. Why not? Longest beard was over 17 feet, man. How does that even fucking make sense? God damn. I would probably stop at ZZ Top. Yeah. Oh, but the nails and stuff gross me out. Fuck. I'd stop at like Billy Gibbons, like the Billy Gibbons. That's about as long as I'd ever let it get, probably. But even that's like kind of a bit too long. But like old Billy G has the he looks so cool. I always thought he looked so cool though. Such a cool guy. Yeah. Oh fuck. Old ZZ Top. One of my favorite bands. Yeah. God Jesus. Well. What a fucking meme. What a goddamn meme. Well, Galen TV, how about maybe we should call it there. Is that enough memes or not? Or yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That sounds good. Yeah. We'll stop her there. If that guy ever gets in a fight, he's fucked. That must have been his weakness, not his strength. Yeah, just grab a hold of his mustache, start slapping him in the head. Well, guys, listen, thanks for coming around this evening and hanging out again. Thank you, Galen TV, for stopping in and having a conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having me once again.
It's always appreciated. And yeah, listen. Yeah, Saturday. So how about that, Galen TV? I think this so far is that going to be a fucking go, you think? Unless there's some kind of other disaster that occurs. I think we're going to do this. We're going to finally do a little live stream.
Yeah, it seems like, yeah, we could do it. Yeah.
Why the fuck not? You'll see us out in the wild, maybe. Maybe you'll see us get arrested. I hope not. That would not be good at all. But you never know what's going to happen late at night, right? We'll bring a bottle of Jameson with us. Maybe we'll see what happens.
Oh no.
We'll bring a bottle of Jameson on the fucking UFO hunt and see what happens, right? We'll live stream ourselves fucking. Maybe we'll get abducted. Yeah, I would love it. Yeah, listen, July 19th, this Saturday, we'll see, guys. We'll give it a shot. We'll see how it holds up. Hopefully it's not shit, but yeah. Anyway, until then, everybody, let me roll the outro. Take care. Sweet dreams, everybody. See you
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. The mysterious magnetic fields, Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.